The annual sales volume of the Synthes Group company was already approaching more than $20 billion. Electronics, cars, communications, heavy industry, clothing, food, these are not all the industries that the company owned. For many years now, the Synthes Group company has been considered one of the richest and most developed in the country. Jack Brown was finally approved to work for this company. He was from a rural area and had a college education. On this occasion, my father organized a small party and invited guests. Jack proudly told guests that he had been assigned to the strategic planning department, and no matter what, he was just a janitor. But the specifics of the work differed from garbage removal, cleaning of premises, and other nonsense. Jack did tedious and naturally dirty work, but this no longer suited him. So he began to learn English, became familiar with drawing up business plans, and gritting his teeth, gave it his all. And one fine moment, everything changed. In the Wilson family that owned the company, there was no one who did not know the name Jack Brown. When they had to deal with any kind of incident, including dirty cases, they turned to him only. After 13 years at the company, no one knew the hidden truth about the Wilson family better than Jack. As a result, Jack received the full trust of the company and the Wilson family. They could easily deposit huge sums of money into his personal account without worrying about the consequences. The financial director called Jack and said that he needed to temporarily leave for another country, and for this purpose, $700 million would be transferred to his account. Jack replied that this was a huge amount, but the director said that he trusted Jack more than his own wife. Jack received complete trust and knew that his life was just beginning. While at the airport, Jack looked at the plane departures board and looked for the line with his flight. Having arrived safely, Jack was already leaving the airport when two strangers in suits approached him. They greeted him and said that it must not be easy, because the path is not close. Jack looked at the strangers in disbelief. He didn't know them, but they knew his name. He asked what they were doing here, since his arrival was supposed to remain a secret. The strangers replied that they were tasked with meeting Jack and helping him upon his arrival. Suddenly, Jack felt something hard poke into his back. It was the barrel of a gun. The fat man said menacingly that they were assigned to help, and Jack must silently follow them. The second stranger added that it was better to do as they told and not to escalate the situation. Jack wondered if this was the company's way of getting rid of him. Sitting in the car, they had already left the city, and Jack thought why this was happening to him. Because he worked like a dog and was devoted to the company for 13 years. He didn't understand what he could have done that they were doing this to him now. Jack asked the fat man to call the chairman of the company, but he refused. Then Jack sharply told them to call themselves and say that they had done everything that was required of them, and he would remain silent. And he would hide somewhere in Europe and not show his face until his death. The second one, who was driving, said that Jack should not talk nonsense and would rather think about his parents and wife. Jack was alarmed by this statement. He did not understand what his wife and his parents had to do with it. The fat man explained that the chairman told Jack not to worry about his family. They would be given good financial assistance, and his wife would be sent to America, where she could live in abundance and without problems. Jack became even more worried. He was involved in the corrupt practices of the company and did not believe that the family would receive any benefits. In addition, they would not even give them his severance pay. It is likely that the company will file a claim for damages, confiscate the property, and leave you without a penny. The car stopped in some forest clearing near a lake, and he was ordered to get out of the car. Jack walked to the shore of a lake whose name he didn't even know, but he felt only one thing: this lake would become his grave. Jack heard the sound of a cocked gun from behind and turned around. The fat man had already pointed the muzzle of a pistol at him. The boy woke up from his own scream and opened his eyes in fear. 3 months have passed since Jack woke up in this body, but he was constantly haunted by a dream from a past life. A pleasant young woman sitting in the front seat of the car turned and asked if Lucas was okay. In this body, his name was Lucas, and he looked at the woman. It was his mother. She is an actress, although she only starred in one film. It is said that after receiving a passionate courtship from her father, Lucas, who was a fan of hers, she disappeared from the screens. Brother Jimmy, playing on the phone, said that Lucas was sleeping and then suddenly jumped up. Mom asked if Lucas had a nightmare, but he replied that he was just a little surprised and not to worry. Mom said that Lucas has suddenly become so mature lately that she is confused. Jack understood her perfectly, because he himself was confused by this whole situation. He looked out the window and thought that today was exactly 30 years before his death. 3 months had passed since he woke up as Lucas, the youngest grandson of Richard Wilson, the founder of Synthes Group, about whom there were many legends. Lucas was the 10-year-old grandson of the family that ordered his death on the lake 30 years ago, and why he returned in Lucas's body. Jack did not find an answer. While working at Synthes Group, Jack did not remember meeting these people, who were his parents, because they were removed from the affairs of the family company. They couldn't even get close to the company office, and it all happened because of their wedding. Synthesis Group chairman Richard Wilson was angry with his son, who decided to marry a celebrity against his will. But due to Martha's pregnancy, they had to legalize their relationship, and later they were completely expelled from the company. The other siblings fought constantly to get the largest share of the company, but Lucas's parents shunned all this and just wanted to protect their family. Finally, the car arrived at the gate of Wilson's residence. Jack looked out the window, who knew he would end up here again. The residence consisted of 3 huge estates with an area of more than 3,000 kilometers. A huge castle with 3 ground floors and 2 underground, as well as parking for 50 cars. The guards greeted Heinrich and let him into the estate. Sitting in the car, Jack looked at the green lawn and remembered how he got rid of weeds as his first job. While Richard Wilson was still alive, Jack visited this estate more often than at home, but later this place was taken by Philip Wilson, Henry's older brother. Today was the birthday of the head of the company and family, Richard Wilson. In connection with this, a large number of important people were invited. That is why Henry had to come to the estate with his family and congratulate his father. Disapproving whispers were heard from all sides, and hostility towards the arriving family was felt. Jack thought so. Everyone completely ignored their arrival. After passing through this entire crowd, the family entered the main doors of the estate. Trying to show respect, Heinrich greeted loudly, but there was no answer. They entered the living room. The whole Wilson family was sitting at the table. These were Lucas's uncles and aunts. One of the relatives turned around with a dissatisfied look and said that they had finally arrived. They all dreamed of getting a tasty piece of meat called Synthesis Group, and each of them was the embodiment of greed, awaiting the death of their father. And then the red-haired woman, angry at their lateness, shouted that it was time to get rid of the habits of stormy youth and be on time. Jack looked at the woman and got the impression that he had seen her often. Heinrich apologized for being late and said that they could not arrive on time. The woman replied that all this was starting to irritate her. Jack remembered her. She was almost 70, but she constantly changed and brought her young lovers here. Caroline's character did not change. Jack remembered that he had suffered a lot from her. The woman flushed with anger and said sharply how dare the boy laugh at her. The family members sat and looked at Henry's family reproachfully. Jack tried to justify himself by saying that it was not laughter, he just coughed. Caroline couldn't stand it and jumped out of her chair, screaming, "How dare this boy lie to her?" One of those present tried to calm Caroline down, saying that they had not gathered here to sort things out and have hysterics. She tried to object, but saw everyone turn to the door. It was Richard Wilson, the head of the Synthesis Group family and company. Caroline immediately fell silent and bowed her head a little. The rest of the relatives also meekly lowered their heads and were afraid to look him in the eyes. When Henry's family saw Richard, they did the same. Jack looked at Richard. Now this was his grandfather, the head of Synthesis Group and a living legend. Richard almost went down the stairs, and everyone immediately stood up. Not only his employees, but also his own children were afraid of him. Working for Synthesis Group and the Wilson family, Jack had never met him in person, and now he saw who Richard Wilson was. To somehow break this uncomfortable pause, Heinrich said that they had also come. Richard looked silently towards their family. He looked at Jimmy, his grandson, who was shyly hiding behind his mother's skirt. It was Jimmy who was the reason that Henry and Martha had to get married, and which Richard Wilson could not completely resist. The next minute, Richard looked at Lucas, his youngest grandson. Jack forgot how to breathe for a second. His throat was dry and his palms became damp. Richard came almost close to his grandson, and Jack's legs began to shake. And suddenly Richard changed. He smiled and said that he was glad to see his grandchildren. He was disappointed that they rarely see each other. He put his hand on Lucas's head, stroked it, and said that he had something for the baby. Jack looked at Richard and could not understand why the head of the family was so kind to him. The family members looked at their father with bewilderment and with envy at Lucas, because Richard was always harsh with them. Caroline struggled to contain her indignation. The boy's parents were also in amazement, looking at how the grandfather admired his grandson. "Bring a birthday cake into the room. Richard Wilson turned 66 today." The birthday boy slowly leaned over and blew out the candles. Enthusiastic screams and loud applause were heard all around in honor of the head of the family. The chairman smiled and listened to congratulations and wishes addressed to him. Heinrich and Martha also joined in the congratulations and wished their father health and longevity. The children present at the celebration also pleased their grandfather with their congratulations. Lucas's brother Jimmy remained silent and constrained. He felt awkward in this company of his rich aunt and uncle. Jack stood among the guests and closely observed the behavior of his relatives. Suddenly, he heard someone ask his mother to bring water, but did not attach much importance to it. Jack looked back and saw Martha carrying a tray of glasses and alcoholic drinks to the next table. She was very kind, and compared to Caroline, never made trouble. At that moment, Caroline called out to her and ordered her to bring a glass of water with ice. And from the opposite side, a fat relative was already shouting at Martha, who told her to immediately remove the dirty dishes. The third relative scolded her rudely for moving slowly. There was anger lurking inside Jack. His relatives openly forced his mother to work when a dozen service personnel were present even without her. But Martha did not disagree. She collected the dirty dishes and took them into the house. His heart sank from what he saw, but he could not do anything, because for everyone present, Jack was a simple child and 10-year-old grandson Lucas. Mom noticed Lucas standing nearby, walked up to him and sat down on her knees. She carefully buttoned the button on his jacket and looked at her son. Then, gently stroking his cheek, she said that her son was the most handsome. Jack looked at Martha, who was now his mother, and realized that being in this body was incredibly unusual. But thanks to the warmth she gave to Lucas, she helped Jack adapt quickly. Suddenly, she quickly jumped up, hearing comments about unwashed dishes, and began collecting plates from the tables. Jack clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He promised that one day he would make sure that his mother received the proper treatment. He noticed how coldly his grandfather behaved towards his parents, and all his relatives and friends tried to be like him. Hence, the general hostility towards their family. Richard Wilson was thanking the guests for their visit when he noticed Lucas standing nearby. He leaned over to his grandson again and said that he wanted to show Lucas the gift he had promised. Jack broke out in a cold sweat, if only his grandfather wouldn't ask if Lucas remembered what he was talking about, because Jack didn't know the answer to this question. Entering the children's room, Jack saw what Lucas wanted to see. It was a toy horse. It was brand new and probably very expensive. Richard smiled at his grandson and asked if he liked the gift. Jack tried to understand where this excessive care and kindness came from. Maybe he was tormented by his conscience for driving his father out of the company or for not once recognizing his mother as his son's wife. But since he ended up in this body, he will definitely check to what extent Richard Wilson's kindness will last. Jack smiled at his grandfather and said that he liked a real horse better than a plastic one. Richard thought it was a joke and decided to play along, saying that a real car was also cooler than a toy one. Jack decided to go even further and said that he would like a real boat that floats on the sea, and not a small boat for the bathroom. The smile immediately disappeared from Richard's face, and at that second Jack thought that he seemed to have gone too far. The grandfather looked at his grandson and asked what he meant by the word real. Jack had to answer as a child would answer, without hesitation, and he said, "The real thing is what Grandpa made. After all, Grandpa creates real ships and cars. That's all Lucas likes." Having given such an answer, Jack was worried about how the chairman took these words, and whether he passed the test. But, Richard replied, to have real cars and ships, you need to work a lot, experience a lot of things, and go through a lot of difficulties. Jack thought to himself, he was used. He did the dirtiest and hardest work, and then he died altogether, so Jack would not be frightened by these difficulties. But suddenly the chairman said that if he finished this school year with excellent grades in all subjects, then Grandfather would buy Lucas a real horse for his birthday. Jack had a university degree under his belt, and naturally, getting excellent grades in elementary school would be a piece of cake. Richard looked at Lucas and said he didn't seem sure he could handle it. Jack replied that he would try very hard to receive such a gift. Jack decided that he would change everything, just not right away and a little bit at a time, and you, dear and beloved YouTube viewer, also have a great opportunity to change something. For example, subscribe to my channel, leave a comment, and like. It will be very nice because I tried for you. Have a nice day. In the clearing where the festive buffet was taking place, Grandfather's assistant approached the boys and said that they had been ordered to be taken to the children's playroom. Jack looked at the assistant and his heart began to beat wildly. He recognized him. He would have recognized him from 1,000 other faces. This was the same man who organized Jack's murder. It was he who called him into his office, offered him money, and ordered him to secretly leave the country. On the way to the children's room, Jack could not calm down, but he understood that he needed to pull himself together. After all, now he's not Jack Brown, but Lucas Wilson. Entering the playroom, Bobby was the first to notice the toy horse and, pushing aside everyone in the aisle, ran towards it. Having climbed onto it, the boy said that he was the first to see it, the first to sit on it, which means he will ride alone. Jack's sense of injustice awoke again, even as a child. But Jimmy's older brother noticed Lucas's changed behavior and stopped him. It seems that Jimmy is used to the fact that no one puts him in anything, and the whole family is used to it. Jack smiled at Jimmy. He wasn't going to get used to it. He walked over to Bobby, who was swinging on his horse. First, we need to teach him not to be rude in the future and make a strong impression on his grandfather. Jack abruptly told the boy that it was his horse. Then he ordered the guy to get off the horse. But the boy said that he would do whatever he wanted and nothing would happen to him for it. The children laughed together. This horse cannot be Lucas's property. Jack kicked the horse hard and it began to rock violently. Bobby held on and shouted that he still wouldn't get off and would ride as long as he wanted. Jack calmly kicked again and the horse flew off the stand. Having fallen to the floor, the heavy toy crushed the boy's leg and he screamed in pain. One of the children shouted that he would call the adults now. Jack stood over the guy writhing in pain and said that he shouldn't touch what belongs to him. Bobby's mother ran in at the scream and was dumbfounded by what she saw. Next, Lucas's relatives appeared at the door. Jack looked at his mother, who also came running in response to the screams. Judging by her expression, Mom was very surprised, probably. Her son Lucas had never behaved like that. And the next second, Jack clearly felt a slap on his face. The enraged mother slapped Jack on the cheeks and could not calm down. Lucas's mother instantly ran up to her son and protected him from another blow from the injured boy. Holding her son tightly, she just repeated, "Sorry, sorry." Mom whispered that he should not be afraid of anything. She was there and would protect him. At that moment, the door to the game room opened, and Richard Wilson walked in. He looked sternly at those present and said that there were guests outside, and they were making noise here. He told Bobby's mother to pick up her son and go to the hospital. Richard told everyone to leave, everyone except Lucas. Jack told his mom that everything would be fine and they would see each other a little later. Left alone, the grandfather asked his grandson if he had done it. Jack replied that he was the one who broke the horse. Richard asked another question. Why did he break it and do this to the boy? Jack replied that the horse was his gift and Bobby wanted to take it away, so he broke it. It's better that no one gets it than him. He didn't want to give it to anyone. Richard smiled. Jack knew that the chairman would like this cruelty. The cruelty of the leader of an empire who does not want to lose an inch of land. Richard said that although Lucas didn't mean to hurt Bobby, he did get hurt, so his grandson will be punished. The grandfather turned to the door and told his grandson to follow him. Jack followed Richard into the Great Hall and the door closed behind him. Although the office of the chairman of Synthes Group was located on the 27th floor of the company's official office, all important decisions were made here, in the mansion. Only the richest and most influential members of the corporation could enter here. Jack was a member of this corporation for more than 10 years, but he never managed to get here. And now he is here. Grandpa pointed out a place where Lucas could wait while the meeting was going on. Jack noticed that in the place where his father Heinrich should sit, Kevin, his uncle's eldest son, was now sitting, but he was only 20 years old. Perhaps he has already been appointed as grandfather's successor. Richard looked at everyone and asked what they thought about the problem and how it could all turn out. One of those present said that this aristocrat is stubborn. The end of his term is approaching, but he does not give up. The only hope is that he will not act recklessly. The chairman expressed his concern the possibility cannot be ruled out that the rival could recruit his own army. Jack tried to analyze what was said. Tenure, suppression, the army. It seemed that the conversation was not about the company, but about the country. The employees suggested that we consider other methods. More than 1 million people from all over the country have already gathered. And if the military gets involved, perhaps 2. Now a flame of anger has broken out in the ranks of the rebels. If it is extinguished, they will be afraid. But if the army comes to help, then it is like pouring oil on the fire. Even the current government understood this. Richard menacingly asked if he wanted to say that we must prepare for an attack by the government. And next year the president will be in opposition. The employee replied that he did not completely rule out such a possibility. The chairman got mad and shouted that it could be the other way around, and in general, he was not going to waste his time listening to different assumptions. He shouted at the deputy why he was silent and told him to express his point of view. The deputy stood up and said that the government would not collapse, and the successor was already known, and these rallies and demonstrations had been going on for 7 years since the advent of the new government, but now it had become more serious. Jack thought that all this was very strange. In 3 days there would be a statement about the president's surrender. The Blue House should already begin to take shape around this time, and Synthes Group does not know about this information. He was in amazement. This was a meeting from the 80s, but no matter how chaotic the situation was, all they could say was who was in line behind whom. Jack expected to see the development of an effective strategy to respond to the changes taking place, as well as any predictions about how society and the world as a whole will develop in the future. Well, or at least hear adequate information that ordinary office workers would not have thought of. And in the end, they argued until the very end about who was behind whom. The chairman announced that the meeting was over and told everyone to gather information and listen carefully. The employee stood up from the table, bowed respectfully, and left the office. Richard turned to his grandson and said Lucas could get up. But Jack sat on his knees for so long that his legs went numb and he couldn't get up. The chairman said it was great that Lucas had sat in an awkward position for so long without showing that he was in pain or uncomfortable. Richard added that not every adult could show such patience and perseverance, but Lucas overcame these difficulties. Jack realized that the chairman liked his behavior, and he replied that he listened and did not notice how time flew by, so he did not feel tired in his legs. Richard said that he had recently noticed significant changes in Lucas's behavior and asked what was causing it. Jack decided that he would no longer remain silent and endure. He would now say everything he wanted to say. He plucked up courage and said that he had to endure only because his father and mother did not act. Jack added that he is very angry now and is not going to hold back any longer. He decided to add some acting and decided that some tears would be right on point. And the next second the grandfather knelt in front of his grandson and hugged him tightly. Jack managed to evoke the chairman's sympathy, a reaction he could not even imagine. He decided that now was the time to shock Richard once again. Jack quietly asked the chairman to have Grandpa make friends with all three. Richard said that he doesn't quite understand what they are talking about, and who the three grandson is asking him to be friends with. Jack replied that he meant exactly what his grandfather had said earlier at the meeting. He added that if it is known who will become the next president, then why not make friends with all three candidates? Jack continued to say that they were all so powerful that any one of them could easily take this position. The chairman said that this was a good idea, because the more friends, the better. He laughed loudly and added that they had a great conversation. Jack was delighted with himself. He smiled back at the chairman. Richard suggested that Lucas play somewhere while his grandfather worked. Then he looked back to his grandson and said if he saw Kevin, he should tell him to come into the office. Jack said that he would call Kevin, and satisfied went out into the corridor. Left alone, the chairman called someone and told him to take care of all three and treat them like VIPs. Richard added that they should not forget to say that they hope for a successful resolution of this situation. After hanging up the phone, the chairman remembered the conversation with his grandson, and could not believe that a 10-year-old grandson was saying such serious things. At that moment, Kevin looked into the office and asked the chairman if he could come in. Richard replied that now he is not a chairman for him, but just a grandfather. Richard said that Kevin not only listened in the meeting today, but perhaps also thought. He clarified that now he is asking this not as a chairman, but as a grandfather, so he can answer and not be afraid. Kevin said that the protesters are at their peak right now, and he thinks if the president sends in the military, it will become much quieter and calmer. This means that the current government will continue to govern, and the friend and successor of the current government will become the next president. Richard was expecting this answer and said that Kevin should join him in line. Kevin looked at his grandfather in bewilderment. He did not fully understand what kind of game the chairman was playing. Richard said that was all, returned to his desk, and told Kevin to leave. He sat down in a chair and closed his eyes, resolving issues and making decisions. Both business and political took too much energy. Jack stood around the corner and watched Kevin, who had left the chairman's office and was now standing in the hallway. It would be nice if he was the eldest grandson. Returning home, Martha asked Heinrich what she and her father were talking about. Heinrich replied that the chairman advised him to focus on educating his sons well. His father looked in the rearview mirror and said that he did not intend to scold him for what happened at his grandfather's estate today. Lucas asked for an apology, and his father said that he had already received his punishment, and most importantly, that he understood his mistake. The father added that the grandfather was going to send him and his brother Jimmy to a personal teacher. Jimmy exclaimed dissatisfiedly he didn't really like this idea. The father replied that it was okay if he didn't want to, and then asked Lucas if he liked his grandfather's proposal. Jack thought that the teacher should have learned from him, but since the chairman decided so, he would not resist. He answered his father that he agreed to have a personal teacher, and his father said that he would prepare everything for this. Jimmy leaned over to Jack and said that Lucas was great today for making idiot Bobby cry. Then he turned away and stared out the window, dreaming about something. It seems he also had a lot accumulated. There was a report on TV from some politician about how we are now in an era when deeply rooted conflicts and antagonisms between people have resulted in a national crisis. And the announcement of the declaration adopted by the president on June 29th, 1987 became the official declaration of the government. There was also news on another channel, where another politician continued to say that a new era of supreme power races was beginning. Jack listened, drank juice from a straw, and wondered what Richard Wilson should do now. Jack was returning from school and noticed a very familiar car at the entrance of their house. On the territory, he met a gardener who told him that his grandfather had come to visit them. And suddenly, Jack heard conversations in the house. The conversation took place in a raised voice. Martha sat opposite Richard and repeated once again that neither she nor Heinrich asked for a share in the Synthes Group company. Richard was angry. He personally came with such a proposal, and now he is being refused. And Martha continued to say that she understood the chairman's intentions to raise Lucas so that he could succeed in the Synthes Group company. But he is only 10 years old, and she would like him to decide for himself what to do when he grows up. Richard said that doesn't she understand what it means to give away a share of the company? Besides, he was going to take them back as children. But she refuses the last chance that Richard gives them. Martha apologized, but replied that she and Heinrich were trying to raise Lucas so that he could make his own decisions. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and Martha and Richard turned around. Lucas stood on the threshold. The chairman quickly stood up, walked up to his grandson, picked him up and said that he had returned early from school. Although grandfather was no longer young, Jack felt that he was very strong. He looked at his mother, who usually remained silent in the presence of her grandfather, but now she boldly decided to speak out about her son's problems. It was very unusual and at the same time touching. Jack asked why his grandfather was angry, but he replied that his grandson only thought so because he raised his voice a little. But Mom said that everything was fine and she and Grandpa were just talking. Well, of course, they think he's small and think that Lucas doesn't understand anything. Lucas asked his mother and grandfather not to fight over him. He would really do what he wanted when he grew up. Richard silently sat back on the sofa and thought about something. The grandfather, who was not afraid of anything, must have been excited now to hear this from his own grandson. Jack decided it was time to bring them back to reality and said that when he grew up, he would become the boss of a big company, like his grandfather. Grandfather came to his senses and, having dispersed, said that, in the end, you can't deceive the blood. It happens that this manifests itself even after a generation. Richard turned to Martha and asked what she could now say to his grandson's statement. Tears appeared in Martha's eyes. Did her son really want to become a leader and connect his life with lies and corruption? She said that she wanted to make tea, and the grandfather asked her to bring it to his grandson's room. Richard added that he had a story he wanted to tell Lucas. Jack noticed that his mother was crying. He wanted to hope that it was because his grandfather treated her like a real legal daughter-in-law, and not the way other relatives treated her. Having settled down in the children's room, Grandfather asked if Lucas remembered the conversation that took place in his office. Jack said that that day he proposed to become friends with those 3 influential people. Richard replied that he followed his advice, sent them gifts, and was very friendly to them. Jack thought how quickly his grandfather acted. He had already managed to pay a bribe. The chairman continued by saying that starting today, events have taken a strange turn. Grandpa wanted everyone to get along, but he started arguing. The second and third places decided to team up to win the first. And now he also needs to choose a side. And each of those 3 who dream of taking the place of president wants to become something like a headman. Jack decided to clarify. That is, if the second and third places team up and win, then they will become the headman and deputy. But Grandfather replied that there is no deputy in running the country, only the headman. Jack asked if there is no deputy, then what is the point of them uniting? Because only one will become the headman. The chairman was struck by the idea that this was false information, and they had not united. The grandson replied that the grandfather was right, because the third is unlikely to help the second without receiving anything in return. The grandfather patted his grandson on the head and asked in surprise how he could be so smart. The car was racing along a country highway and moving further and further away from the house where Jack lived. Jack became more and more worried about what he had to do. He told his parents that he really wanted to look at the coast of the Western Sea, because as the geography teacher said, this is the only place where it connects with the northern one. In fact, the reason lay elsewhere. He urgently needed to check something. Jack wanted to see with his own eyes what he looked like now in Jack Brown's body. And now, after a short time, he was already standing in front of a familiar sign. This was Jack's house, and he wondered what he would say when he saw his parents. Jack automatically covered his mouth with his hand. The main thing was not to call them Mom and Dad. Jack looked out the window and saw his parents. He stood on the street and looked at them, tears rolling down from his eyes. Jack couldn't calm down. They really existed. Suddenly, his mother appeared in front of him. She asked the baby what happened to him. Next, Jack's father came out with the same question, and his mother said that the boy was standing in front of their house and crying. The parents worriedly asked if he was lost, but Jack lied, saying that he was looking for his friend's house. They didn't recognize him, and he said he was looking for a boy named Jack. The parents looked at the baby in surprise and said that there seemed to be no boy with that name nearby. But Mom said that you can ask Liliana. Maybe she has classmates or friends with that name. Jack asked in surprise who Liliana was. He didn't know any girls with that name. The parents said that Liliana was their daughter. Jack was even more surprised in his previous life. In their house, he did not have a sister named Liliana, and his parents do not know him. He was horrified because he realized that a man named Jack Brown did not exist. Richard Wilson sat in his office and looked at an article that published the results of the past elections. A few months ago, when the current government announced its surrender, all the conglomerates of the financial group began to help Yang and Kim. It was certain that one of them would become the next president. But the chairman listened to his grandson, sending an expensive gift to the candidate from the ruling party and made small gifts to Yang and Kim. Richard was now convinced of how useful his grandson's advice was to him. Jack read the same newspaper and thought that nothing was still different from what it was in his previous life. Having met his real parents, Jack could not find a place for himself and could not calm down. Because Jack does not exist in the past, and his daughter took his place. This meant that the details of the future recorded in his memory until now might differ. Jack also did not exclude the possibility that the future began to change due to changes in the soul of Chairman Richard Wilson, who was beginning to like Jack. And if it changes, then Jack's most powerful weapon, knowledge of the future, may become useless. By the time Jack is 20 years old, he must prepare the groundwork to absorb Synthesis Group. Within 10 years, Richard Wilson will be lying in a hospital bed awaiting death. This means that before that, he must take possession of as many shares as possible for himself and his father. If everything goes well, then Jack will be able to start fighting with his uncle, Philip Wilson. In addition, he must try to prevent his death in a car accident that occurred on his 20th birthday. He lived like Jack Brown, cleaning up after everyone in this company, so there is no one more worthy than him. In addition, all members of the Wilson family would have to die in a car accident. He had not looked into this before, which was a pity. After analyzing his entire plan, Jack decided that he first needed to avoid his own death. And then one thought occurred to Jack how much the future would change if he helped Richard Wilson live longer. Suddenly, his mother looked into the room and told Lucas that it was time for him to get ready. His grandfather was waiting for him. The only thing left to do now was to check the results of your actions and act very carefully. Lucas arrived at the Wilson estate and joyfully ran towards his grandfather. Jack still couldn't get used to it, but he couldn't help but do it either. Grandfather said that there would be no one here except them, and ordered them to sit down at the table. Jack was not at all surprised that his grandfather wanted to be alone with his grandson. He looked at Richard and realized that he was incredibly happy that his bet in the presidential election had worked. But Jack did not show that he understood this. He only asked why his grandfather was in such a good mood. Richard replied that he was very glad to see Lucas and would buy him anything he wanted. Jack asked the chairman that his generosity was most likely due to the fact that his grandfather found out about his grades. But Richard replied that he had already forgotten about their agreement. Jack behaved as little boys usually brag and said that he got excellent marks in all subjects. The chairman was surprised by this, and the grandson added that he was the only one in the class who received 100 points. Grandfather laughed and said that it was too late now and he wouldn't be able to buy him a real horse right now. Jack chuckled quietly. He didn't need the horse, it was just a cover to get more. He told his grandfather that everything was fine because he doesn't even know how to ride a horse yet, but when he learns, then he can buy. Jack then asked Richard a question. If not because of the promise, then why did he invite him to visit? The chairman replied that thanks to Lucas, grandfather's company had become even bigger, which meant he would earn even more money. Then Jack asked if his grandfather could give him even more than he promised. The chairman replied that not only was it bigger, but it was better. But what could be bigger and better than a horse? And Jack replied that if they bought a horse, it would be kept on his grandfather's ranch on the island, and Lucas would not be able to ride there every day. At that moment, there was a knock and the servants entered the room. They delivered a delicious dinner for the grandfather and grandson. While they were setting the table, grandfather said that the horse option was really not rational and they would think about it during the meal. At dinner, grandfather said that we could build another ranch, then we could ride horses every day. This was exactly the answer Jack wanted to hear. Jack pretended to be a joyful child and rushed to hug his grandfather for such a generous gift. Now the most important thing is where this ranch will be located. Filled with joyful emotions, Lucas asked where this ranch was, to which his grandfather replied that he would build it on the northern side of Seoul. But this was not at all the place that Jack needed. He made a sad expression on his face and said that they live in a completely different area and it is far away. Grandfather smiled and replied that there was no ranch nearby that could be purchased. And the resourceful grandson suggested that it could be simply built because his grandfather could do it. Jack once again made his grandfather laugh, but he didn't understand what he said so funny. Finally, the chairman calmed down and said that out of 48 branches, he had created only 19, and the rest were captured. Most of the companies to which he had a hand were created in the early days of the existence of Synthis Group at first. Everything had to be done by oneself, and then persistence and the desire to develop appeared. Jack was looking forward to his grandfather finishing the story about the history of the company, and finally making his decision. The chairman replied that this is why he really liked the idea of building a ranch. Richard shouted to one of his assistants and ordered him to bring him a map. A minute later, the card was already in the office. All that remained was to make sure that the decisions of Jack and the chairman coincided. The chairman laid out the map on the table and said that now he will see how good Lucas has an eye. The grandfather handed his grandson a red marker and told him to mark on the map the place where he wanted to build a ranch. The ranches were also just a cover. Jack was going to secure the land in advance, the price of which would skyrocket in 10 or 20 years, and this would be a good help in the battle for the share of Synthis Group. Richard kept a close eye on Lucas and advised him to choose wisely, preferably not in the city center. And when Jack circled the area he needed, the chairman said with surprise that it was a little far from Lucas's house. But he respected his grandson's opinion and agreed. The chairman again called the assistant and, handing him the map, ordered to urgently find out everything about the condition of this land. After the doors closed, grandfather said that we could start eating. At dinner, the chairman asked how Lucas was doing at school and how many friends he had. Jack answered positively, but in fact he had no friends. How could he be friends with children when he was already 40? Then the assistant entered the room again and said that he had brought information about the selected lands. He explained that the area is called the South Bank and has a limited development area. It is a rural area with cucumber and melon fields. There are poor transport links and a poor population of residents, so the likelihood of development is very low. The president thought, "This means there is no competition there and building a ranch will not be difficult." Jack watched as the chairman tapped his finger on the table and waited impatiently to see what decision Richard would ultimately make. Finally, Wilson gave orders to find out what land could be purchased there with an area of at least 150,000 square meters. Jack sighed imperceptibly. He managed to force the chairman to do what he had in mind. When the assistant left again, Richard turned to his grandson and said that if he were in his place, he would not buy this land. It was a meager dirt hole. It will take a lot of effort and time for it to generate income, and perhaps this will not happen at all. Perhaps it is not worth buying this particular plot. To which Jack replied that no one knows the future, much less how the country's infrastructure will develop. Grandfather agreed that he did not exclude the possibility that in 20 to 30 years, this land would have great value, which Lucas would see. Jack replied that he would try to maintain and increase these investments. But Jack wasn't going to wait that long. He knew that within 2 years a new city would stand on this land. The chairman could not even imagine that he had just given Jack 150,000 square meters in the center of the future new city of Bundon. One of the following days, his daughter Caroline and her husband Oliver stood in the president's office, who announced that he wanted to run for deputies of the National Assembly. Caroline said that he had good support among the middle class and could become an additional force for his father. Richard replied that he already had a deputy ready to come running at a moment's notice, and his son-in-law should be content with what he now had. Caroline got angry and asked if her father meant that he felt sorry for using the money for his husband. The chairman reminded them that it was he who helped Oliver get a job in the prosecutor general's office, and he now wants to repay him by running for deputies. Oliver felt awkward and began muttering apologies under his breath. But Katrina immediately shut his mouth and continued to put pressure on her father, saying that her husband did not deserve such treatment. He was from a family of the best lawyers in the country. Richard smiled evilly and reminded him that it was he, using his strength, power, and money, who made his father the chief prosecutor and Oliver his deputy. All these actions were done in order to turn them into loyal dogs and protect Cyntha's group. Oliver stood red as a lobster. He already regretted that he had agreed to his wife's idea. The chairman told Oliver to get rid of this nonsense in his head and just continue to live as he lives now, without knowing worries and hardships. Richard then reminded them that vain greed and greed often lead to ruin. Caroline looked at her father with bewilderment. If he agreed, she made big plans for her husband's career and planned to get a big income from it. And then the chairman turned to her and said that she owned a department store and still dared to remain dissatisfied. Carolina realized that her father had figured out her plan to put her husband into politics and gain power, and then get rid of her brothers and take over the Cyntha's group. She humbly lowered her head and asked her father for forgiveness. And the chairman told them to be content with what they had, and if the efficiency of the department store management decreased, then he would take it away too. All this time, Jack was in the office. He sat quietly on the sofa in the corner of the office and saw everything that was happening. He knew very well the imperious character of Caroline, who was ready to go over her head to achieve her goal. It must be very disappointing for her to watch how her older brothers, one after another, take over, and she herself was removed from the list of heirs. Jack understood that if they did not have the support of the chairman, then getting rid of them would not be difficult. When Caroline and her husband left the office, Richard approached his grandson and asked if he was bored, to which Jack replied that he was reading a book. And then the chairman put some kind of envelope in front of Jack. He explained that these are the documents for the land that they spoke about earlier. Jack saw the numbers and said that the acquired area was much larger than what they agreed on. Richard praised his grandson for having an excellent memory and being good at math. Jack knew the chairman would like this, since memorizing accurate numbers in business is probably the basis of the basics. And Richard explained that there were several owners there with small plots, so he bought several. Jack immediately calculated in his head that in 2 or 3 years the compensation for the land would be more than $12 million. The current market value of an apartment in the city center was so much that in the future Jack could buy 200 such apartments with this money. The grandson ran up to his grandfather and, hugging him tightly, said that they would build the biggest ranch and buy many beautiful horses. Jack thought he might as well be a little nice since he received a gift of $16 billion. The following year was truly incredible as a directly elected president took office. He released a declaration that included proposals for cooperation and improvement of relations between several countries. All these political actions had a beneficial effect on the development of the country, where people began to move, and therefore housing prices soared several times. The government could no longer cope with such rising property prices and announced a plan to build 2 million houses. But prices continued to rise, and therefore a decision was made to build an entire city. Richard closely followed everything that was happening in the country and in the city, and when he learned about this news, he was completely shocked. The chairman asked the assistant if he remembered the day Richard gave Lucas the ranch property. He pointed to the map and showed his assistant that this was exactly the place where the new city would be built. Richard thought that childish naivety worked wonders. But in any case, the baby seemed to have thought through everything 100 steps ahead, and all this in just a year. But Richard was against buying this land. But his grandson insisted on this particular site on the map. The chairman told the assistant that Lucas would grow up to be a worthy leader and ordered him to take care of him. Because if Richard separated 3 or 4 companies and handed them over to him, then others would try to take them away. The assistant had to prevent this. Jack looked at the documents about the profit from the sale of part of the real estate, and the amount was staggering. He got rid of a small part of the land, and the profit was already 14 billion. He remembered the words of the chairman, who said that Lucas himself earned this money, so he can dispose of it at his own discretion. Further calculations predicted that in 30 years, this amount would increase and reach 100 billion. The next minute, there was a knock on the door, and Lucas's parents appeared on the threshold. They said that they wanted to talk to their son. They asked what Lucas was going to do with that money. Jack replied that he told his grandfather that he would keep the money in the bank. It seems they were worried that such a small boy could get a huge amount, and Jack decided to calm them down. Mom asked if Lucas might want to buy something, but Jack replied that he had everything he needed. Jack then added that what was more important was what they wanted to do with the money. And then an awkward moment came. Jack didn't understand why they were looking at him so surprised. Suddenly, the father stood up and silently walked towards the exit. Mom sat down with Lucas and said that Dad was very surprised, and added that they would talk about it later. Left alone in the room, Jack felt perplexed. Perhaps he had said something wrong. Martha found Heinrich in the courtyard of the house and decided to continue the conversation with him. She reassured her husband, saying that there was no need to worry about it. These were just the words of an immature child, and he clearly had good intentions. Heinrich replied that he was not angry, he just felt very ashamed at some point. He added that when Lucas said this, Heinrich's heart began to beat faster, and he thought that this was an opportunity that needed to be seized. Now he considered himself a pathetic father, drooling over his child's money. Martha reassured Heinrich, saying that this was really a lot of money, and it was the same with her. She thought that with such a sum, they could go abroad and live there together. Jack managed to overhear this conversation between his parents, and he realized that they really loved him very much. A little later, Jack chose the right moment and approached his father, saying that he wanted to ask him for forgiveness for making him angry. The father replied that he was not angry, but simply very surprised at that moment, then asked his son what he intended to do now. Jack looked seriously into Henry's eyes and replied that he would be the owner of a company that would become much stronger and more powerful than his grandfather's. The father listened carefully to his son and then suddenly burst out laughing. Of course, at that moment it seemed ridiculous. Syntez Group is the richest company in the country, and some child claims that he will build a larger company. The father said that he approved of his son's grandiose dreams and was making plans for the future. But Jack looked seriously at Heinrich and said that he needed his father's help. Heinrich replied that he was not at all interested in the affairs of the company. He had once studied business in England, but he was always interested in cinema. The son replied that his father said exactly what was needed, and, since he studied in England, perhaps he still had contacts of his classmates. The vice chairman of the company and eldest son, Philip Wilson, called Kevin, the eldest son of Uncle Lucas, and told him that this kid had already received 14 billion in compensation for the land, and when he dealt with the rest of the land, he would add another 10. Kevin replied that even if he just put this money in the bank, the interest would be about 1 billion and he could buy 20 apartments every month. Philip angrily shouted that Richard, who wouldn't give even 100 cents just like that, had given his grandson a whole ranch. In addition, he transferred these lands to him and gave Lucas the opportunity to dispose of them at his own discretion, and this was already a problem. Philip asked Kevin if the chairman had ever given him a meter of land or a bank book. This shows how much his grandfather devalues Kevin as a partner. Hearing this truth, Kevin lowered his head and felt like a pathetic idiot. When Philip calmed down a little, he told Kevin to keep a close eye on Henry's house and report on everything that happened there. At Lucas's house, everyone was eagerly awaiting the arrival of their guest. A pleasant young man came into the room, and my father introduced him. It was Larry Baker, my father's classmate in England. Larry held the position of chairman of the Invest Group company and came to their house at the invitation of Heinrich. Jack knew that in 30 years Invest Group would become a super asset management company with huge annual income. It's strange that he was his father's friend. Larry asked his parents for permission to talk to Lucas in person. The father introduced his son to his classmate and told Lucas to listen carefully to his uncle's advice. Larry put his briefcase on the floor and, sitting down on the sofa, said that he heard from his father that Lucas allegedly wants to become a businessman and create a company like his grandfather. Lucas replied that Larry didn't quite understand correctly. He wanted to lead the company more than his grandfather. The man said that the Synthes Group company is now the largest in the country, and to have a company larger than this is incredible greed. Jack again decided to correct Larry and replied that this was not greed, but his dream. The man said that Lucas was like his grandfather in his insatiability, and like his father in his dreams. Lucas wanted to clarify who Larry was, and he replied that he was the head of a large company, Invest Group, which was different from his grandfather's company. Larry explained that their company is in the business of making rich people even richer. And then Jack asked if it means that the Invest Group company will also be able to increase Lucas's money. Larry replied that only rich people can become clients of his company, and he is unlikely to be able to help Lucas with anything. Lucas replied, "It's strange that his father didn't say anything about his money, because now he has 14 billion in his account, and after the sale of the remaining land, 10 more will be added." In his past life, Jack met a lot of rich miners, but it was thanks to shares or a rich parent. But here the situation is completely different. Larry is probably now thinking about where a 12-year-old child gets such money, which will rise in value in 30 years and will already amount to hundreds of billions. Larry had been staring at one point for a couple of minutes, and, judging by his facial expression, comments here would be inappropriate. Jack decided to finally finish off Larry and handed him his own investment plan. Larry took the notebook and began silently studying the notes, graphs, and tables. At first there was attentiveness on his face, which gradually began to develop into surprise and shock. On the page with the plan for investing in company shares, he drew special attention. Jack took the juice and carefully observed what the final reaction would be from the head of the Invest Group company. Finally, Larry closed the notebook, looked carefully at Lucas, and asked with undisguised surprise how he knew all this at that age. Jack replied that he was simply smart beyond his years, and smiled childishly. Larry said that he might be smart, but not that smart no one would believe that this business plan was drawn up by a 12-year-old child. Larry asked a question that interested him regarding the fact that the plan included a clause about creating a company in America and then investing it back in Korea. Even experienced financiers could not think of this. Jack replied that they simply weren't Richard Wilson's grandchildren and didn't have the same big dreams as Lucas. Jack said that he has been visiting his grandfather's house every week for 3 years and even stays with him during school holidays to understand what they are talking about. Larry suggested that Lucas's grandfather, Richard Wilson, influenced the drawing up of this plan. Jack mentally felt relieved. He managed to get out of it, blaming everything on his grandfather and diverting suspicions from himself, and then added that he was always close to his grandfather, who said a lot of important things. Larry, having analyzed the conversation and, understanding the content of Lucas's business plan, made the appropriate conclusions for himself. Heinrich was standing in the yard when his friend Larry came out of the house and walked towards him. Larry asked why Henry did not say 14 billion. Henry responded that he didn't want Larry to be prejudiced because of money. Now Larry wanted to talk about Lucas. He said that his son is an unusual child, he is a genius. Henry agreed with Larry, saying that Lucas was doing very well in school, but his friend replied that that was not what he meant. At the end of the conversation, Larry said that he needed to think everything over carefully, and saying goodbye went to his car. After watching his friend go, Henry turned around, raised his head and looked out the window. He saw an ordinary 12-year-old boy looking at his father and making faces at him. A few days later, Larry visited Heinrich Wilson's house again to communicate with Lucas again. Jack politely greeted him and was ready for a new upcoming conversation. The main thing was not to get confused and stick to one version. Henry decided to organize the information in his head, and asked Lucas again whether he really used it in his business plan after finding out the information from his grandfather, to which he received the same answer. Larry took the business plan and said that in this case he did not need a book on investments. Jack had no choice but to use his grandfather as an excuse to force him to follow his concocted plan. Putting the documents away in his briefcase, Larry said that by the end of the year, they would have an investment company ready in America, and Lucas would own it 100%. In addition, he could keep his funds there as long as he wanted. Jack replied that they could decide such issues on their own, but he would have one request to Larry. Settling down on the sofa in the living room, Larry sighed and told Heinrich that Lucas was only going to invest 10 billion. And with the remaining 4 billion, he wants to create a film production company. After a short silence, Larry said that the first candidate for the post of general director of the film company was Heinrich. Heinrich asked in amazement whether what he had just heard about the film business was true. Larry informed Heinrich about the cost of creating one movie in Korea, and, after doing the math, said that at least 10 high-budget quality films could be created with 4 billion. Heinrich fell silent and thought about it, and Larry continued, "If you also invest, the amount will be many times larger." He added that if you simply offer money to Heinrich, he will definitely refuse, so Lucas asked Larry to create a film company for him. Larry continued to say that Lucas said that in the future, he would force his father to take the place of CEO in this company by any means. One of the following days, an assistant stood in the office of Chairman Richard Wilson. He said that in front of him was the personal file of Mr. Larry Baker. Richard knew very well about the Invest Group company, but the fact that Larry was a friend of Heinrich Wilson, his son, was news to the chairman. The assistant explained that they studied together in England and were classmates. He then expressed his opinion that this was very strange. Lucas was expected to simply put the money in the bank and receive interest on it. But it turned out that he decided to start an investment company. Richard instructed the assistant to meet with Larry personally to avoid suspicions that he had a desire to take Lucas's money. The assistant left, and the chairman thought that his grandson was quite smart. Having made an investment in an investment company, only interest was not enough for him, and in this he was very similar to his grandfather. In the summer of 1989, 2 million protesters demanded democracy and independence in the controlled republics of the Soviet Union, creating a 600-kilometer human chain called the Baltic Way. And in the fall of that year, the Hungarian government opened its western borders, which created a mass exodus of East German lords. And while the whole world was paying attention to the changes taking place in Eastern Europe, Jack focused on creating an investment company in New York. Jack had 98% of the shares, and the remaining 2% belonged to Larry Baker and his colleagues. And at the end of November of the same year, Jack and Larry arrived in New York. Jack stood in front of his company office and looked at the high-rise building. Larry said that the building looked a little shabby. He bought it inexpensively so as not to waste money on something useless. Seeing the name of the fantasy entertainment company, Larry smiled and said that it sounded a little naive and childish, and Jack thought that, starting with this company, he would still show everyone a real miracle. Jack was delighted. Everything inside was done modernly and tastefully. The office premises were light and spacious. He knew that it was here that he would grow into a giant monster, which would soon completely devour Synthesis Group. A team of office workers was already walking towards them. They smiled friendlily. When Larry said that he was ready to give them the CEO of the company, everyone turned towards Jack. Larry told Jack that these were the people with whom they would work together and asked the boy to introduce himself to them. Jack introduced himself as Lucas Wilson and said that he was also glad to meet everyone. Larry was surprised and said that Jack knew English very well and spoke like a local. Naturally, Jack knew English very well. It was necessary when working at Synthesis Group. Jack wanted to know a foreign language better than people with a good academic education, so he studied it thoroughly, tirelessly. He said that although it was wrong to talk about work immediately after the meeting, he asked to find out information about one company. Larry said he approved of Lucas's enthusiasm and asked what company he was talking about. Jack said that we were talking about the Bill Market Company. The office employees began asking if they had heard something, and if Lucas really needed information about the Bill Market Company. Jack said that this is where the first investment will be made. At the age of 12, Bill Martin started his own business selling postage stamps, selling them directly, then opened several businesses, achieving success in marketing. Soon, using his acquired business skills, he founded the world-class computer company Bill Market. Larry asked in surprise how Lucas knew about this company at that age. Jack added that in addition to Bill making $2,000 from stamp sales, he made a lot of money from newspaper subscriptions in high school. Larry asked if Lucas was going to spend a fortune just for a story about Bill's childhood. But Jack replied that if he could earn that much as a child without having a rich grandfather, then that says something. After all, it is quite obvious that a person like Bill Martin will earn a lot in the future. Larry ordered the employees to urgently find all the information about Bill Martin and his company Bill Market. A few days later, Jack stood in front of the burger shop and did not understand why Larry had brought him here. Larry explained that Bill Market's investment potential was too low, and Bill agreed to meet him informally over a simple lunch. Larry added that Bill received $30 million, and last year he might have wanted to meet Lucas. Jack understood that in investing the main thing is to catch the right moment and understand when to enter a project and when to get out of it. Larry said that perhaps they were late with the meeting, and Bill most likely would not accept their offer since he had difficulty getting this meeting. They entered the burger shop. Jack looked around naturally. There was a middle-class contingent here. At the very end of the hall, Bill was sitting by the window. He waved his hand at them from afar. Jack looked at Bill for a few seconds. At 27, he was the youngest among the 500 richest people in the world, and at 34, he would claim 5th place in America with a fortune of more than $20 billion. Larry noticed how surprised Bill was looking at Lucas, and explained that the boy was his fan. Jack and Larry sat down at the table, and Bill shook Larry's hand. Bill immediately asked to get down to business. In 15 minutes, he had to return to the company. Larry didn't hesitate and immediately said that they represent the Fantasy Entertainment Company and want to invest in the Bill Market Company. Bill continued to chew his burger, and when Larry was about to take the documents out of his briefcase, he stopped him. Bill replied that he did not need any investments, and the amount that he now had was just right for him. Jack thought that, naturally, $30 million was enough for him to live a carefree life and prosper his company. Larry added that he is aware of the financial situation of Bill Market. But if the proposed conditions are exceptional, is there really no opportunity to reconsider his decision? Bill told Larry that he only needed funds to expand the company, and besides, Bill had the perfect plan. Bill continued that he doesn't do stupid things like increase company stock to make money. Jack and Larry looked at each other. It seemed that the conversation was not going well, and the deal might not take place. Jack asked to speak and said that Bill's past is Lucas's present, and Bill's present is Lucas's future. Bill replied that the guy dreamed too much, then added that as a child he was slightly different from others. Jack replied that he was also not like other children his age, and was even different from Bill. Bill stopped eating his burger, looked closely at Lucas, and asked what was so special about him. Jack replied that Bill, at 12 years old, had $2,000 billion on hand from the sale of stamps. Lucas now has the same amount and has $15 billion from the sale of land. Bill put down his burger and asked about the amount Lucas owned. Jack continued by saying that he doesn't know where Bill spent his $2 billion, but he, Lucas, knows how he uses his 15. Jack said that he was going to become a major shareholder of the Bill Market company. Bill was surprised to ask Larry, having such ambitions, if Lucas was his son. Larry's answer threw Bill into a real shock. Larry replied that Lucas was his boss. Bill asked Lucas a direct question. How did he know that he sold stamps at the age of 12 and thus made money? At that second, Jack thought that he had seriously screwed up, had the story of Bill's childhood not yet been published, but he had to somehow get out of it. He looked at Bill slyly and said if he had not found out everything about Bill, would he have acted and invested such a huge amount? Then Bill asked the question, if Lucas is going to become a major shareholder and Bill is not accepting investments now, then how does the guy think about achieving this? He slyly added that regarding the composition of the board of directors, he has more votes, so his opinion will be decisive. Jack replied that, most likely, next year the Bill Market would register on the investment exchange, and Lucas would immediately buy back the outstanding shares. He would instantly become a major shareholder with $15 billion, and by the end of this year, Lucas would have 10 more. Bill became thoughtful when Lucas told him that he would become a board member and actively manage the company. Bill listened, and Jack continued to say that, having accepted his own investment, he, as a shareholder, would transfer his votes to them until he decided to sell them again. Jack assured Bill that he would have the right to buy back the shares first, and at the market price. At this point, Larry interrupted Lucas and told Bill that he and Lucas needed to talk for a minute. He told Lucas that this was not an issue that could be resolved so easily because the preferred right to purchase shares on the market was more expensive. Larry added that this is correct from the point of view of protecting management rights and the ability to dispose of votes. Bill saw the way Larry acted with Lucas and said that he didn't believe the guy was the boss, but now he doesn't doubt it. He turned to the guy and asked his name. Jack lied and said his name was Howard Wilson. Bill looked at the guy and suggested discussing the situation in more detail. The plane was flying from New York to Seoul, on which Jack and Larry were returning. On the plane, Larry said that he would be busy with investment negotiations, but Bill refused all $15 million. Something needed to be done with the remaining funds. Jack replied that Larry should consult with the staff and offer him options that Lucas could consider. Larry said that he was very surprised by his conversation with Bill. It seemed to him that Lucas was just a smart child, but Larry's adult brain refuses to understand this. Jack replied that he was born again. He was from the future, which would come 30 years from now. So the knowledge of a 40-year-old man remained in his head. Larry seemed offended and said that he shouldn't joke so stupidly. He's not a fan of science fiction. Although at about this age you begin to understand where the past is, where the present is, and where the future is. Larry added that there is no need to doubt the intellectual level of a 40-year-old person who is engaged in economic activities. The chairman of Synthesis Group sat and read the aide's report, who said that Lucas had gone to New York with Larry Baker, and that the trip was more like a business trip than sightseeing and shopping. He then added that Lucas Wilson is currently spending money to create a film company. Richard instantly looked away from studying the report received from the New York branch and looked at his assistant in surprise. He clarified that the design is almost completed, and production is already planned to begin next year. That is, Lucas is putting together 2 projects at the same time. The chairman looked menacingly at the assistant and asked if he understood correctly that the film company was being created with Lucas's money. The assistant replied that it was true. Lucas had allocated $4 billion for this. Richard was angry. He believed that his grandson had screwed up by failing to spend his money wisely. The chairman added that it seemed that he had not trained Lucas enough if he was able to spend $4 billion so recklessly. Even if Lucas did it for the sake of his father. Still, if you feel that there is no hope of profit, you should not spend the funds. The assistant dared to object, answering that it was quite possible that Heinrich's films would become profitable. The chairman replied that Heinrich had been a slacker all his life. There was no question of a company. And besides, the film business is not easy to promote, because then where do failed films come from? The assistant thought that if any of the films were successful, the chairman would decide that Lucas's ability to invest correctly was incredible. Already at home, Jack looked through the documents relating to his investment plan. He invested about $9 billion in the bill market, and also selected candidates where he could invest the remaining $6 billion. Now Jack was getting acquainted with the constituent documents of the Nanosoft company, whose director was Chris Knight. Larry said he doesn't know much about the computer industry, but they say it's a little dangerous to invest in. Jack asked what the danger was, and Larry replied that the company was trying to release new computer systems, but the market reaction was not very favorable. This year, their third version is being released, and it is possible that it will fail in addition. Their customer is preparing to develop their own operating system, and may terminate the contract with Nanosoft. Jack said that next year drones will be released in 2 versions, or it's not so important, the difference is only a year or 2. Larry thought about it and said that he would choose Nanosoft. Jack wondered how Larry planned to invest in an area he wasn't particularly familiar with. Jack said that he would do it, he was lucky, so everything would work out for them. A minute later, Jack turned to Larry and asked him to sell the remaining lands, to which Larry replied that he could wait a little until the price for them reached its peak. But Jack replied that he needed more funds for the company in New York, because having already invested existing funds in 2 companies, Fantasy Entertainment needed additional capital for investment. Jack told Larry to use half of the remaining land after selling it, and hold the rest for now. Larry replied that he would do everything as Lucas said and left the room. Jack understood that he was using only fragmentary information about the future, and in fact he didn't really know anything. He had never been a stockbroker, but just an office worker. Jack couldn't remember exactly when and which company became a good place to invest. But the one thing that would make his firm invincible over the next 30 years was movies. He knew most of the Hollywood films that brought huge profits to film companies, and also film investors who have never suffered financial failure. This alone will make you call yourself Hollywood Midas, who, according to legend, could turn everything into gold. A few days later, Larry was again at Lucas's house. He said that he had brought something interesting. He said he got it in New York, and Lucas should take a look at it. The folder was called Hollywood Production, Investments, and the Real State of Affairs. After looking at the documents, Jack said that he wanted to show this to his father and convince him that he could really make money from this. And then Jack came across a project for one of the films, which was almost at the stage of approval for distribution. He thought that if his father's company was responsible for adapting and distributing the film domestically, he could put pressure on theater owners to push it into release. Jack jumped up and asked Larry if this movie was actually in the making. Larry looked and replied that it was so. The film was now in the production workshop, but it was a small family film in which both the director and the actors were new. After reading a few more pages, Larry realized that the main role was played by a child, the same age as Lucas. Putting the documents on the table, Larry said that it was better to exclude this idea from the options. To Lucas's questioning look, Larry replied that the film Warrior was originally supposed to cost $11 million, but the budget grew, and the film was transferred to Wolf's company, where it is under consideration. Larry added that he doesn't know much about it, but since the film's production is stalled at the initial stage, he doesn't think anything good will come of it. Jack shouted that he definitely wanted to invest in this film as quickly as possible and as much as possible. Larry sternly answered that investments in cinema are 2 different things. If shares fall in price, then you simply suffer small losses. And if the film does not turn out to be a box office success, then it is just money thrown away. In cinema, there is no timing in which you need to jump out. Larry sharply said that this time he is categorically against this idea. This is not an investment, but a gambling game. Jack continued to insist on his own. He asked to try such investments once, and in the future he would remain silent about investments. He saw Larry's look. His reaction was completely understandable to Jack, but he had to seize this chance. Jack did not want to miss the opportunity to establish himself in Hollywood as an investment company. Even if something goes wrong, it is his money, and he promised his parents to use it as he wants. He told Larry that he didn't see a problem even if all of Fantasy Entertainment's money disappeared, because the richest man in this country was his grandfather. It was clear that Larry was angry, but he remained silent. In the end, he said he would do as Lucas wanted. Jack told him to get the rights to distribute the film and adapt it in Korea. Larry replied that it would not be difficult, because they were the only investors who decided to invest. He added that he would try to organize everything as quickly as possible. Larry headed for the exit, but Lucas stopped him and invited him to have dinner with his family. Larry refused, saying that he was not in the mood to sit at the same table with them right now. At that moment, Jack thought that he had made Larry very angry, but his anger would disappear as soon as he saw the box office revenue from the film. And then the day came when Jack held in his hands the necessary founding documents for a film called Home Alone. As soon as Nanosoft released a new operating system, the price of their shares immediately increased. Larry, who had previously been angry with Lucas, now smiled in surprise and said that the $8 million invested in the film would pay off within a few years. This film earned 6 times its cost, and that's just in America. Larry understood that Lucas was now the richest kid in the world. Lucas told Larry that he was already starting high school, and the semester was starting in March. At that moment, the father entered the room. It was clear that he was very dissatisfied. Heinrich said that he was busy, and asked him to quickly explain the essence of the matter. Larry asked him if this unrest was due to the fact that the film created by Heinrich still could not find time for distribution. The father replied that before the new year, all the cinemas were cleared, and last year during the Christmas season this film was a hit, and this year the premiere will be released in Korea. Larry smiled. Is this film really so good that all the cinemas have been cleared and are waiting for the Home Alone film to appear? The father added that this family film is what is needed during the new year. It is already breaking all records for the distribution of comedy films, so there is no place for his film at the box office. My father sadly said that as soon as Home Alone starts showing in all cinemas, they won't even remember about his film. Larry and Lucas looked at each other and listened that this film has some rich investor, but now everything is in such a mess and he doesn't know who he is. Heinrich said that he needed to meet with that guy so that he knew the dates and could adjust. Larry put his hand on Heinrich's shoulder and said that first he should bow to him, because he knows who the distributor of this film is. Heinrich jumped up and shouted. He demanded that he urgently be told the name of this man. Jack called out to his father and told him to start by releasing his film during the holidays. The father looked at his son in surprise, and Larry said that from now on Heinrich should listen carefully to Lucas and do what he says. Then there will definitely be no failure. Larry took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Heinrich. Heinrich tried to understand the contents of the document, and Larry said that you just need to sign and Heinrich will become the owner of the film Home Alone. The son explained to him about the conditions, which stated that only those cinemas that would show Heinrich's film would receive the right to distribute the film. Heinrich did not fully understand what kind of plan came up with Larry and Lucas. He took the documents and, leaving the room, said that he would talk more later. First, he needed to deal with this. When Heinrich came out, Larry openly laughed, calling him a fool because he didn't even ask where they got it from. Jack asked Larry to prepare a list of films that would be shot this year. He wanted to invest another $200 million. Larry replied that maybe once was enough. Perhaps it was just a lucky chance that they turned out to be profitable. Jack asked Larry what percentage of the profits fantasy entertainment employees receive, and Larry replied that it was 22%. Jack calculated something on a piece of paper and showed his calculations to Larry. He looked carefully and said that he would prepare everything and contact Lucas. As Jack watched Larry go, he thought that until he graduated from high school, he needed to focus more on his studies. He lay down on the bed and thought that he had to maintain good academic performance in order to meet the expectations of the chairman of Synthesis Group, his grandfather. Over the next 3 years, he will only choose films that were successful at the box office, but for now he can relax a little. At that moment, my mother looked into the room and asked if they had finished their business. Lucas told his mother that he was free and very hungry. Mom replied that this is exactly what she came for, to call Lucas to dinner. One of the following days, Jack was sitting in the room and saw Dad in a hurry somewhere and looking at his watch. The father happily said that today his film was released in theaters and he personally wanted to check how things were going. Suddenly, he saw articles in newspapers that were lying on the table. All the newspapers attacked the Motors Group company. Jack didn't remember that this happened in 91 and 97. The wave of the financial crisis hit the Motors Group, and the Prestige company absorbed it already in 98. Has the future really changed that much because of Jack's intervention, or is this just a one-time act of criticism of the company? Jack knew that tomorrow they had to go to his grandfather, but he asked his mother to let him go today. Mom replied that she didn't mind letting her son go after breakfast. She hoped that grandfather would like it. Jack asked why his mother did not go to the premiere with his father, to which she replied that if there were no spectators there, she would embarrass his father. It was so long ago that Jack could not remember anything about his father's film, and perhaps that the film did not exist at all. Jack simply gave his father a chance, and how his life will turn out depends only on him. Arriving at his grandfather's house, he was informed that he was receiving guests. Jack said that he would wait for him in the living room. Jack, remembering the articles in today's newspapers and comparing it with the morning meeting at his grandfather's, wondered if they were connected. Jack really wanted to know what kind of discussions were currently going on in the office of the chairman of Synthesis Group. There was actually a lot to listen to. The chairman listened carefully, thought a little, and asked if Philip could intercept Motors Group. Philip replied that, as the chairman said, the best way to achieve second place in the industry, and if they take over the Motors Group, then he will do everything to get first place in the country. Richard said that he was entrusting this matter to him. It was necessary at all costs to get this company within a year. The chairman then added by saying that if he succeeded, Richard would hand over the entire automobile industry to him. Assistant Michael thought that handing over this part of the industry to Philip was tantamount to handing over the entire corporation, had the chairman found a successor. Richard advised Philip not to make mistakes and take care of everything. In addition, he could not attend meetings for now, but spend time completing the assigned task. As Philip left the office, the aide asked the chairman if now was the best time to announce his successor. Richard replied that he was not going to give the Synthes Group to Philip, but only the automotive industry. The chairman then added that by giving away the shares to the automobile industry, there would be no problem in protecting the management right. Michael replied that, naturally, he would have more money now, but he would still be disappointed not to get what he wanted. The chairman said that he noticed how Philip rushed to carry out the assignment. Seeing the light, he thought the same way as the assistant suggested, about complete power over Synthes Group. Jack waited until everyone left the office, leaving the chairman alone, and said that grandfather works even on holidays. Richard replied that there was nothing to be done. Running a company is not easy. But he had already finished everything and was free. Approaching the table, Jack noticed the same newspaper with the same articles and realized that the state of affairs of the Motors Group was discussed at the meeting. Jack then said that he noticed Uncle Philip was in a good mood as he had just left his grandfather's office, to which Richard replied that perhaps it was because of the upcoming holidays. Jack realized that there must be some important information for him, and he told his grandfather that he was curious about something. He noticed a brown folder on the table, on which was written the need to restructure the auto industry and government support measures. His grandfather really behind all this. Jack told the chairman that he had read in the newspapers about the current commotion about the Motors Group, and he thought it was strange. Richard asked why he thought this was strange. Jack replied that when Synthes Group appears in the newspapers, grandfather usually gets angry and asks to find out whose hands it was. The chairman replied that Lucas had clearly noticed this, but newspapers make money by selling their articles. And articles that seem to have nothing to do with money, such as traffic jams, provide information for highway expansion and construction projects. Jack said that companies that build roads would make money from such an article. Grandfather laughed and said that was so. Then Jack asked who benefits from articles about Motors Group. The chairman replied that perhaps this would be beneficial to a competitor who would like to greatly undermine the economy of the Motors Group. Jack said that it might be the Auto Prestige Company, but he thought that perhaps it would benefit Grandpa too. The chairman remained silent, only stroked his grandson on the head. And then Jack realized, the company he started drooling over, who could have known that Richard would target Motors Group first. But as far as Jack remembered, the Motors Group was supposed to be absorbed by the Auto Prestige Company. Would grandfather really fail? The next day, Richard Wilson decided to gather the whole family at his residence. The chairman's son Heinrich and his family were also invited to this dinner. Jack watched the family members. They were probably all eating in silence and wondering why the head of Synthes Group had invited them and gathered them at one table. After some time, Kevin turned to Heinrich and said that he had heard that his film had been released. Heinrich replied that this was indeed the case, and the cinemas were completely sold out at the premiere. He added that this is only the first day, and it is unknown what will happen by the end of the film release. And then the chairman's daughter-in-law turned to Martha, calling her not by name, but simply her brother's wife, and ordered her to bring more soup for her. Martha immediately stood up and was going to fulfill her request. Jack looked at his aunt with hatred. She was already used to communicating with his mother this way, and now she was again giving her instructions. He looked at Heinrich. His father was sitting with his head down, although he was in pain, but he did not dare to make a scandal, and it seemed was also accustomed to such treatment. And at that moment, the chairman handed his plate to his daughter-in-law and menacingly ordered her to bring him a bowl of soup. She asked if he was really addressing her. The chairman became angry and asked if she, being so young, had trouble hearing. The daughter-in-law immediately ran up to the chairman to pour him some soup. Heinrich and Martha looked at the chairman in amazement, and complete silence reigned in the room. Having received more soup, Richard simply dug into the contents of the plate. He did not want to eat. He simply put his daughter in her place. Jack looked at the chairman. He had just officially and publicly recognized his father and mother as part of the entire family. Finally, its members would no longer bother his parents. Of course, Jack was immensely grateful to his grandfather for such an act. But what can you do? He had to stab him in the back in the near future. He quickly finished his plate, left the table, and taking advantage of the fact that the whole family was in the dining room, headed to his grandfather's office. Jack needs to look at the report that was on the chairman's desk yesterday. To stop the chairman from carrying out his plan, Jack needs to find out all the details. He took the folder and sat down on the floor to carefully examine its contents. Jack tried to understand everything that was written in the documents as quickly as possible. because Richard could enter the office at any minute. The next moment, Jack realized that this was not a report on the acquisition strategy of the Motors Group. This was a plan for the need to consolidate the automobile industry and support measures, which is government policy. Jack was beginning to understand that if Auto Prestige absorbed Motors Group, there were concerns about a monopoly in the automobile market, and this method would make his grandfather's company, Wilson Motors, the most suitable buyer. All this said that grandfather was developing a policy that would benefit him and would present all these documents to the government, which would implement this policy. Jack understood that then he would not be able to use it, and he did not know what to do next. The next second, he heard footsteps in the corridor, which were quickly approaching the office. There was nowhere to run. The chairman was already standing in front of his grandson, who was sitting on the floor, and was interested in what he was doing here. Jack sat in front of Richard, and documents from his folder were treacherously scattered on the floor. He felt like a complete fool, and if he said something wrong now, the trust his grandfather had built over the years would be lost in an instant. Jack decided that in this situation it was better to tell the truth, distorting it a little. It would be better than a ridiculous lie. He made a guilty face and replied that he was just curious. It was clear that the chairman was angry. He asked what exactly interested Lucas in his documents. Jack replied that after reading articles about the Motors Group at home and coming to his grandfather and seeing this folder on the table, he decided that it was all somehow connected. He apologized to his grandfather for looking at them without permission. The chairman was silent, and Jack waited to see how Richard would react to his words, because this is the head of Synthesis Group, and he should have liked his grandson's excuse. Richard said that Lucas is so small, but he is already interested in the economic situation by reading newspaper articles. Grandfather praised Lucas for his eagerness to find answers to his questions by trying to use relevant materials. When asked by the chairman whether Lucas had satisfied his curiosity, Jack replied that he had looked just a little and had not yet understood anything. Richard replied that he was sorry that his grandson did not have time to find the answers he needed. But from now on, he should not enter the office without his grandfather's permission. Jack apologized again and put the folder on the table. He managed to resolve this situation, but the future is a problem. Leaving the chairman's office, Jack realized that he thought that in the folder with documents, he would find a plan for the acquisition of Motors Group. But it turned out that this is not so. We need to find another way to change this situation. Jack needed to confront not his grandfather, but the government. This means that it is necessary to ensure that the government is not interested in the presented Synthesis Group project regarding the automotive industry. A few days later, Richard received information that the chairman of the auto concern company, Claude Johnson, had bought the land in advance, and the politicians had received bribes. The chairman's assistant advised that for now we should refrain from contacts with the Blue House and postpone the purchase of shares in Motors Group. Richard was angry that the government had told him not to speculate on land, and he agreed with Michael that he should abandon his plan. Jack was drinking juice and thought that it would take some time for chaos to begin, but the information he posted anonymously in the media would attract public attention. This was enough for the government to reject the proposal of the chairman of Synthesis Group. Of course, the political circles will be shaken for a while. They will not have time to worry about anything else. But the most important thing is that Jack managed to save the Motors Group. Larry Baker was sitting in his office working with some documents when Jack walked in on him. He invited Larry to leave Invest Group and join Fantasy Entertainment. Larry replied that Lucas makes decisions on his own that have positive results, and he does not see the point of moving to Lucas's company, although he has 2% of the shares in it. Jack suggested that Larry create a branch in Korea, leave some of the funds there and manage them. Larry continued to work and did not want to discuss this issue. Jack said that he knew about a secret fund that Richard entrusted to Lucas, considering him very capable. Larry looked at Lucas in surprise. Is it possible that the chairman shares such things with this child, and Lucas receives important information from his grandfather? And Jack continued, saying that he would only take the money that he invested in the bill market, and Larry could manage his grandfather's fund and the rest of the money. Larry immediately looked up from his papers and asked if Lucas was really going to take money out of the bill market. Jack responded positively and added that he plans to do it next year. Then Larry could not stand it and jumped up, shouting that Lucas had gone crazy, because bill market is a golden duck that brings high profits every day. The decision to sell shares that have never fallen since entering the stock exchange is the height of madness. Lucas replied that they would talk about the shares later, but now he asked for his answer to his proposal. Larry got up from the table and went to the window. Now he considered Lucas a disgusting kid. After a minute, Larry turned to Lucas and replied that he had something to finish, and they would talk about it later. Jack thought that he would accept any conditions. He now needed an adult like Larry, who did not treat him like a child. In addition, he is smart and experienced. Most importantly, he has a career that is unmatched in the world. Until Jack became an adult, Larry was the only person who could replace him. Larry asked what Lucas was going to spend the money from the bill market on. Jack gave a simple and clear answer. He wants to invest it in Japan. Larry was angry again, he said. Lucas reads newspapers and knows what the greatest crisis Japan is facing. To which Jack replied that the best opportunities always come in the greatest crisis, and Larry knows this. Larry said that this is what successful people say, and only 1 in a million can take advantage of an opportunity in a crisis. Everyone else simply perishes. Jack told Larry not to rule out the possibility that Lucas was the man in a million. Philip called his son to him and asked him how his meeting with his grandfather went. The son replied that his grandfather advised him to go to Europe and stay there until he was 30. Philip asked if his son had flared up after such words from his grandfather. The guy replied that he was no longer an idiot. He simply said that he would try hard and left his grandfather's office. One day, Philip decided to gather the children together and discuss very important issues regarding their future. Now that they were adults, he told them to remember his words. Grandfather would definitely watch their every move. If unpleasant rumors reach him, this will definitely affect not only themselves, but also other people. Philip then turned to his eldest daughter, saying that as soon as she graduated from university, he would introduce her to a decent guy. She would have to get married. Rosalina decided to object that now no one gets married immediately after university unless after a few years. Philip answered sharply. All they did was be born with the blood of their grandfather. Thanks to this, they can live in such prosperity and well-being. And if it comes to the grandfather's mind to abandon them, then they will no longer be able to enjoy half of how they live now. The son replied that he did not fully understand where his father was going with this conversation. Philip replied, "Haven't they noticed how their grandfather has changed lately? And now his favor is focused on their younger uncle Heinrich and cousin Lucas." The son agreed that his grandfather was kind to Lucas, but he was not the person to change his attitude towards his son just for the sake of his grandson. Philip said he had heard that despite his busy schedule, their grandfather found time to watch a film made by his son Heinrich. After a short silence, Philip invited the children to draw their own conclusions and compare how their grandfather treated them and how he treated Lucas. Then he reminded them of their grandfather's age, and no one knows how much longer he has left. Philip ordered the children to visit the chairman's house more often and not create problems for him, and when Cyntha's group falls into his hands, they will be able to behave as they please. He said that the conversation was over, and the children obediently left their father's office. Philip recalled that last year he was supposed to get the Motors Group. Since then, the remaining problems were resolved by his father without his knowledge, and the unresolved issues of the new branches, which Philip was dealing with, were resolved personally by his father. There were rumors within the company that the succession structure would change. Branch directors began to argue with Philip more often and report to the chairman about his actions. Philip was clearly aware that Richard Wilson had changed a lot, and he was vaguely aware of the reason. And the nephew, who was never perceived as a threat, is now turning the whole house upside down. Philip understood that in such a situation, even if the children work hard, they will not be able to become owners of Cyntha's Group. Fantasy Entertainment Company established a company in Korea, and Larry Baker was appointed as a representative of both companies. Jack didn't feel much change in their relationship, but Larry stopped immediately objecting when Jack expressed his opinion. He began to listen more, and when Jack expressed his opinion, which was different from Larry's, he objected reasonably based on data. Larry sat opposite Jack and advised him not on part, but on all of the bill market stocks. Jack replied that they received a profit of 100 times more than their investment. This is quite enough, and there is no reason to be greedy. Larry took documents out of his briefcase and, putting them on the table, said that this is information about a company in which he can invest. But he is not entirely sure. Starting to look through the documents, Jack said that last year they had quite a profit, and this is a large and well-established company. Larry explained that they are developing IT technologies, and as this area grows, so does the company. Jack, seeing the name of the company, Power Group, had already identified a company for investment, but out of respect for Larry, asked to prepare a list. Larry replied that he would do everything he could not even imagine that they would choose the same company. Jack asked Larry what he meant when he said he wasn't entirely sure about the company he'd chosen. Larry replied that this is a stable company and is unlikely to need investment, and its founder is a third-generation Japanese-Korean. Jack knew that the third-generation Japanese-Korean was Mr. Kim, the man who wrote myths about success. Jack asked Larry if they planned to go public, to which Larry replied that there was no information about this. Jack decided that there was still a chance. He had only seen a few articles about the internet, so he did not know the exact timing. Jack remembered his grandfather's words that everything in the world has its price. However, the price is individual for each person, and if the conditions are right, they will sell anything. Larry asked Jack how much money he was willing to give in the end, and Jack replied that he would like to hear it from Larry. Larry offered to pay 5 times more for the shares than their nominal price with such data. After the shares were listed on the stock exchange, the profit could be 30%. Jack replied that he was not sure that the company would be interested in such an offer. Larry said that this is why he doubts it, because there are many investors who are ready to offer the same conditions. Jack replied that in this case, it is necessary to offer not 5, but 10 times more, and in case of competition, raise it to 50. Larry wanted to object harshly, but the next second he covered his mouth with his hand to remain silent. Jack told Larry that the Bill Market company has already grown 100 times. Why can't this happen with Power Group? Larry replied that Power Group is not a manufacturer like Bill Market. It is just a distributor. They can lose money. It is like gambling. Jack replied that they could not leave their opponents in the game and leave themselves. There is no poker in which you can play alone. You just need to wait until the end. Larry smiled and said that since Lucas had such deep knowledge and luck in gambling, he should try to join this game. He added that Lucas must remember that more often than not, the end of such games is ruin, but he will raise the stakes. Jack replied that this would be the last time until he became an adult. A few days later, there was a package of documents on Jack's desk. Larry purchased 5 million shares of the Power Group company, paying for each 35 times its original cost. Larry said that now all that remains is to wait and hope for Lucas's luck, to which the guy replied that everything will be fine. While Jack was opening his juice, Larry asked if he had changed his mind about selling all the Bill Market shares. Jack handed a jar of juice to Larry and replied that they had already increased their investment 100 times and there was no point in holding on to it. They needed to buy more shares with the money from the sale of Bill Market. Opening the second bottle of juice, Jack announced that he was starting high school next year and would have to focus on his studies. Larry praised him for his diligence and asked if Jack intended to enroll in the future to study business administration and economics. Jack replied that he wanted to go to law school. He explained that his grandfather is the best entrepreneur in Korea, and Larry studied economics in England. Both are nearby, so why does he need a university? Larry asked in surprise if Lucas was really going to become a judge in the future. Jack replied that he just wanted to show that Wilson, the third generation, was good at school. Because until now, students at the prestigious university from wealthy families were not good enough to get into law school. Jack was sitting in his grandfather's living room drinking tea when the chairman asked if Lucas had chosen a school to attend for his senior year. Jack replied that he would go to a regular school. He did not need to study abroad. The grandfather criticized Henry for not caring about his son's future and added that he would find out about a prestigious school in Switzerland. But Jack objected, saying that he would study at the local university. Jack explained that the most points required are for the faculties of law and medicine, and since Lucas is more of a humanities student, he chooses the first. The chairman excitedly asked if his grandson was going to become a judge or prosecutor, and Lucas laughed and replied that he would be a businessman and corporate owner. Grandfather asked why then enroll in law school. Jack replied that few rich children went to law school at a prestigious university in Seoul, and his grandfather would be proud of him. Richard remembered how proud the president of Prestige was at the meeting of large corporations. It was a day when one of the main topics was the admission of his eldest grandson to that same university. But Richard knew what tricks he had resorted to. According to rumors, not only the Secretariat, but also a dozen correspondents from the university and the Ministry of Economics were mobilized for admission. The faculty where it was required to score the fewest points was chosen. It was either the faculty of philosophy or history. If this was an honest admission, then his grandson would not be able to score points even for these faculties. But law school is a completely different matter. All that remained was to recognize a person's mental abilities. And now Lucas wants to prove that he is one of those capable people, just so that his grandfather can be proud of his grandson. There were many people who brought riches to Richard, but no one brought him happiness. And now the youngest Wilson makes him happy. The chairman said that if Lucas enters this university at the most prestigious faculty, he will buy his grandson everything he wants. Jack thought that Richard should remember his promise because he didn't want some foreign car. He wanted the power of the chairman of Synthis Group. In '94, the shares of the Power Group company became public, and the price per share was the highest on the stock exchange. Mr. Kim, the president of the company, announced that he is going to implement the takeover of one of the companies, but is still making a suitable choice. By this time, Jack's investment of $230 million had turned into $850 million, generating a profit of $620 million. The game worked because Jack managed to get out of the game in time before the Power Group's financial bubble burst, and he devoted all 3 years to his studies. He invested in Hollywood films as a hobby from time to time. Lucas's brother Jimmy graduated from school without major incident, and since he did not have enough credits to get into a decent university, he was sent to America to study. Jimmy received little attention from his family and no expectations were placed on him. And now all attention was focused on Lucas, the only Wilson High School student. Some people watched his grades with curiosity. Only his parents and grandfather looked at him with hope. The chairman was bragging to someone on the phone that his youngest grandson was ranked 39th in the country in the natural sciences, and in 10th place in the humanities. The official results at the university had not yet been announced, and the grandfather had already received a note with his grandson's scores. Richard flipped through the address book on his phone and thought about who else could boast about his grandson's successes. The chairman invited the head of the PR group into the office, showed him a note, and ordered him to quietly leak this information to the media. The manager inquired about the purpose of this assignment, to which Richard replied that everyone thinks that managers use money and power to ensure that their children study in prestigious institutions. And now photographers and reporters will know that Wilson Jr. achieved everything on his own, without the financial support of the chairman of Synthesis Group. And this idea worked out in Heinrich's house. There was always a large number of reporters who constantly followed the life and successes of Lucas. Throughout the year, Jack prepared with teachers individually for each subject. The money spent on teachers would be enough to pay the salaries of these journalists for 10 years in advance. Reporters were discussing that Lucas was only 6 points short of first place, which now belonged to a student from Jeju Island. Jack told them that they could go to this island and do a report there, and just write about it what grandfather would like. Jack added that grandfather would be pleased to know that Lucas studied mainly from textbooks, and all sorts of reference books helped him. On January 1st, 1997, the chairman gave a big reception in one of his own hotels. Everyone who talked to Richard noticed that he was in high spirits. Jack was also among those invited. He perfectly noticed that most of the attention of those around him was focused on him. Kevin approached him and decided to congratulate him on a good interview. He named Jack as a future prosecutor and added that in the future he plans to entrust him with the transfer of inheritance. Jack replied that he did not intend to be a prosecutor, but to become a corporate mergers and acquisitions lawyer. Kevin asked in surprise where Lucas got such confidence, and Jack replied that his grandfather decided so. It was hard not to notice Kevin's smile, who was glad that his grandfather saw Lucas only as a lawyer and not as the head of Synthesis Group. Kevin asked what Lucas himself thought, whether he wanted to become a lawyer himself. Jack understood that the most useful of the relatives was his cousin, who had a good head and got a good score in the national examinations. Jack could become his competitor in the future, but now he specifically said that his grandfather sees him only as a lawyer. Now, having calmed down, Kevin wanted to make him his ally. Kevin listened to the fact that Jack is not interested in the judicial chair. He needs to apply first, and then we'll see. Kevin agreed with Jack that this is a matter of the future. He just finished school, and there is no need to make decisions now. He finally calmed down and added that as soon as he got tired of delving into the codes of laws, Kevin would give him one of the convenient places in Synthesis Group. Kevin added that he would make his little nerd brother happy and asked Jack to stick around after the event was over. Jack listened as Kevin taught him how good the world was and how pleasant life was. Jack watched Kevin retreat and thought that everything was right. Let him enjoy life and this wonderful world, because in the future he will only have memories from all this. At that moment, Caroline and her husband approached him and said that it would be wonderful if their children studied as well as Lucas, and her husband Oliver added that if there were questions about their studies, Lucas could safely contact him. Jack asked if Oliver had graduated from a prestigious university or had accumulated a large number of points to offer his services, but he replied that he only meant to practice in justice. Caroline added that Lucas could take his uncle as a tutor because he failed in the elections and is not doing anything now. Jack was well aware of Oliver's failure when he took money from Carolina's department store without his grandfather's knowledge, but it wasn't enough to run for Seoul District. Jack saw Caroline's anger at the failure of the boundary and decided to ask Oliver if he was going to run next time. He replied that he was not allowed to stop at the second convocation of the congressman, and he must get into the National Assembly and the Cabinet of Ministers. Jack replied, Oliver should definitely try next year, and besides, Grandpa's in a good mood for this. He added that if they want and are not against it, Lucas will help them and finance the electoral process. Oliver exclaimed joyfully, and Caroline clapped her hands and said that Lucas was very kind and smart. Jack said that even if Grandfather refuses to finance them, he will do it himself, because now Oliver is his teacher. But Oliver asked how Lucas was going to finance it. Lucas reminded him that he had sold the ranch given by his grandfather and put the money in the bank. A lot of interest had accrued on the untouched savings. It was beneficial for Jack that Oliver would get into the National Assembly, because then he would start luring congressmen to his side. Jack, as promised to Kevin, stayed with him after the event and was now sitting next to him in the car. When he asked where they were going, Kevin replied that his uncle wanted to have a drink with him. Getting out of the car, Jack saw a huge house, and Kevin explained that only friends and cousins gather here from time to time. His father almost never comes here. He added that Lucas can also come here whenever he wants. It's quiet and nice here. This villa belonged to Philip Wilson, vice chairman of Synthesis Group, and Jack could not even imagine that he would end up here in this way. The butler ran out of the house to meet Kevin. Kevin asked if those whom he had invited today had arrived. The out-of-breath butler reported that Miss Angelina suddenly had a night shoot and said that she could not come today. Jack understood who he was talking about. Angelina, the actress of the drama, who is now breaking all records for the highest ratings. Kevin got angry, hit the butler, and asked if he didn't say that today was a very important day. Kevin kicked the butler and said that he should have dragged her here by the hair or kidnapped her, but he would definitely bring her. He yelled that if he performed his duties so negligently, it was unlikely that he would receive his next salary. Jack decided to intervene and said that they only came here for this. If Kevin is in a bad mood, then they can just go home. Kevin left the butler alone and said that he had forgotten that Lucas had a good character. And besides, today Lucas is the main hero. He told the butler to leave and added that he was only lucky because Lucas intervened. The butler was already getting into the car and about to leave the house when Lucas called out to him. Jack told him that he would not stay here for long and asked him to wait and take him back. Kevin tried to persuade Lucas to stay until tomorrow and have a blast and then go home together. But Jack replied that he would not stay here for long. Today he was very tired of all the guests who approached him at the party. Suddenly Jack thought that now there was an opportunity that he had never even thought of, so there was no time to waste here. Entering the house, Jack looked with interest at assistant Kevin, who was sitting in the car. He needed to make him his man. Jack and Kevin entered a room with a variety of alcoholic drinks on the table. Kevin suggested they make themselves at home. Kevin took the bottle, opened it, and said that they were starting with light drinks, beer. Jack took a full glass of beer and drank it in one gulp. Then, without pouring into the glass, he took the whole bottle. Kevin chuckled and said that Lucas was a great drinker and probably knew alcohol etiquette. Jack, pouring beer into Kevin's glass, decided to ask him for advice. He hoped that he would like it. Jack put down the bottle and asked Kevin what he thought would be better for Lucas to become, a prosecutor or a lawyer. After emptying another glass, Kevin replied that his grandfather and his father already had similar people with legal degrees. But they are all strangers, and Kevin and Lucas are brothers, although they are cousins. He said that after living in Europe, he realized that no matter how loyal his subordinates may seem, the truth is that they are not, and everyone thinks about their own. Jack thought, Kevin does the same thing and also blames others because of his distrustful personality. Kevin continued. He was well aware that there was a deep gap between those who give and those who receive money, which is difficult to bridge, but cronyism is a different matter. The relationship with my brother is not a take-and-give relationship, but a sharing of finances. Jack drank beer and thought that the real Lucas might have believed this nonsense. But not Jack. Kevin was not going to share anything with anyone, and even sent his little brother Martin to prison. Kevin decided to answer Lucas's question. Who should he become? He said that he doesn't care whether his brother becomes a judge or a prosecutor. He added that Lucas just needs to always be there, and then he will make him the second person in the Synthesis Group company. Kevin said that Lucas is the only one among the brothers who behaves like a person. The rest are useless. They will not have the opportunity to run the company even when they grow up. He saw great potential in Lucas and therefore invites him to join him. Jack wondered if Kevin really believed him that much and wanted to make him his right-hand man, or if this was just a test of him. At that moment, two pleasantly beautiful girls appeared at the door laughing. One of them cheerfully told Kevin that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jack often saw the faces of these famous girls in dramas and various music programs. When one of the girls said it was their first time seeing a new guest, Kevin liked that they showed interest in Lucas and flirted with him. Jack had to disappoint this company by saying that he was tired of the party today and was leaving. He clearly saw that Kevin was not happy with his brother leaving, but he only said that they would see each other later. Jack walked out onto the porch of the house and sighed with relief. It was the first time he'd tried alcohol in Lucas's body and he'd gotten drunk straight away. But now that he'd gotten some fresh air, he felt better. Jack walked up to the car and saw Kevin's assistant dozing. He knocked softly on the closed window to wake him up. Getting into the car, he apologized for keeping himself waiting for a long time, and the assistant replied that Lucas could have sat in the back. It was more comfortable there. Jack replied that he was not his boss, so the seat in the back was uncomfortable for him. The car had left the grounds of Philip Wilson's country house and was now racing along the highway in the direction of Lucas's house. Jack decided to start a conversation and asked if the assistant really worked in the strategic office of the Synthesis Group company. The man looked at the road but was surprised to ask how Lucas knew about this. Jack replied that he often communicates with his grandfather, the chairman of the company, and knows that the strategy department is divided into two parts. The first consists of talented workers graduated from prestigious universities who develop strategic plans. The second consisted of people from second-rate educational institutions who were at the beck and call of immature idiots and cleaned up their shit. Jack said that based on what Kevin's assistant does, he might be in the second group. The man squeezed the steering wheel of the car with force. He felt shame, contempt, and disgrace. But when Jack said that he was luckier than the employees from the first group, the assistant looked at Lucas with bewilderment and incomprehension. Richard Wilson is already 80 after his death. Lucas will have 3 uncles and an aunt who will begin to tear Cyntha's group apart. And Vice Chairman Philip will smear his sword and try to monopolize the company. Then he will be able to sell the family secrets that are known to the assistant for huge amounts of money. The assistant got angry and said that it was all nonsense. He didn't understand what Lucas was trying to say. Jack decided that there was no point in saying anything else. He just closed his eyes and asked them to wake him up when they arrived at Lucas's house. In 1997, the company Stalinvest, which built the steel mill, went bankrupt and burst like a soap bubble, and the battle of animals began, aimed at the mortally wounded prey. In this regard, the chairman of Cyntha's group called an urgent meeting and, having familiarized himself with the sale price of the collapsed enterprise, asked whether this was the correct price. Richard Wilson's vice chairman and eldest son, Philip Wilson, replied that it was. Richard suggested that the Prestige company would also want to get Stalinvest, offering the same amount as Cyntha's group. And since Prestige has already accumulated experience in the field of steel, it will probably get more votes during the purchase than their company. The chairman asked those present how much, in their opinion, could be offered to buy out the Stalinvest company. But everyone was silent. Kevin dared to speak out first and offered an amount slightly less than $2 trillion. Seeing the questioning look of the chairman, he explained that this is the maximum amount that the Cyntha's group company can offer. Richard said that then the Prestige company would win, to which Kevin replied that this is not something for which it is worth taking out a loan and turning the purchase of a company into a struggle for money. The chairman decided to object and said that the sale of Stalinvest is taking place at an open auction, since Kevin is going to fight, if not with money. Kevin considered it necessary to emphasize the fact that in the event of the acquisition of Stalinvest, the Cyntha's group company will undergo an increase in operational efficiency and the development of a new industry. The chairman ordered to study this issue and prepare an appropriate report so that after taking possession of the acquired company, the judges would be impressed. Richard appointed Vice Chairman Philip to be responsible for this process and gave him a period of 1 week. The chairman then asked those present if there would be any other proposals besides what Kevin had voiced. And suddenly he heard an amount that was not much, but exceeded the cost of selling the company Stalinvest. Richard looked carefully at the head of one of his companies and asked him to justify the announced amount. Barry Barton replied that it makes no difference to creditors who acquires this company, and the government will give its approval in any case. Richard said that if Barry offered such an amount, then where to get the missing part to what Kevin offered, to which he replied that their land intended for the construction of residential buildings could be mortgaged. The chairman replied that it was impossible to build and sell apartments on the mortgaged land, besides how he was going to return this amount received from the mortgage. Barton responded that he could figure it out during construction, and the chairman shouldn't worry about it. Richard assumed that if Barry acted illegally, he would take full responsibility, and the chairman would have nothing to do with it. He grinned and said it looked like Barry had privatized a lot of his money if he spoke so confidently about it. Soon the chairman had information about the amount Prestige was offering for the purchase of Stalinvest. It was more than Kevin's amount, but less than the amount offered by Barton. Philip stood in front of his father and asked if he was really going to spend the amount that Barry Barton had announced. He warned the chairman that their company's fund management would be disrupted for some time. Richard looked at his grandson and asked what Lucas thought. Was there really any other way but money? Jack really wanted to know what was in the head of this insidious man, and he asked for a hint. The chairman said that when a person sells a tree, he wants it to go into the hands of someone who has taken good care of it and raised it, and not someone who will cut it down and sell it as firewood. Philip interrupted their conversation and asked if the chairman really assumed that the company Prestige was buying Stalinvest for subsequent resale. Richard replied that no matter what the chairman of Prestige wants to do, it should be taken care of by the person who grew and sold the tree. He looked at his grandson and asked if such a hint was enough for him. Jack responded that once Prestige took over, it would build and sell apartments on the Stalinvest land and then sell the steel mill's equipment to foreign countries. In this situation, Stalinvest will completely disappear. And if Cyntha's group acquires this company and joins the Steel group, it will do everything possible to revive and preserve Stalinvest. Grandfather smiled and replied that perhaps he had given too easy a clue. Jack will think about whether this will work, because Prestige has quite strong connections. Even if their goal is to resell, there will be many people who will support Prestige's decision. Jack looked at the chairman and asked how much Grandfather plans to finance to get the Stalinvest company. Hearing the amount that the chairman named, Philip was horrified, and said that this was unthinkably more than what they had planned and what Prestige could offer. Richard replied that he would give more if he had such an amount. You need to distribute the fish bait correctly for the fishing to be successful. And then Jack came up with a brilliant idea. He needed to involve the media. By using the press and broadcasting, it is possible to put pressure on the judges by saying that the metallurgy industry, which is an important industry in the country, must be saved and preserved. Jack remembered the chairman's words. He told Lucas to keep his eyes open and look closely at what his grandfather was doing, and how to use the civil servants he has cultivated over the past few decades. The chairman checked with Lucas about tomorrow's commencement ceremony, and said that he had already contacted the principal and dean of the university. He gave Lucas useful advice. Sometimes have a drink with useful people, and make sure that later they can help him if necessary. The chairman then added that there was a person waiting for Lucas outside who would henceforth carry out his receipts. The grandson thanked his grandfather and went outside. Jack saw a car parked near the porch and a tall, dark-haired young man who bowed politely when he saw Lucas. He handed over his business card and introduced himself as Thomas Grieg, assistant head of the strategic group department. Thomas walked up to the car, opened the rear passenger door, and said he would take Lucas home. A few minutes into the ride, Jack asked Thomas if Philip Wilson had hired him. Thomas replied that he was working on the orders of the personal assistant to the chairman of Synthesis Group. Jack knew this man. He was his grandfather's close assistant who served him until the very end. When Jack asked who Thomas would send reports to, the head of the strategy department or his grandfather, he was surprised. Jack continued, he said that Thomas wasn't tasked with reporting Lucas's every move, because it was a known fact. Thomas replied that he would inform grandfather's close aide personally, and then asked if there was anything Thomas needed to be more careful with. Jack replied that Thomas should report everything as it is. Now it is his job, and he needs to follow the orders of the boss. One of the following days, Jack invited Laurie and stated that they would also participate in the takeover of the Stalinvest company, but Laurie replied that they could not handle it. Even if he succeeds in winning her, Lucas will not take over her management, and in any case, he will have to break everything down and sell it, and there is no time for that now. Jack replied that he did not say that he wanted to take over the Stalinvest company. He would just heat up the takeover battle a little. Larry replied that he did not know what Lucas was up to, but this was a confrontation between Synthesis Group and Stalinvest, and they should not interfere. And Jack replied that he would just help his grandfather a little, and Synthesis Group would definitely receive Stalinvest. Larry said that since the shareholder wants it that way, the hired boss has no choice but to comply. Information leaked to the media that the Fantasy Entertainment Company had also entered the race to take over the Stalinvest company. In connection with this, Larry, as CEO, gave an interview on television. He stated that many companies appear and disappear. Stalinvest is only one of them. There is no obligation to keep it forever. Larry said that they have determined the exact price of Stalinvest and are confident in its acquisition. Journalists asked what they were going to do with the company if they won the auction. Larry replied that Fantasy Entertainment is an investment company, not managers, and the steel mill will be given to whoever wants to take it, and their land will be sold to a construction company. And then one of the journalists said that Larry's words sounded like speculation. Larry replied that he would not call it speculation. The important thing is that the bank, which is the lender to Stalinvest, must itself select the bidder who offers the highest value. After watching Larry's interview, Philip did not understand why the Fantasy Entertainment Company got involved in this race, and invited him to join him. Upon entering the office, Larry openly expressed his dissatisfaction with being disturbed while he was busy. Philip got mad and shouted, "Don't they know who they are trying to interfere with?" Larry calmly advised that Philip watch the interview again and calm down. He added that this idea came to him after he found out that it was Lucas who wanted to help his grandfather in this way. Lucas explained that Synthesis Group will only benefit, despite the fact that it will have to spend more money. Larry headed for the exit, saying that he was expected at the shareholders' meeting. This information about Lucas's actions was big news for Philip. Fantasy Entertainment was a competitor who intervened, but Larry understood the intentions of the chairman of Synthesis Group, which means this should play a solid role in strengthening public opinion. Philip sat down on the sofa and closed his eyes. He considered himself an undiscerning fool, and then his phone rang. It was Richard who called. He also watched the interview, and now said that there is no need to be angry at this. This whole situation will become a good fire. Philip replied that he had just spoken with Larry and his intentions were just firewood. He added that it was a collaboration that Lucas created to help the chairman win the bidding. Richard asked in surprise whether his grandson Lucas had come up with this to help his grandfather. While the idiot descendants are busy taking the chairman's money, his grandson creates an investment company to help his grandfather. Philip said that he is now working to ensure that articles criticizing Fantasy Entertainment appear in the media tomorrow. He added that he would send his people to the discussion programs of each television company, and be sure to mention the Prestige company there. This company has already taken over enough steel mills, and the takeover of Steel Invest will be seen as a desire for its land. Their hidden goal will be to build apartments there for sale. The rating will decrease. Their offer will be rejected. Richard replied that it was difficult to compete with the Prestige company from the very beginning, But Lucas and Larry opened the doors and gave Cyntha's group a chance. One of the following days, Jack was already approaching the doors of the university, where the welcoming ceremony for freshmen was taking place. Jack entered a large spacious hall and saw a large number of students and tables set with a variety of dishes and drinks. But as soon as he appeared on the threshold, all eyes immediately turned in his direction. Jack walked into the hall and sat down on the edge of the table. He wondered how Lucas would feel now, being here, whether he was comfortable with this attention from others. A few minutes later, professors and teachers appeared on stage. They welcomed the new students and invited them to get to know each other. One of the guys stood up and said that he came from the village. The second replied that he was going to defend the law for the sake of the future of the country. One of the teachers said that it is very good that most of the students are from the provinces, and this is not a world where children from rich families monopolize prestigious universities. At some point, it was Jack's turn, and the guy sitting next to him handed him the microphone. Most of the students turned in his direction. They were very interested in listening to the student's speech. Jack stood up and asked permission to take a little more time than the other students. The rector responded positively, saying that everyone can speak at their own discretion. Jack said that most people here know who he is. His name is Lucas, and he was born into a wealthy family, and he is proud to be here now. Someone smiled, someone looked with passion, but everyone understood one thing: there was no way to get here using even a large amount of money. Jack continued. He said that he understood that making friends with teachers and students would not be so easy, but if he gave each of those present small gifts, wouldn't it be considered a bribe? The rector replied that the bribe must carry some price, and the students at the moment can give him their warm relationship in return. Jack asked if he gave expensive gifts to teachers, would it be considered a bribe? One of the teachers laughed and replied, "It's a pity, but this is already a bribe." At that moment, Jack's assistants wheeled carts filled with many boxes into the hall. Jack adopted this talent for buying favor with gifts from his grandfather. One by one, the students received gifts and opened the boxes. These were the latest model laptops. Jack put down the microphone. Everyone was busy with gifts and did not listen to what the characteristics of the laptops were. A few days earlier, Jack was sitting in the office of the chairman, who was surprised by his grandson's decision to give expensive gifts to university students. Jack replied that he had calculated everything. For 200 laptops, he would pay a little more than $2,000. He told his grandfather that this was the only way to ingratiate himself with the students and win them over to his side. Jack said that this would also be an advertisement. The chairman asked the grandson to explain how the distribution of laptops to students could be related to advertising. Jack replied that if not only office workers or teachers had expensive laptops, then this would raise the prestige of the university in the eyes of the public. Richard sipped his tea and listened as Lucas suggested that they next launch a special event with discounts for students and film an advert with the university in the background. Noticing his grandfather's silence, Jack said that if he was sorry for the money for all this, then he was able to pay all the expenses himself. Richard replied that he was just wondering why there were only 200 laptops when there were 400 freshmen enrolled. Jack replied that only half of the students were at the welcome party and he was only going to give gifts to them. He saw the question in the grandfather's eyes and explained that those who were present and those who were not cannot be the same. The reward will make it clear that only those who follow him can receive it. Richard laughed and said a proverb: "A carrot is much more effective than a stick in making a horse walk." The freshmen looked at their gifts, completely forgetting about food and drinks. At that moment, Thomas approached Jack and handed him a note. Jack unfolded a piece of paper. It was a list of those who refused his gift. Jack thought that either these students were stupid or they wanted something more. In any case, he needed to take a closer look at them. Since that day, the atmosphere at the university has changed a lot. Not only first-year students, but also seniors greeted him. Jack walked into the classroom, and one of his classmates said that the laptop was just great. It was suitable not only for studying, but also for games. In response, Jack decided to joke, saying that this was a hidden goal to distract students from studying. The students who did not receive gifts stayed away from Jack and looked in his direction with contempt. He thought of giving out more gifts in May at the festival. In the hall of the first floor of the university, one of the students was standing near the drink machine. Jack came closer to him. This was one of those students who refused his gifts. He decided to talk to the guy and asked why he didn't take the laptop. Maybe he just forgot. The student angrily replied that he did not need handouts from the rich major. Jack replied that he had no intention and thought that it must be his pride. The student replied that he knew that Lucas was from a wealthy family in the third generation and would not be surprised if he gave money to students. Jack replied that maybe then the guy wouldn't refuse if Lucas bought him a plate of rice or coffee from this machine in the cafeteria. The student was furious. He was angry that Lucas could equate a plate of rice with a laptop, to which Jack replied that for him it was the same thing. He listened to the guy's screams and thought he was funny and his pride was misplaced. Jack told him that what the guy considers to be tens, hundreds, and thousands, Lucas considers to be millions and billions. Everything that costs less than 100 million is just pocket money for him. A laptop or a cup of coffee is the same thing. Jack thought, even if this is too much, but if you're going to crush him, then you need to do it for sure, so that in the future he cannot even look in his direction. Jack said that if he treats a student in the cafeteria, he will thank him and eat it. If he finds a coin on the street, he will pick it up, and at that moment, pride disappears somewhere. But when he is offered an expensive gift, pride comes from somewhere. Finally, Jack said that it was very stupid to have such pride, and leaving the student in bewilderment, he left. Jack was sitting in the university park when a student approached him and said that it was definitely a bribe. This guy was also on the reject list, and Jack asked why he thought that. The student sat down next to him and said that a bribe is something that is given in advance, but doing someone a favor and receiving gratitude for it is a gift. Jack objected, saying that the guy was not a government employee and Lucas didn't need anything from him. But the guy stood his ground and said that a bribe is always given. Before asking for something, it often happens when it is given several years in advance. The student said that in a few years he will become a prosecutor. It turns out that this is a bribe. He then asked if it was his grandfather who put him up to it. Jack replied that his grandfather had nothing to do with it. Perhaps he taught it to Lucas's older cousins. Then the student said that since his grandfather does not share his experience with him, it means that Lucas is the most backward in their family. Jack decided to agree with him and added that his father was also removed from business, and he was simply involved in the production of the film. Then the guy said that Lucas was only technically the third-generation heir, and Jack replied that he was. Here the student scratched his head and said in disappointment that he should have accepted his gift. The guy asked if Lucas could give him the laptop now, and Jack thought it was funny. Jack asked the student if maybe he also passed the entrance exam the first time. It was clear that this hurt the student very much, and Jack said if he gave him a laptop, then maybe the guy would forgive him. The student replied that he was forgiving for the first time, but got up and walked away. Surprised that the guy again refused the gift, Jack asked him how old he was. The student told him to shut up and made an obscene middle finger gesture. Jack was sitting in the classroom before the start of classes, and his gaze fell on one of the students who studied with him in the same group. A student sitting next to her noticed this and said that her name was Olivia, the most beautiful girl in the university. Jack couldn't take his eyes off her. She really was a very sweet girl. The student advised Lucas not to interfere with her and leave this chance to others. He said that Lucas is from a wealthy third-generation family and can even afford to date celebrities. Jack said that he didn't see her at the welcome ceremony, and the student replied that she was there, but not for long. Olivia left before the gifts began to be handed out. Jack plucked up his courage, stood up from his seat, and walked over to Olivia. The girl asked what he had to do with her, and apparently she knew who Lucas was. Jack asked why she didn't take the laptop that he gave at the ceremony. He asked to voice the reason. Olivia was a little confused, but decided to answer honestly that she didn't know how to use it. She was apparently ashamed of this, but she answered whether there was any point in taking something that you couldn't use. Jack was very surprised. He could not even imagine that this could be the reason. Olivia decided to change the awkward topic and asked Lucas not to look at him like that. Her heart flutters when a handsome guy like Lucas looks at her. One of the following days, a meeting was to take place at the chairman's residence concerning the future grandson of Lucas. Standing in front of Richard was a plump but pleasant woman who said that this time she had carefully approached the search. The woman took out the questionnaires and, placing them in front of the chairman, said that this was the first candidate. She was 27 years old, currently working in the Hong Kong branch of Boston Bank. The second candidate is the granddaughter of the chairman of the famous Daily News newspaper. She is 26 years old. The chairman said that these were excellent candidates and ordered to set a date for a meeting with them. Richard added that everything needs to be organized in such a way that rumors do not spread that they are choosing a bride like in a store. At this point, the woman reached into her bag and said that this was exactly what the chairman asked for, but this information was extremely difficult to find. The woman said that this third candidate is the only daughter of the person appointed to the post on the Constitutional Court. She added that this is the granddaughter of the same chief judge who died last year. The chairman said, "It means that this is the girl from the family who declared that she would not practice law after the expiration of her term of office." The woman added that this is a very respected family of lawyers who gather in the Supreme Court more often than at home. She continued by saying that the most interesting thing was that this year she was admitted to the same university for law school as his grandson. Richard was delighted at this news and said that they could easily be brought together without arousing suspicion. The woman confirmed that the current heirs do not like it when they are brought together in coffee shops and hotels against their will. She will make it look like true love, and they will not notice the interference. The chairman asked what her family thought. to which she replied that no one would refuse the position of daughter-in-law of the Wilson family. Richard took another look at the personal file of the third applicant and ordered to get down to business. Philip said that the time for the meeting has been determined. This is at lunchtime and in the evening, and in between they can drink tea. Kevin was surprised. He didn't like the idea of having to meet 3 people in one day. Philip replied that he should see and get to know the bride before marriage. In any case, whoever he chooses, all 3 will be useful. He added that this was his grandfather's order and these were his candidates, and Philip personally liked the daughter of the bank president better. Kevin replied that this was too much. How can you decide like this in one day, as if we were talking about crossing dogs? The father replied that his son should not talk nonsense. Kevin will choose, live together, and then they will get used to it. Kevin understood that he was unlikely to be able to influence their decision, and he would have to live not with the one he loved, but with the one who would give him the opportunity to manage the Synthesis Group. Philip said that when his grandfather passes away, the heirs will not sit quietly. They will prepare to attack and target the subsidiaries. By this time, the largest number of shares must be secured, but this costs a lot of money. Kevin replied that in the end, the father is not looking for a bride, but for collateral for a large loan. The father said that marriage was the best choice anyway, and asked his son if he knew why among ordinary people the most prestigious profession for wives is that of a teacher or lecturer. They are civil servants and have a decent salary, a pension upon completion of work, vacation, and sick pay. But this is among ordinary people, and in their case there is no difference. Since after Philip receives Synthesis Group, the company will definitely pass to Kevin. The son said that he was not very sure about this because he has brothers, to which Philip replied that Kevin would also tell his son to marry the daughter of the bank president. Classes were in full swing at the university, and the teacher said that he wanted to try something new this year. He announced that various incidents that caused public outcry would be divided between the groups. Many opinions were expressed on them, including those that contradict constitutional values. We need to find new points of view. The deadline is until the end of the semester. Jack carefully studied the assignment and did not understand how this could be given to freshmen. The teacher added that the task was difficult, so the students were divided into groups of 5. Jack turned to the last page and saw that he and Olivia were placed in the same group. When Thomas picked Lucas up from university, Jack asked him to find out about 2 people he was interested in. The assistant took the note with the names and asked if he could contact the information department. Jack asked not to do this, to which Thomas replied that if you only need general information, then he can handle it. The assistant asked if he should exclude Lucas's request from the daily report. Jack wanted to know if Thomas was sucking up or if he wanted to show that he was loyal to Lucas. Jack replied that Thomas himself could decide this at his own discretion. He couldn't completely trust Thomas yet, because the assistant had only recently started working with him. Loyalty cannot be achieved through coercion or request. It must be sincere and come from the heart. There was a live broadcast on television of the final bidding, in which the companies Synthesis Group, Prestige, and Fantasy Entertainment participated, submitting an application to purchase Stalinvest. The management of the Prestige company was assembled in full force and eagerly awaited the announcement of the results. And then Matthew Lee, the chairman of the Prestige company, heard that the Synthesis Group company had won, and now Stalinvest would belong to it. One of those present looked anxiously at the chairman, afraid to see his disappointment. But to everyone's surprise, Matthew Lee broke out into a wide smile. Some of those who were in the know began to say that what they had planned had turned out, and congratulated the chairman. Finally, Matthew said that the company Stalinvest was a good target for purchase, and thanks to the victory of Synthesis Group, they are now experiencing a serious financial crisis, having spent all the funds to acquire it. One of the subordinates said that Synthesis Group did not lose anything in any case. They wanted to get a steel company. But Chairman Lee was tormented by the question, what kind of fantasy entertainment was it, because of which they became villains in the eyes of those around them? The second said that all this was for the best, because it gave the judges a reason to exclude the Prestige company. The chairman was provided with information on fantasy entertainment. At first glance, nothing special. I invest in cinema and pour money into Japan, but the identity of the main investor is kept secret. Matthew ordered to find out who this secret investor was, and his subordinates replied that they would do it as quickly as possible. Matthew Lee looked around at everyone present and said that the game was beginning. He took a folder from the table and said, if in the 91st year someone had not reported corruption, then Synthesis Group would have absorbed the Motors Group company. Matthew opened the folder and said that Richard Wilson had even developed this plan called the Need to Restructure the Auto Industry and the Government Support Plan. Matthew imagined Richard tearing his hair out as he saw Prestige swallow up his coveted Motors Group. One of the assistants correctly noted that Synthesis Group was raising money and taking out a loan to buy Stalinvest. After these words, ridicule against the Synthesis Group company began to flow around the office. The chairman of Prestige said that he congratulated everyone on the successful outcome of the case and ordered tomorrow to begin putting their plan into reality. The phone rang at Richard Wilson's residence, and he answered, saying that only a few days had passed since their official meeting. It was Andrew Klaus, chairman of the editorial board of the Daily News, who called congratulating Richard on the acquisition of Stalinvest. The chairman replied that all the credit for the victory belonged to his son Philip and grandson Kevin. Andrew replied that he had recently studied business abroad and had already taken on such a big deal. Then he covered the receiver with his hand and quietly said that lately there have been strange rumors about a certain company. Richard, who had been surprised by few things lately, was this time interested in information. Andrew told him that news suddenly began to appear regarding the Motors Group company, exactly like 6 years ago. The chairman asked if this meant that someone was targeting the car company again. Andrew replied that this is not yet certain, but the situation then and now are suspiciously similar. Richard asked if Andrew's editors were going to release articles on this matter, but he replied that he had blocked the release for now, and Richard should check everything himself. The chairman shouted, hoping that there was someone in the corridor who would bring him a bottle of water. At his cry, the secretary quickly entered the office. She was holding a glass of water on a tray. The chairman shouted even louder. He ordered a bottle of water, not a glass. He emptied the plastic water bottle in one gulp and placed it on the table with a thud. He then returned to the conversation and asked the chairman of the Daily News to delay the publication of the articles. Andrew agreed, and Richard said that the wedding had not yet taken place, and he was already asking the matchmaker to do him a favor. Andrew replied that it was okay. He would have done it anyway. He added that he would try to find out who became the source of the dissemination of this information. After hanging up, Andrew thought, if he does everything as the chairman of Synthesis Group asks, then he will take care of his granddaughter, who will become his daughter-in-law. Early in the morning, Larry was already entering the office of his company, Invest Group. Suddenly he saw Lucas, who had arrived before him and was already asking if he had heard the news about the Motors Group. When asked why he was not at the university, Jack replied that when the country is unsettled, where will the time for university and reading books come from? Larry asked whether Lucas was more interested in the financial crisis or whether he wanted to use this opportunity to exchange local currency for dollars. When Jack replied that he was not interested in the exchange, Larry suggested that the issue was, after all, a currency crisis. It seemed like Larry wasn't in the know, so Jack decided to give him a hint and see how he took it. But then Jack decided not to waste time and asked directly if he had heard about the rumors that the Prestige company was targeting Motors Group. Larry replied that Motors Group's finances are now at rock bottom, and if a few powerful people put pressure on it, it will suffocate. History has not changed. 6 years ago, his grandfather was unable to take over the Motors Group, but now Jack must change that. Jack looked seriously at the lorry and said, maybe they will absorb the Motors Group. Richard Wilson called an emergency meeting at which he announced that Prestige was using the same strategy that they had developed 6 years ago. They desperately wanted to get Stalinvest and got it. But now there is no money, and Motors Group is an unaffordable luxury for them. The chairman crumpled the document and said that all this was part of the Prestige company's plan. Having calmed down a little, he said, since this happened, nothing could be done. He asked to make assumptions. If Prestige absorbs Motors Group, what will happen to Synthes Group? CEO Wilson Motors said their market share would plummet. The chairman said that they should have taken some action by tomorrow. When everyone left, only Chairman Richard and Vice Chairman Philip remained in the office. Philip asked whether it was now worth urgently resell the 7% of Motors Group shares acquired in other people's names. Richard was not happy with this question, and asked if he really didn't even want to try to resist. Philip replied that if Prestige takes over the leadership of the Motors Group company, then the bankruptcy of the latter is only a matter of time. Seeing the silent question on his father's face, Philip explained that all this is because Prestige is doing everything according to their developed plan. Richard replied that if the corruption incident had not happened 6 years ago, they would have absorbed the Motors Group. And then the chairman suggested how his son views using these shares and causing a little fuss because you can't just do nothing. Richard looked closely at Philip and said that there was one person who could take everything into his own hands, Larry Baker. The chairman ordered to give him all the shares and make Larry their representative. The next day, Jack and Larry met again in the office, and Larry said that his grandfather seemed seriously angry. Jack assumed that it was all because of the Prestige company. Larry said that the chairman has 7% of the shares of Moto Roz Group, and he wants to sell them in order to slightly improve the financial situation of Synthes Group. He added that their company, Fantasy Entertainment, had part of the fund's money, and the chairman told Larry to buy shares with it and begin to defend the rights of the main shareholder. Jack hoped that Larry had said no, because there was no reason to buy a stock that would fail. Larry asked if Lucas really wanted to take over the Motors Group, and Jack responded positively. Larry explained that the acquisition of Motors Group as a parent company means the acquisition of Prestige, And if you manage to get the Motors Group, what is Lucas going to do next? Jack asked him the same question. Larry replied that if you think rationally, then you should close all 28 branches, throw away the unusable, evaluate and sell scrap metal, and sell the good at cost. And if you act irrationally, then try to save Motors Group, cut off the damaged part, and apply medicine. But even in this case, Larry is not sure that they will be able to manage all this. Jack said that you can try to get at least to this point, and then calmly think about everything. Larry replied that even if they burst into this fight, their chances are small, or rather, they are non-existent. Jack asked why Larry was interested in this then, since he is one of those who is not interested in playing with low odds. Larry replied that if they had shares of the Motors Group company in their hands, they would be able to look inside. He added that the purchase price of Motors Group shares could be covered by Lucas's own money. But this is not a game that can be played only with bets. Power is needed to guide judges, creditors, and politicians. There is hardly anyone other than Syntez Group capable of resisting Prestige. Jack looked at Larry and realized that he agreed to Lucas's proposal. 28 subsidiaries, 50,000 employees. This is a huge bet, where the winner takes everything. This is a war where money will be shed instead of blood, and tens of thousands of people will lose their livelihood. Grandpa asked why Lucas wasn't in class, to which Jack replied that his goal was to get in, not to graduate. He added that up to this point, he had only been learning, but now it was time to play a little. Grandpa said Lucas didn't have full attendance, and he had to give the university some money so they could turn a blind eye to it for a little while. Jack was already considering taking a sabbatical after his first semester. Grandpa asked what Lucas was constantly doing at Larry's Invest Group office, and Jack thought that Thomas was doing a great job of giving Grandpa daily reports. He replied that he was learning a lot from Larry, and was currently studying the situation of the Motors Group company. Jack said that no matter how you looked at it, they were going to go bankrupt soon, and Grandpa asked why Lucas thought that. Jack replied that the financial sector had changed. Motors Group sales had decreased due to good sales from another company. Naturally, the liquidity of assets dried up, which is why Prestige began to strangle them. And if Motors Group goes bankrupt, someone will quickly grab it. Grandfather said that Lucas's answer was worth 80 points, and if he guessed who exactly wanted to grab it, he would get a full 100. Jack replied that there were many times when the situation only worsened, and the winner failed. It was difficult to be sure that Prestige would take control until the Motor Group was in his hands. The chairman replied that Lucas himself knows that the situation is alarming now. There is a currency crisis, and it may be that there will simply be no one to buy Motors Group. He added that they also need to take care of themselves. Several concerns have already fallen. Everyone does not have enough money, and if they have it, they save it. The grandfather added that Motors Group could only afford to buy Prestige or Syntez Group, but he had already spent money on Stahl Invest. Jack asked if the chairman thought someone else might be hiding their financial abilities, and he meant himself. Richard looked at Lucas in surprise and turned pale. Having come to his senses, the chairman ordered Lucas to repeat what he had said a minute ago. Jack looked closely at his grandfather and said seriously that he could take over the Prestige company. Suddenly, the chairman felt ill, and Jack said that he could bring him some water or medicine. The grandfather stopped his grandson, saying that he was not weak enough to swallow pills. When the chairman felt better, he asked if Lucas meant that instead of a car, he wanted to get Motors Group as a gift for admission. Jack replied that he would buy it with his own money. Grandpa looked Lucas straight in the eye and asked him what he thought the company was worth. Jack asked a counter-question if the chairman wanted to absorb Prestige. How much would he be willing to give? The grandfather suddenly laughed. He realized what the catch was, because it was he who taught his grandson to first listen to the opinion of his opponent. And this is a special privilege of the ruler. He said that this trick would not work on him, and Lucas should answer his question. Jack said they don't know all the variables, so they first need to analyze the state of Motors Group to know for sure. Jack named the amount for which he could purchase Motors Group, and this was not all of Jack's funds. The chairman thought about the proposed amount, but it seemed that he was not at all interested in where Lucas got such funds from. When asked why grandfather was not surprised, he answered what Lucas expected, the question of where such money came from, or praise from his grandfather. Jack replied that the praise could be delayed and that he actually now had more funds than Synthes Group. The chairman replied that he knew that Lucas wanted to boast that he had surpassed his company, but if his grandson wanted to get the Motors Group, he should have much more than the announced amount. Jack asked his grandfather what amount he was thinking about. The chairman replied that he had no intention of acquiring Motors Group. He had not learned anything about it, so he could not name the amount. Jack asked if his grandfather could help him, and the chairman asked why Lucas wanted to acquire Motors Group and whether it would help Synthes Group if he could pull it off. Jack looked at Richard and tried to understand what and how he was thinking, like a grandfather who loves his grandson, or like a chairman who gives priority to Synthesis Group. A few minutes later, the chairman said, "Let's say the grandson will become the owner of Motors Group. And then the grandfather's company, Wilson Motors and Motors Group, will undergo a merger, merging these two companies into one. Jack thought that Richard was thinking in the right direction, because the acquisition of Motors Group was only a step towards the absorption of Wilson Motors. The chairman said he would like to hear Lucas's views on the proposal. Jack asked why Grandpa thought Lucas was planning such a merger, and the chairman replied that it was unlikely to be possible to save the Motors Group on his own. Prestige would crush him within a year, or Lucas would still be able to manage it properly. Jack replied that Grandpa doesn't have to worry about management. He has someone to trust with it. The chairman said that, in this case, either cancel the merger or find a solution that would suit everyone. If the conditions are not suitable, then there is always the opportunity to adjust them. So he asked Lucas what he thought the merger percentage was and how much the chairman should put on the scale. Jack answered briefly, 20%. The chairman began to get angry, and Jack said that taking into account market share, brand value, development of new cars, technologies, etc., Wilson Motors is now at no more than 20% of the Motors Group. He added that this was just the opinion of automotive experts, not Lucas. Richard replied that he was well aware of this, but reminded Lucas that there was still hidden value. The price of Wilson Motors shares was twice the value, because the shares of Synthesis Group subsidiaries belong to Wilson Motors. When Jack gains control of Wilson Motors, he will be able to control half of Synthesis Group, which is why he needed the Motors Group company. Jack clarified that the chairman wants to put this hidden value on the scale. He replied that it all depends on Lucas. Jack revealed many secrets, one of which was to take over the Motors Group, but Grandfather also showed his desire to unite the companies. Of course, this was not the answer Jack wanted to hear, but it was enough for now. Finally, the chairman decided to satisfy his curiosity and asked where Lucas got such money. The grandson replied that, having sold the land, he invested in an IT company, the shares of which rose to the skies. The grandfather replied that judging by the fact that they had increased 100 times, Laurie has excellent instincts, and the grandson replied that he was simply very lucky. The chairman asked where Lucas fit into fantasy entertainment. Jack replied that he was the largest shareholder and had 98% of the company's shares. And without allowing the chairman to ask another question, he immediately answered that Larry has 2% and he is the CEO of the company. Richard looked at his grandson in surprise. He had no more questions. The chairman reminded his grandson that a certain amount of Synthesis Group was in Lucas's company. Jack replied that the money that his grandfather entrusted to him earlier also brought considerable profit, and the grandson intends to return it with interest on the investment in exchange for those 7% shares of the Motors Group. Grandpa agreed, but Jack changed tack and said that he was hoping Grandpa would just give them as an admissions gift. The chairman replied that if the grandson wants an island worth $100 billion as a gift, then he will get it. If he asks for a private jet, he will have it, but he cannot give money just like that. Jack asked if this was because then he could have everything he wanted. Richard replied that that was why. The chairman said that if Lucas's subordinates work well, then they need to be rewarded, but not with money, but say, with good drinks. This can make the employee think that he is paying for the drink with his hard-earned money. Jack said it meant giving them hope that if they did their job well, they would get paid for their drinks. Jack had been through this before. He was praised for his good work and allowed to spend millions on booze. Then he thought many times whether it would be better if he were paid in money. The chairman advised Lucas not to reveal himself to anyone until he received the Motors Group, to hide carefully so that only Laurie would be in sight. Jack replied that that was exactly what he was going to do. The chairman asked, after Lucas received the Motors Group, how much money he would have left. Jack tactfully avoided answering, saying that you shouldn't pry into someone else's wallet so openly, but if Grandpa needs money, Lucas can lend it to him. The chairman abruptly stood up from his chair. His face instantly changed. Jack thought he had gone too far and clenched his teeth tightly. The next second, he became his old self again, put his hand on his grandson's shoulder, and said that his grandson had grown up completely and had given the correct answer. Before the next meeting at the Wilson residence, the chairman told Philip to gather smart guys so that they carefully study the books of the Motors Group. Philip said that the Prestige Company will definitely send its person to the extraordinary meeting of shareholders, and Synthesis Group will also take measures to counter this. At the meeting, the chairman gave orders to collect data on Motors Group, as he did 6 years ago. Those present recalled that they had no funds if the chairman decided to acquire this company. Richard replied that they would simply prevent Prestige from doing this. One of those present asked if they prevent Prestige from doing this, then who will receive Motors Group in this case? The chairman became angry and shouted that they were not here to guess, but to focus on his instructions, and the deadline was a week. When everyone left, the chairman told Philip to arrange a meeting with the chairman of Motors Group. Richard had something to tell him. Philip replied that he would contact Mark Twinton immediately and asked where to make an appointment. The chairman replied that he would come to him himself. Philip was suspicious. The chairman, who never acted for the sake of others, was going to personally visit Chairman Twinton. He wondered what they would talk about. While in his office, Larry asked Lucas if the conversation with the chairman had gone well. Jack opened the juice can and said that Grandpa would give his full support, and Larry could take over the shares and meet with the officials. Lucas responded that it sounded like Lucas wouldn't be involved. Jack said that this is so because in the eyes of others he's still a child and cannot be trusted. He added that many eyes are always on their family. There are also many enemies within the family. Larry agreed with Lucas. If he showed up, everyone with a brain would think it was his grandfather's money. Jack said that they have little time, and they must finish everything before the final bankruptcy of the Motors Group. He noticed that Larry was more excited than usual. Jack was also restless. The trillions of dollars he earned were enough to live like an emperor. But the nightmare that he had every night constrained him. Jack did all this not only because of nightmares. He used to dream about life, in pursuit of which he dreamed of money that would never run out. And in this body, he craves more for a life in which he fiercely wins every hour, destroying his enemies and building his own empire. Jack wanted to see the end of it all. Even if this end is just futility. Jack came to his senses when Larry asked why he was so quiet. He replied that he simply remembered the words of his grandfather. He asked to give his money from Fantasy Entertainment after they received shares of Motors Group. Larry replied that you can give not everything, but only half. Jack apologized to Larry and said that he promised to give him everything, because Grandpa would do his best to help, so there was no choice. Larry asked if the chairman knew that Lucas was the main shareholder of Fantasy Entertainment, and Jack replied that he told him. Larry was surprised that, despite this, the chairman asked to give all his money, because this would be an excellent opportunity to legally inherit a certain amount. Jack replied that if his grandfather had been the person who would have given away the secret fund in this way, Synthes Group would have long been in the hands of Philip Wilson, his eldest son. And inside this whole family snake den, Jack must stay alive. Having learned of the slow progress of the plan, Matthew Lee, chairman of the Prestige Company, was angry why his subordinates were so calm. He shouted that it was just a witness subpoena and that it was difficult to obtain it. One of those present replied that it is not difficult for an ordinary person, but this is a valuable witness. Matthew didn't seem to hear them. He asked why the press was putting so little pressure on him when Lee had told him to press it as if it were a celebrity drug scandal. The assistant replied that it seems that someone is helping to patronize the Motors Group company. Every newspaper published an article, but it looks weak and sluggish. The second confirmed this, saying that everyone knows how much influence the daily news editors have. Matthew became even more angry and was surprised that there was not a single article about this in their newspapers. The chairman sat down in his chair and suggested that the rumors about the reunion of Synthes Group and the Daily News through the wedding of their children may be true. Those present expressed the opinion that if they absorb Motors Group, Synthes Group will suffer severe damage. Matthew knew that Richard Wilson was capable of a lot, and now it turns out that he could easily sell his own grandson to stop the media campaign. In April 1997, according to the president of Prestige, Motors Group became the subject of a bankruptcy deferment agreement, adopted under the direction of the government, to prevent bankruptcies of insolvent companies. To this end, Motors Group provided a memorandum of relinquishment of management, an agreement on wages and reduction of employees, as well as an agreement to close the management of the fund. During the 2-month grace period, the company began stealing hidden bribery funds. All this was secretly managed by 3 people. One of them was the chairman of the Motors Group, Mark Twinton. The second was Larry Baker from Fantasy Entertainment. And of course, the chairman of Synthesis Group, Richard Wilson. Early in the morning, Richard invited Larry to his place to discuss current events. The chairman said that he had heard a lot about him, because it was he who increased his grandson's capital 100 times. Larry realized that Lucas did not tell his grandfather everything. Firstly, not 100 times, but more. And secondly, this was not only his merit. He replied to the chairman that he was just lucky Larry always feels relieved when he manages to save the original amount. Richard replied that Larry is very modest, and it would be good if he used his abilities while working for Synthes Group. Studying the documents provided by Larry, the chairman asked whether it was still possible to salvage these funds. Larry replied that only $270 billion. As soon as the bankruptcy deferment period expires, the rights will come into force, and this money needs to be extracted before that. And if this becomes known, then not only the chairman of Motors Group, but also other managers will not escape arrest. Richard asked if this meant that Larry was asking him to launder the money. Larry was silent for a moment, then apologized and replied that it was so. Jack intervened, saying that the money should be used as a pension fund for the Motors Group executives. Grandfather smiled and asked why Lucas should worry about their old age. The chairman handed the documents to Larry and asked why not invest all this money in Fantasy Entertainment in America. Looking at the surprised Larry, Richard said that everything could be reinverted into the Motors Group. They would simply pay salaries, bonuses and incentives to those who would like to receive them. Larry assumed that all these people would want to receive these amounts in one go, since most would have to retire and therefore they would demand a share. But in response, he heard that he could come up with many excuses to postpone payments. If we assume that they will be settled immediately, then from that moment they will become strangers. And it is possible that they may even join the enemy and attack, because in their eyes they will be the villains who stole the Motors Group and deprived them of their jobs. Larry, who had dealt only with numbers all his life, now, more than ever, saw the cowardly side of a man who ran from side to side. And the chairman continued that money is a carrot and a stick. As soon as you manage to tame people, you need to feed them a little money. And as soon as they find out that all these funds have been reinverted into the Motors Group, they will lick their feet. Jack understood that Larry must find out the true face of his grandfather, because in the future they will see each other more often. And Jack decided to ask his grandfather a question because they are not really going to give this money away. His grandson made him laugh a lot, turning the chairman into a money-greedy and unscrupulous old man. Richard asked Larry if he was really going to give this money away, or was he just showing off about it? Larry replied that if there was such an opportunity, he would never give them away. The chairman replied that this was correct. There is no person in the world who would give away the money that he could keep for himself with impunity. Richard told Larry to try to convince Chairman Mark Twinton that this was the only way, and he would take care of the Motors Group's hidden money. The chairman said that he would launder this money clean before entering legal rights and put it in fantasy entertainment. Jack asked permission to leave the office if they were finished, but his grandfather told him to stay. He had something to tell his grandson. When Larry left, the chairman said that he had heard that Lucas was taking a leave of absence. Jack tried to smile and replied that he applied this morning. To the grandfather's questioning glance, he replied that there was a big deal coming up, and now there was no time to attend the university. The chairman angrily replied that no one forced Lucas to diligently attend all classes, and he withdrew his grandson's application. Jack tried to object, but his grandfather strictly told Lucas to do as the chairman says. He added that he knows what Lucas is worried about. Jack listened as his grandfather said that he needed to avoid rumors and remain a student for everyone. Sooner or later, Lucas will have to face this, and he can't delay it any longer. The chairman continued that there would come a time when being a student would play a negative role, but not now. Jack asked why he said that, because isn't he holding the handle of the knife? Grandfather replied that Synthes Group is not a supermarket, and even his knife cannot be reached everywhere. If the majority of presidents vote for Vice Chairman Philip, Synthes Group will immediately split into two parts. Jack realized that his grandfather was right. After all, when the company's investigation begins, the managers will see in Lucas just a child with a student ID. This will mean that Richard has passed away. At that moment, power will pass not to Lucas, but to his uncle Philip. Jack lowered his head guiltily and said that he would do everything as the chairman says. Jack thought that this was what was needed. His grandfather's soul was definitely leaning towards him. Getting into the car, Jack told Thomas to follow to Larry Baker's office at the Invest Group. After some time, Thomas said that his suspicion was confirmed that a suspicious car was constantly following them. Thomas added that he noticed this a few days ago. Jack ordered to tell him everything he knows and thinks about it. Thomas replied that he had not seen any people, and that perhaps they only needed their route. Jack remembered that Thomas said that he worked in the guest room, so how did he have the experience to determine surveillance? Thomas said that the group commander warned that there had been quite a few surveillances being carried out lately and that perhaps they were just reporters. Jack wondered if perhaps his uncle had assigned someone to him. Thomas turned to Lucas and said that the car was still following them, and if he was not in a hurry, Thomas would check it out. Jack grinned and replied that he wouldn't mind a ride. Thomas told Lucas to buckle up and said they would speed up a bit. The assistant pressed on the gas with all his might, and the car immediately began to pick up speed. They were already racing along the highway, but the car behind was not far behind. An informal meeting was taking place in the office of Andrew Klaus, the chairman of the editorial board of the Daily News, and a projector was even installed for this purpose. The employee responsible for the report said that there is no need to worry too much about the third son, Nick, and the fourth, Henry. Nick constantly hangs around the elder like a dog, and Heinrich is focused on making films and has no interest in his father's company. Andrew asked that perhaps the problem was with the second son, Eric Wilson. The assistant replied that it was quite possible that it was Eric who raised heavy chemistry to the top of the country's industry, and his reputation was good. Although he lags behind in the ranking of heirs, he has an excellent reputation from his subordinates. He will be able to take over the heavy and chemical industries. The chairman asked what about Caroline's only daughter. Caroline is quite greedy and wants a lot, but lacks ability and will most likely take department stores, golf courses, and cultural foundations. Olivia sharply objected that no one would allow her to do this, but her grandfather asked her to remain quiet. The employee said that while investigating, he discovered an unexpected competitor. This chairman's grandson is Lucas, who is the son of Henry, Richard's fourth son. Andrew asked what was wrong with him. an ordinary nerd student at Seoul University Law School. The assistant replied that his visiting days can be counted on one hand, but he often visits the Invest Group company and the chairman's house. He appears to have had a close relationship with Fantasy Entertainment, a foreign investment company, and is quite wealthy. The chairman heard a large sum from the assistant and became interested in it. He was surprised that Richard Wilson entrusted such large funds to a young guy. Olivia also listened attentively to the fact that the chairman gave his grandson Lucas land for a ranch, which later ended up in the program for the future of the new city. Andrew replied that it was strange, incredible luck to buy land for pennies and sell it for billions. Then Lucas entrusted this money to the company Fantasy Entertainment and appointed Larry Baker, a classmate of his father, with whom Heinrich studied abroad, as general director. The chairman concluded that Lucas was simply an incredibly lucky child. The assistant replied that Lucas is the only one who can visit the chairman's office, and during the holidays, he even lives in his residence, which means there is a special attachment. Olivia said that according to Kevin Phillips' son, it's not easy for even him to get there. It's not just an office, but the control tower of Synthesis Group. The chairman receives the rest of the grandchildren in the living room, and only Lucas is allowed to be in his office. Therefore, they can be there alone. The assistant confirmed Olivia's words and said that even Vice Chairman Philip was in his father's office along with the chairman's personal assistant. Until now, only Assistant Michael could be alone with the chairman. Andrew turned to his granddaughter Olivia and told her to ask her fiancé Kevin to check on the position of grandson Lucas in the Wilson family. Olivia said she would do as Grandpa said. Finally, Andrew said that there wouldn't be another chance until Richard puts everything in Kevin's hands, so there's no point in relaxing. Jack asked Thomas if he was convinced that this was indeed surveillance. The assistant replied that it was so. It was the same car as at the chairman's house, but still no one got out of the car. Jack thought that if they hired a person to keep an eye on him, it must be someone powerful from his family, most likely Uncle Philip. He looked carefully at the cautious Thomas and thought that the capture of Synthesis Group was really expected in the near future. Jack took an envelope from the inside pocket of his jacket and, handing it to Thomas, told him to use it as needed. The assistant opened the envelope and saw a thick stack of bills. Jack saw the surprised face and added that if there was no need, Thomas could spend it at his own discretion. He told the assistant that there are many people who do what they are told. Many of them are smart and educated. Thomas looked into his glass of coffee, and Jack asked when he came to Synthesis Group if from that moment he did anything on his own. Having not heard an answer, Jack said that he wanted Thomas to choose what he wanted to do, choose his occupation and the necessary people. Jack threw the empty cup into the trash and said they had to go. The secretary entered the office and said that Mr. Larry had a guest. Larry didn't immediately understand why she was so excited. The girl was embarrassed and replied that Matthew Lee, the chairman of the prestige company, wanted to see him. Jack and Larry quickly looked at each other. Neither of them expected this. Larry told her to ask Lee to wait a little. Jack said he would be next door in the conference room and asked Larry to turn on the microphone there so he could hear what they were talking about. Larry advised Jack to pull his hood tighter over his face in order to pass Matthew unnoticed. Stepping out into the hallway, Jack came face to face with the chairman of Prestige, but quickly lowered his head. Matthew couldn't help but turn around as the hooded guy walked away. The chairman entered the office, and Larry politely greeted him with a bow. Matthew extended his hand to Larry and said he was grateful to be greeted so warmly, asking if he was in the way. Larry replied that there is no place in Korea where the chairman would be treated like an uninvited guest. He said that his office was a little plain and pointed to a chair by the window. But Matthew sat down on the edge of the sofa and answered how a company claiming to be Motors Group could be simple. At the first moment, Larry was speechless, and the chairman replied that there was no point in humiliating himself, because now they were sitting at the same table. Larry calmly asked if rumors really spread so quickly, or if Prestige has strong informants. Matthew looked closely at Larry. Even if it was true, he hoped that he would try to hide it, but he was confident. The chairman turned to the assistant and ordered him to leave. Matthew turned to Larry and said that since he was not hiding anything, the conversation would go faster, and then asked what he wanted. Larry gave a simple and laconic answer. Naturally, Motors Group. Matthew asked if he didn't have an investment company, and its purpose was to invest and reap. He just wanted to know how much Larry wanted so they could avoid a futile fight. Larry clarified, that is, Matthew wants to pay him for his way out of this fight. Matthew responded that a fight in which prices go up for no reason is onerous. Larry replied that the chairman had it all wrong. His investors had enough money and wanted to have fun. They are all car enthusiasts, so they are only interested in car manufacturers. Matthew turned purple with rage. Buying a company as entertainment, it seems that Larry is not going to negotiate if he talks such nonsense. He said out loud that if one small article appeared about the outflow of national wealth at the expense of foreign capital, Larry would have nothing to defend himself with. He added that Koreans' sense of patriotism is unparalleled. Larry replied that looking at the price of the auction, all Koreans will understand who is more patriotic. Matthew frowned and asked what Larry wanted. Larry suggests that he plug all the gaps with public funds and compete only on the acquisition price. This will be beneficial to both parties. No matter who wins, the damage will be minimal. The chairman asked again, which means they can unite, agree on the terms of debt write-off, and compete only at the price of purchasing the company. Larry replied that this is exactly what he proposes, to do it in a simplified way. Matthew replied that he never made a name for himself in a simplistic way. It was created in hard mud fights, stood up, and left the office. Jack waited until the chairman was out of sight and opened the door to Larry's office. Seeing Lucas, Larry asked if he thought the chairman would accept his proposal. Jack replied that Matthew belonged to that category of people who were unlikely to refuse the offer to unite in order to save money. Having told his assistants about the results of the negotiations, the chairman heard a clear opinion that Larry's offer should be accepted, because the Motors Group's debt is too large. Matthew began to calculate the costs they would incur if they did not agree to Larry's terms. One of those present recalled that if they united, they would not suffer such great losses. A few minutes later, he asked if any of them knew how much money Fantasy Entertainment had. The assistant replied that they did not have such information, just as Fantasy Entertainment did not know how much money the Prestige Company had. He added that they have plenty of capital. Fantasy Entertainment is quite influential and famous in Hollywood. There is not a single popular film where Fantasy Entertainment has not invested. Matthew became even more furious when he learned that none of their films had failed. Matthew heard that a guy like Larry wouldn't get into a fight where he would lose money. The chairman was drinking tea and was extremely surprised whether Matthew Lee really came himself. Jack responded that he offered compensation if Lucas pulled out of the takeover race. Richard decided that this old man was in a hurry if he decided to take such a step. And there were so many worries, and then someone else was putting a spoke in his wheels. Jack replied that he offered him worthy competition only at the cost of acquisition, and was not going to take bread from others. Jack added that Matthew was going to think about it and intends to take this confrontation seriously. The chairman laughed, joking that the old man's medicines had become more expensive and he could not take them. Jack asked what he thought Matthew Lee was going to do next. Richard asked if Lucas wanted to know what he would do if he received such an offer. Jack replied that probably grandfather would have accepted such conditions because the amount of debt write-off is already a constant value. The chairman replied that Lucas was right. The biggest fear for a businessman is variables. Richard then said that Lucas had used all his cards and none from Matthew, so maybe they should launch a more extensive attack. It's not just the media that needs to be convinced, but also the creditors and the takeover review team. Jack realized that this was where the chairman's help ended, no matter how much the grandfather himself wanted it. Richard explained that he had already prevented the arrest of Motors Group chairman Mark Twinton, which could have made everyone think that the chairman had his eye on Motors Group. The arrest of Chairman Twinton was beneficial for them to take office, so they remained silent. Richard added that civil servants working for the country should not be forced into a position. They work like limbs. If he pulls on his right hand, and Matthew Lee on his left, they will simply tear them apart. The chairman didn't look like he had any regrets at all. He must have something on his mind, but Jack couldn't guess it. Jack replied that he and Larry would come up with something. The chairman looked at Lucas in bewilderment. Jack answered whether grandfather really thought that he would continue to beg him for help. Richard asked if Larry could be trusted unlimitedly, to which Jack replied that he could. Henry's father trusted him too. He added that their work concerns money, but Larry is not the kind of person who will betray for the sake of it. The chairman gave Lucas advice. There are two types of people he should keep around. The first, like Larry Baker, who can be trusted to do the job. The second are those who are ready to make sacrifices for Lucas. Jack asked what could happen that would make someone sacrifice for him. Grandfather replied that such people themselves gather nearby and there is no need to help them with this. The chairman stood up and said that the guests must have already arrived, and it was time for them to go. Many rich and important guests were invited to Kevin's engagement party. For this event, an expensive custom-made cake was delivered from the best pastry shop in the city. Kevin and his bride tried to be friendly and good-natured when greeting guests. Jack, watching his brother, thought that their relationship looked tender from the outside, but as far as he knew, they had only met a couple of times. Then they approached Jack and the girl exclaimed that the rumors do not lie, and Lucas is indeed the most handsome in the family. Jack politely introduced himself and congratulated the couple on their engagement. At that moment, someone called Kevin. He said that he would go away for a while and asked Lucas to entertain the girl for now. But she was the first to start the conversation by saying that Lucas is the ideal guy for every girl. She added that he was handsome, tall, and a genius, one of the 1% of such people and also the youngest member of the Wilson family, whom everyone envied. The girl explained that he does not need to inherit the group or participate in management. He can simply enjoy life by spending money. Jack replied that there was a problem. It was unknown whether this money would remain when it was his turn. She replied that he shouldn't worry about it because he was the chairman's favorite grandson. Jack understood that the girl was definitely digging under him, because soon she would become the daughter-in-law of Synthesis Group. He replied that his grandfather gave his other grandchildren shares or money, but he gave him a racing car when he came of age, and he doesn't even have a license. The girl suggested that in the future his grandfather was going to give him an expensive gift. Besides, he is a diligent student, and people like him don't really use money. Jack replied that they didn't use them because they didn't exist, otherwise he would scatter them left and right. Jack smiled and thought if she knew how much he was spending, she wouldn't be able to stand. The girl replied that in the future she would definitely provide him with pocket money. Jack pretended to be very happy and said that they would see each other more often in the future. After a minute, he politely bowed out and said that he needed to move away. As soon as Jack turned his back to her, the smile suddenly disappeared from his face. The girl looked after him and thought that she would not believe that a man who visited the stock exchange district every day had no money. Kevin approached the bride and asked what she thought about Lucas. She replied that the guy did not look like a member of their family at all. Kevin replied that Lucas was always outside the family and lived quietly and below the grass. Kevin watched his brother leave and told his bride that he was going to make him her right-hand man. She smiled at the groom and said that she promised Lucas to provide him with pocket money. Kevin smiled back at her and replied that the older brother should take care of the younger one and provide for him. Jack went into the toilet. He did not feel very comfortable after the conversation. Suddenly, someone behind him called his name and Jack looked back. It was his assistant Thomas. Jack was surprised to see him and reminded Thomas that he had given him the day off. Besides, this was a family event and he didn't have to be there. Thomas asked if Lucas could give him a few minutes. There was something important he wanted to tell him. Jack said he would be down in a few minutes and asked Thomas to wait for him in the parking lot. Jack washed his hands and thought what could have happened. The assistant's face was very worried. Walking out to the parking lot and getting into the car, Jack impatiently asked Thomas what happened. Thomas asked for a little patience. Now the head of the strategic group, Mr. Sean, will explain everything to him. A couple of minutes later, a tall, dark-haired man stood near the car. Jack looked carefully at Sean, and it seemed to him that he had already seen this face somewhere. When the manager got into the car, Jack suggested that they had already met. Sean recalled that they met at Philip Wilson's villa, and he gave Lucas a ride home. Jack remembered how Kevin beat him for failing to organize the arrival of the stars. Sean said he didn't have much time, so he'd get straight to the point. Jack heard that recently someone had started keeping an eye on everyone from the third generation, all the grandchildren. Sean added that they are not doing anything yet, but are simply monitoring the movement. Jack thought it might be Philip, but if he was watching his own son, then that was too much. Sean continued, in order to determine who is doing the surveillance, they do not have enough strength, and the strategy department is not very strong in counter-surveillance. Jack asked why Sean was telling him all this. Sean replied that, according to the regulations, they must submit an application to the head of the strategic department, and he, in turn, will send it to Michael, the personal assistant to the chairman, after which the Synthesis Group Special Group will begin to operate. Jack said if they know everything themselves, then why does Lucas need this information? Sean clenched his fists and said that he wanted to grab a thread. Their outfit had no future. No one had been working for more than a year. Even Sean, after enduring for years, still doesn't see the light. Jack said he doesn't understand why they ask him for help since he's just a junior who doesn't have a say in the company, and how he can become their string. Sean reminded Lucas of their old conversation and said that Lucas was the first to reach out to him. Sean thinks that Lucas is the only one who can help. He added that among the chairman's grandchildren there is no one more diligent in management, sincere and intelligent than Lucas. Jack asked for a few minutes. He needed to think. He could check his uncle's actions himself, but he saw no reason to refuse Sean's offer. Sean and Thomas waited silently to see what decision Lucas would make. Finally, Lucas replied that he would help them, but it should look like it was not he who offered his hand, but the strategic team begging him to become their roof, and he agreed. Sean replied that he understood everything. Jack explained that they weren't the ones who grabbed the outstretched hand, and that's a big difference. Sean replied that he understood that this roof could disappear at any moment. Thomas added that if that thread were to break at some point, they wouldn't hold it against Lucas. Jack replied that he was not asking for their loyalty. The strategic team would do what Lucas needed, and he would pay them for it. Until now, Jack has not received loyalty from anyone. But there's nothing more dangerous than the loyalty of a stupid and incompetent person. Jack told Thomas that from tomorrow he would be driving a taxi, and he should follow his tail carefully and slowly. And Sean was told to send all the strategy group reports to him first. Lucas would highlight what needed to be excluded from the report before submitting it to the top. Jack added that he would cover all expenses, and if they needed funds for personal needs, they could contact Lucas. He will make sure that the strategic group now working for him does not need money at all. Today he got a lot. I recognized a woman who should be feared. He also got extra eyes and ears. All TV news channels said that information had appeared about the famous company, Fantasy Entertainment. which intended to acquire the Motors Group, and the source of its funds was Japan. Larry heard that Fantasy Entertainment may be pursuing the goal of promoting Japanese cars to Korea. He suggested that Lucas organize a press conference, because if anti-Japanese sentiments were hurt, then they would definitely have no chance of winning. Jack replied that there must be very good reasons for such a serious statement. Larry reminded Lucas about the Power Group, a company that was growing rapidly and attracting attention in Japan. It was not difficult to find out that Fantasy Entertainment had invested heavily in it. Jack replied that if such statements continue to appear, they will need to speak together with Mark Twinton, chairman of the Motors Group. Larry objected, because this was their secret weapon. Jack replied that there was no point in holding it and it was time to use it. Jack didn't think that the media would broadcast a piece of news written to order without checking it, and the Prestige Company is really good at this type of wrestling. Larry denied rumors of an influx of Japanese money. Fantasy Entertainment did invest in Japan, but it was a short-term investment that they abandoned as soon as they made a profit. Larry said that they are now planning to invest this money in the restoration of the Motors Group. Some critics said they didn't understand why Fantasy Entertainment, an investment company, would want a car company. The journalists suggested that Fantasy Entertainment was taking such a risk because it was acting as an agent of the Japanese automobile industry. Larry angrily shouted out where this information came from, and who was the first to talk about it. Attacks were heard from the audience. The correspondents wanted to hear a refutation that Fantasy Entertainment was in no way connected with the Japanese automobile industry. Jack stood in the corner of the conference room and saw that Larry was not at all used to this, but the next statement saved him. Mark Twinton, who was sitting next to Larry, said that he was well aware of the movements of the Japanese auto industry. He, as the chairman of Motors Group, does not hide the fact that his company collaborated with a Japanese technology company. Mark added that he is making an official statement that Japan has nothing to do with this acquisition. In addition, he supports Fantasy Entertainment in their acquisition of the Motors Group company, and he is not alone. The entire Motors Group union is promising a voluntary wage freeze until Fantasy Entertainment takes over the company. Twinton added that Fantasy Entertainment CEO Larry Baker promised them favorable terms. He promised separation of ownership and management, normalization of work without a single layoff, and investment in the company. The chairman of Motors Group added that corporations are companies that only pursue profit. But after all, there is a human factor. These are jobs that ensure people's livelihoods. The Prestige Company, under the pretext of restructuring, is driving more than half of its company's employees out onto the street. Jack listened carefully to Twinton's speech. This was exactly the message that was needed. By acquiring Motors Group, Prestige will gain control over 70% of the domestic car market. Pursuing only profit, the people are leaving in last place. The chairman said that the public and authorities should not allow the essence to be obscured by rumors about Japanese capital, because so much public funds have been invested in the Motors Group. Therefore, the Motors Group company must grow to the size of a conglomerate and be reborn into a national company. Returning from the press conference, Jack asked Larry if Twinton's statement had affected the price of Prestige's shares. Larry replied that it had remained unchanged. He pointed to the stock chart and added that opinions were divided in half. Jack was worried that this might mean that Motors Group would be taken over by Prestige. Larry was angry. He understood that businessmen were cruel and scary, but how could they control state television and newspapers? Jack replied that the point is not how scary businessmen are, but that the media knows the taste of money. He added that this is what grandfather says. If something untoward happens, he immediately deals with it first with the media. Jack reflected that if he had known it would be like this, he would not have intervened several years ago when he tried to take over the Motors Group. He told Larry that today was a hard day and offered to have a glass. Larry laughed and said that Lucas probably doesn't even know how to drink. In his previous life, Jack had to drink so much that if he had saved the money he spent on alcohol, he could have bought several apartments. He told Larry that today they would test Lucas for his tolerance to alcohol. Jack took out a bank card and, saying that there was no limit on it, asked Larry to take him to the most expensive place. He took the credit card, and seeing that it belonged to the Daily News Company, asked with surprise where Lucas got it from. Jack replied that Wilson's future daughter-in-law, the granddaughter of Andrew Klaus, chairman of the Daily News, gave it to him and told him to use it as pocket money. We need to show our future daughter-in-law how much Lucas can spend if he decides to do this. Larry jokingly made a submissive face and pretended to say that he would take his master to the best and most expensive place in the city. This was the most expensive restaurant in Seoul, and not everyone was destined to come here. Jack ordered the most excellent and high-quality food and alcohol that was ever on the restaurant menu. Larry himself understood that after such a busy day, he really needed to relax. Jack told Larry that he had some incredible idea, and he needed to leave urgently. But Larry understood that Jack decided to thank him in this way by ordering a full table of treats. Jack understood that it was already late, but he urgently wanted to see his grandfather. He entered his grandfather's office and apologized for such a late visit. The chairman replied that he was still awake, so everything was fine. Richard asked if Lucas already felt like a loser if he smelled like alcohol today. Jack, answering that he hardly drank, said that this was not the end and the battle was not over. Richard replied that there was no point in holding on to a cause that was over, but that he needed to analyze his defeat and prepare for the next battle. Jack said if Motors Group goes to Prestige, doesn't this mean that Syntez Group will also suffer greatly? The chairman replied that this was his problem, and if nothing worked out, then Lucas could simply give up. Jack couldn't believe his ears. Grandpa couldn't stand it if he wasn't the first. And besides, this area of business evokes a lot of emotions in him. The chairman asked if Lucas had thought about what his mistake was. Large corporations have great influence, and Lucas did not realize the full extent of it, only a vague idea. Grandfather will answer that this is true. Before you hit, you need to know how strong the opponent's fist is. Jack continued and said that he was too hasty and missed the right moment. He disdained Prestige's meticulousness and attention to detail. He didn't think they would find out about the investment in Japan and use it to their advantage. I didn't know how cruel it was to be unable to do something. The chairman asked if Lucas could correct any of the above. He replied that he had to do it one way or another. He must be more meticulous and ruthless, be able to lie brazenly and competently in order to build a large conglomerate. The grandfather said that the grandson should never forget these feelings and determination. And now the chairman asked the question whether Lucas still has something left to fight. Jack replied that the last playing card was with the chairman, that is, with his grandfather. Richard was genuinely surprised and asked what Lucas meant. Jack replied that this is Wilson Motors, which could go to the bottom at any moment. Jack said that honey and water alone do not cure a hangover, but if you mix them, you get a completely different effect. The merger of Wilson Motors and Motors Group will definitely be able to immediately turn the tide of the battle. The chairman replied, he was so proud when his grandson bought a bowl of noodles with his own money, and his grandfather only added boiling water. And now he asks for a whole bowl of rice. Jack reminded his grandfather of the saying that every grain of rice that goes into his grandson's mouth is not a waste. He only asks for one bowl. Richard told Lucas to moderate his greed, otherwise he would burst from overeating. Jack replied, no matter how greedy there is, fingers will still be pointed at it, so what's the point of being half greedy? He decided that there was no point in guessing what his grandfather's intentions were. Now he must show his will, strength, and the extent of his greed. The chairman said that a merger is a combination of what both parties have. Grandfather continued, he has Wilson Motors, but what can Lucas offer, because he does not yet have Motors Group? Jack replied that the announcement of the merger would be an opportunity to refract the entire confrontation. The process would be slightly different, but it was the same thing. In the end, Motors Group would fall into his hands. Richard responded that the merger he had once talked about was just a sounding board to identify a potential opportunity, and it was not a fact that he wanted to make it a reality. Jack said there was no deal without an agreement and the scales could be adjusted. He would put more on the pan in exchange for the merger announcement. The chairman asked why Lucas was so confident that this merger would immediately turn the tide of the battle. Lucas replied that the announcement alone would create two powerful tools. One of them is the Syntez Group company, which has more weight than Prestige. Then the media, government, creditors, and judges will put Syntez Group on the scales and will look at them and not at fantasy entertainment. The second is the confidence contained in balance, moderation, and fairness. Then the image of possible speculation that stuck to the investment company will disappear, as if it never existed. Richard responded that Wilson Motors owns significant interests in subsidiaries. Motors Group also owns most of the other 8 Auto Group subsidiaries, so the scales aren't balanced. Jack suggested putting only the company itself on the scale. Then Lucas would tip the scales. The chairman asked in surprise whether Lucas was really proposing to split up Wilson Motors. Jack answered, 8 subsidiaries of Auto Group, Wilson Motors, and Motors Group. Thus, a new auto giant would be born. He looked at his grandfather carefully. Jack must understand what he wants for the negotiations to end successfully. Jack said that it is necessary to announce the separation of Wilson Motors and its merger with the Motors Group. The shares of Wilson Motors will fall sharply. When their price reaches the bottom, he buys them himself under someone else's name. After the takeover of Motors Group and partial merger with Auto Group, for various reasons, the separation with subsidiaries will be cancelled. The chairman replied with concern that then a lot of investors would come running like ants who had suffered losses. Jack said that when a large cart moves, ants naturally get under the wheels, and there is no point in driving around each one. Richard replied that if Lucas bought shares of Wilson Motors, he would become one of the main shareholders of Syntez Group. Wouldn't it be too expensive a gift for him? Jack replied that when the stock price rose again, the chairman would also make money and would not have to pay taxes. Richard grinned and said that Lucas, although still a boy, had already become impudent and imbued with evil. Jack realized that he had passed the test. It was well after midnight when the chairman invited Michael's personal assistant and auto group chairman James Twain into his office. The chairman called James and summoned him in the middle of the night, which means something important happened. Michael reminded that Prestige still has the advantage. They don't have time to prepare, and they don't have enough money either. The chairman replied that jumping into a moving train was dangerous, but they would only get their feet caught. He then looked at James and said that he would be the leg. Michael and James looked at each other. They did not fully understand what the chairman was up to. Richard added that if Fantasy Entertainment acquired Auto Group, Wilson Motors would merge with Motors Group. That would be James's job. The chairman said that they would separate only Wilson Motors from the Auto Group and merge it with the Motors Group. The two automobile companies would start a new life. James Twin would become the director of this conglomerate. The assistant tried to object. No matter what the percentage of the merger will be, the main shareholder will still be Fantasy Entertainment. Richard replied that Larry Baker himself extended his hand to them. Larry also said that he wants to create a new well-packaged automobile company and transfer it to Synthes Group. The chairman, seeing James's concern, said that he would find another worthy place for President Mark Twinton, and it was time for James to prepare. Larry said that he does not see anything difficult. To separate Wilson Motors, merge with Motors Group and partially Auto Group. Jack replied that the merger ratio remained, and if Grandfather did not give in, the owner would change. Jack added that this is Grandpa. Even after mixing things up, he won't let go so easily. He's ready to share a little and then take everything away. Larry could not know the real face of the chairman. His greed takes precedence over his pedigree, otherwise he would not have been able to create Synthes Group. Jack said that the merger ratio will be known after they get Auto Group. But Larry doesn't have to worry. Lucas will deal with this problem himself. By the time a buyer is identified and the process begins, it will be a cold winter. As a result, Synthes Group, Prestige, and even the government will run out of wood, and the grandfather will have no choice but to accept his grandson's offer. And then Jack will serve the chairman a glass of alcohol, which he will gratefully accept. Wilson Motors will become a separate independent company through the separation of its subsidiaries. By teaming up with Motors Group, we will play a key role in creating a specialized automotive corporation. By this, Larry wanted to say that Fantasy Entertainment is not a speculative company, and that, by uniting, they will be able to take the Korean automobile industry to a new level. The journalists asked what the relationship is between Synthes Group and Fantasy Entertainment. The remote control flew to the floor, and hitting shattered. Matthew Lee was angry when he showed this press conference to his subordinates. He jumped up and shouted, "Didn't anyone know? Wasn't Larry Baker being watched?" The assistant replied that there had been no strange activity before last night. To which Matthew responded, shouted that only a blind man could miss this. It took a ton of phone calls and meetings between the three of them to come to an agreement before it all went unnoticed. The chairman said that it was time to end these surprise attacks on their part and asked for their opinions on how Prestige Company could fix this. But the assistants were silent. Either they did not know what to answer the chairman, or they were afraid of his anger. Matthew said that they were not only blind but also deaf, and gave them 2 hours to find all possible solutions. The chairman ordered them to mobilize all their cousins and relatives, to use all their brains to solve the problem. In the morning, Philip burst into the chairman's office and shouted that this could not be done. Richard invited his son to sit down and offered him some tea. Philip decisively asked how his father could give up the automotive industry and what he was missing. The chairman calmly replied that he had nothing to regret. He added up all the shortcomings that were in the company, threw them there together, shook them off. Philip was angry. How could his father not tell him about this important aspect in the organization of the subsidiaries of Synthes Group? So why should he learn about it from TV? He continued to shout, "Is he really worthy of this? He's even ashamed to show a business card that says that he is the vice chairman of Synthes Group." The president of Auto Group personally brought him the documents. It was he who announced the merger of Motors Group and Auto Group. While Philip screamed and said that he felt like a rag doll, the chairman calmly finished his tea. Then Richard said, "If Philip has expressed everything, then maybe he'll move on to the main point, because that's not what he came here for." The son wanted to continue his furious speech, but his father stopped him. He also lost his temper. Is Philip really ashamed of his business card? And what are the comparisons with a ragdoll? If his son is so ashamed of his position as vice president of Synthes Group, then he can leave it. And this business card, which Philip is so ashamed of, any person in the country would fight for it like mad. The son should be proud that he is a descendant of the company and received this business card due to luck. He does not understand its value at all. The chairman added that if he had not been his son, he would not have been able to get even the executive director's business card. Philip stood in front of his father, head down. He realized that he had said so much that it could affect his future career. The chairman said that the son was overdoing it and was really acting like a rag doll if he dared to make such a statement. He added that he understands his anger at learning about this from the media because the press immediately found out about it. And since the chairman has made such a decision, then the son should think about what additional preparations need to be made and what real benefits Synthèse Group can receive after the merger. After all, it is Philip who should do this, as vice chairman, and not take out his anger on his father. The father put his hand on his son's shoulder and said, "Even if his skills are not as outstanding as others, this place is still his." Philip should not lose his composure, think about the future of the company, and spend his energy on its development and protection. One of the following days, on the table of Eric, Richard's second son, was the report he had asked for. 2 days ago, Lucas was seen in a car with Larry shortly after that Richard met with the assistant chairman and president of the auto group company. Lucas left before those two arrived. Eric asked if they were saying that Philip wasn't there at the time. It was reported to him that he had been seen running to the chairman's house after the merger was announced on television. There was a conversation in the office in a raised voice, but the meaning of the conversation is not known. Aides speculated that Larry was the first to propose the merger. But what is strange is that the chairman quickly agreed to it. Eric thought that this might be the scenario that his father had in mind from the very beginning, and Larry began to interfere and get noticed since the takeover of Stalinvest. At some point, Eric thought that fantasy entertainment was the chairman's secret safe. He thought that if the younger Lucas had been around 30, he might have been dangerous, and he generally thought Kevin was a stupid idiot. Eric ordered to continue spying on Lucas. He was already a messenger between Larry and the chairman, because Lucas could already know about the merger. One of the assistants suggested that Lucas would be the old man's successor. Eric said that he was not sure. Although the chairman had been grooming his grandson since childhood, he did not prevent him from making his own choice of university. After all, the old man could easily afford a lawyer or prosecutor. Besides, Lucas almost never attends university, and his grandfather just wanted to have a flower to show off. If the chairman wanted to pass Synthèse Group onto his grandson, he would send him to study at the Faculty of Business. The assistants expressed their confusion as to why the old man entrusted Lucas to Larry Baker of Fantasy Entertainment. Eric replied that perhaps he noticed some kind of talent in his grandson, for example, managing money. In any case, it was not worth worrying about. The fight would end in one shot. For Eric, it was now a priority to build up his reputation. Aides recalled that Wilson Motors' stock price is now falling, and smart people are already rubbing their hands. Eric told them to buy them when the shares hit bottom, because there would be no division between the subsidiaries. He thought that his father was not the kind of person who could throw away his brainchild. As soon as the share price increased, Eric would have control of the company. One of the following days, Kevin invited Lucas back to his place and ordered lunch from the restaurant. They ate in silence for a while, but then Kevin wiped his mouth with a napkin and was the first to start talking. He asked if Lucas knew in advance about the merger with Wilson Motors. Jack looked at Kevin, who couldn't control his emotions at all, and decided to attack head-on. He replied that he knew about this plan the day before the official disclosure of information. Jack added that Larry Baker asked Lucas to ask his grandfather for advice and give him a proposal with a merger plan. Kevin asked why they didn't meet in person. Jack replied that Prestige was watching every Larian chairman. He hoped that these words would be enough to avert suspicion from himself, but how did he find out about all this? Does this mean that Jack is being watched not by Vice Chairman Philip, but by Kevin himself? The brother decided to clarify whether Lucas was really just a messenger between Larry and his grandfather. Jack did not understand Kevin's doubts because he was sure that his father would become the owner of Synthèse Group, and Kevin himself was born under a lucky star. Jack suggested that it was quite possible that Kevin's fiancée had provoked this conversation. Apparently, Kevin was annoyed by Lucas's long silence and asked if he was going to answer directly. Jack replied that in fact there was a secret contract between grandfather and Larry, but he could not talk about it. He found out about it by accident and was advised not to disclose it until the official announcement. Kevin got angry and asked if he couldn't know about this either, if he was a stranger to Lucas. Jack didn't like Kevin's tone and decided to make him angry. Therefore, when asked by Kevin if they were strangers, Jack replied that they were, and besides, he now had no authority. Jack added that neither Philip nor assistant Michael knew about this contract, and whether Kevin thought he had more rights than them. Kevin angrily asked if Lucas had forgotten that his brother was going to make him his right-hand man. He added that these are not just words. By the time Lucas graduates from university, Kevin will already be the CEO, so it is better for Lucas to stay close to him. Jack replied that although he was the youngest, he was not so stupid as to believe, like an idiot, in the promises of an unlikely future. It's not for nothing that Kevin's father was not informed about the upcoming merger, although he is the vice chairman of the company. Jack added that Philip's inheritance procedure has not yet been completed, which means grandfather can change his decision at any time. Kevin exploded. Is Lucas really giving up the place of his right hand to cling to his grandfather and wait for his chance and is going to compete with Philip? Jack replied that there was no need to be so nervous. He was just observing the situation. In any case, Synthesis Group had nothing to do with Lucas. And Lucas has nothing to regret either. He can focus on his studies and pass the bar exams. Because he's good in studies. Being a judge or prosecutors He will just enjoy life, have fun, and not worry about money. Plus, his father Heinrich is successful in the film industry, and he only has to extend his hand to get pretty actresses into it. Kevin asked if this meant that Lucas was giving up his place in Synthesis Group, and Jack replied that he had not said that. And if the offer to become the right hand came from number 1, then Lucas might have agreed, but Kevin is not number 1. Kevin replied that when he becomes number 1, he won't need Lucas anymore. He added that his father could make it so that Lucas could not get even 1 share of Synthesis Group. Jack realized that he had hurt his pride, so Kevin decided to try a threat, but it was unlikely to work. Jack repeated that he doesn't regret anything. Even with what his family has now, he can live for the rest of his life and enjoy it. He looked at Kevin and realized that he could end the conversation. He had given enough arguments for his independence. Jack decided that the seeds of distrust and anxiety needed to be sown at the end. He looked at his brother and said, the second and third sons of his grandfather, their wives and children, they are all greedy and not so simple. These people are not the kind who will sit idly by and watch the entire Synthesis Group company go to Philip. Kevin exploded again and replied that he was well aware of this, and his father would take care of it, because he was not so simple either. Jack replied that if he were Kevin, he wouldn't be so sure about this, especially about his father's words and actions. Kevin recalled the secret agreement and asked if it's somehow related to the issue of heritage. He explained his interest by the fact that he is the eldest grandson and cannot stand aside and wait. Jack said, after all, if the royal power is inherited by the eldest son, and then by the father, then there will be order in the country. Only in this case, the family will not suffer. Jack decided to satisfy Kevin's curiosity a little and said that he saw the name of the secret contract. The next second, Kevin heard from Lucas that the contract was called the Synthesis Group Management Reorganization Plan. Jack said that this was the biggest favor he could do for his brother. And from that point on, the rest was up to Kevin and his father. Because of Wilson Motors, the claws that each of them had been hiding would gradually begin to be exposed. Time will tell whose claws will be sharper. Larry opened the morning newspaper and saw an article about 2 Fantasy Entertainment becoming the owners of Auto Group. But he was worried that Synthesis Group would find an opportunity to take it away. Jack asked Larry when the takeover payment was due. Larry put down the newspaper and replied that they must pay $1 billion no earlier than next year. He added that the chairman could be asked if he might want to rush the merger process to get it done before the end of the year. Jack did the math in his head and asked how much money they had on hand now. Larry replied that $600 million, as Jack had asked, remained in cash without any investment, plus another $600 million would be returned next year. This was enough. The money he invested using his memory returned 100-fold. And if not, he had done this, but some manager with a large financial fund had been able to be reborn in this way, he would have taken the place of the richest man in the world. Larry said he would transfer the $1 billion so they could pay it back at any time. Jack replied that there was no point in doing this yet anyway. The upcoming payment would only be made by the end of the year. Larry asked Lucas in surprise if he too had noticed that the recent rise in the exchange rate was a little strange. Jack replied that everyone had noticed this a long time ago. They were just trying to close their eyes. It felt like the dollar was slipping away like water. He added that exchange rate fluctuations and the loss of the dollar are 2 different things. Then Jack said that a box of bread on a desert island would cost much more than in the next bakery around the corner. Larry understood Jack's metaphor by bread, which was in short supply on the island. He meant the dollar. Larry thought for a moment, then asked what Lucas thought, if the exchange rate continued to rise, whether he was going to pay for the acquisition in dollars. Jack said that he came up with an idea, to reduce the price by offering to pay for Auto Group in dollars. Larry laughed. He understood. Even if you have a gold nugget and what to do with it, if already on the threshold of death it is useless, then it is better to exchange it for a life jacket. He understood Lucas's intentions by the time domestic foreign exchange reserves reached the bottom. He would become their savior. Jack corrected him. It is not he who will become the rescuer, but the CEO of Fantasy Entertainment, that is, Larry. Larry asked if Lucas still doesn't want to show himself because he's young, or has some secret motive for not revealing himself. Jack explained what people would say if they found out that he owns trillions of dollars. There would be rumors about illegal gifts, simplified inheritance, etc. Everyone would start discussing it. Larry smiled and said that he was ready to become his riding horse, and Lucas only had to beat the whip and hold the reins. When Larry reminded Lucas that he would soon be 50, and in 5 years the guy would be running on his own, Jack asked if Lucas was going to retire. He replied that he was. He had enough money, but not enough time to spend it. Larry smiled and said that he would give him 5 years. Otherwise, Lucas was more like his nephew than the nephew himself. The next day, Kevin reported to his father about his conversation with Lucas and assured that he himself had personally seen the folder with documents. Philip clenched his fist, and Kevin thought about Lucas's words about the duplicity of all family members, including his father. Can he really pat his son on the shoulder and, at the same time, hide this from him? Kevin no longer knew who he could trust and who he couldn't. My father said that if part of the company were to be separated, you just had to get over it. No doubt the whole structure would shake, but not enough to worry about it. He told Kevin to focus on normalizing the work of Stalinvest and show his grandfather what he was capable of. As soon as his son left the office, Philip urgently ordered the entire planning department to appear in the conference room. He knew he had to act quickly before the chairman made a strange decision. Eric stood up from the table and apologized for distracting James Twain from his business. The president of Auto Group replied that recently he had indeed begun to work more, but he would always find time to talk with Eric. Eric asked James directly. He still does not understand who will benefit more if Auto Group and Synthesis Group merge. The president replied that everything happened so quickly that he himself was a little confused. Eric looked at James carefully and wondered how long he would have the patience to pretend that he didn't know anything in advance. And he asked James a question. Now that there has been a separation with the branches and the president has no relation to Synthesis Group, he is probably very upset. James looked at Eric with disbelief. He immediately did not like this conversation. It seemed that he was testing the waters. He responded curtly and briefly that he was disappointed. James added that he had served the chairman for more than 30 years, during which time he had only protested to him once. Eric remained silent and decided to listen to the president's story. When Chairman Richard first got into the oil business, war broke out in the Middle East and the oil supply was in crisis. So they flew to Texas to secure a crude oil contract as quickly as possible. They were driving along an endless highway. They were already exhausted when suddenly they came across a steakhouse. The chairman ordered one steak and said that they would split it in half. The steaks were simply huge, each weighing at least 600 grams. Eric noticed that in the United States, steaks were always made in large portions. James replied that he was against it and told the chairman that he wanted a separate portion. Eric grinned and asked if this was the only protest. The president responded positively. Eric looked at Eric with confusion. He hoped that he would say something important, or maybe it was a joke. He thought that if the president then refused to divide a piece of meat, then he would not support the division of the company now. Eric replied that the president doesn't like to share, and Eric doesn't like to throw away. And if you take too much to eat, you'll have to throw it away later. James said that he and the chairman choked, but ate everything. Although the portions were huge, they managed. Eric considered him an old-fashioned businessman, who for a salary looked after the company like a family, or like a carriage that could change owners and replace horses and coachmen. He mockingly said that the president eats a lot. He replied that with age, the volume of the required portion has greatly decreased. Eric thought that he was not yet old if he could eat a 600-gram steak. James was tired of going around in circles, and he directly said that Philip was Eric's older brother and the eldest son of the chairman. Eric would not be able to get the company. Eric lost his temper and said, "Doesn't the president know that his brother Philip is not competent?" James calmly replied that Eric could always be with his brother and help him. Eric said that it should be the other way around, and James replied that incompetent people cannot be assistants. They are useless. Eric began to put pressure on the president and said that he would create several branches and give them to his brother to manage. James replied that he was simply an employee of Synthesis Group, but he would not get involved in support plans that discredit the company. He did not want to see the redistribution of land. Eric decided that he couldn't let things go and that he needed to do everything to achieve his goal. He continued to press, saying that he would make these lands more fertile, clear all the uneven areas, making them a wide and vast plain. James replied that the chairman is not the person who will raise and determine a successor in advance, so Eric may not even dream of it. He added that the chairman will look closely and compare candidates until it is time to die, and will announce a successor in the last will. Eric exclaimed that this cannot be. One must prepare for inheritance in advance. Otherwise, one will have to pay astronomical taxes. James replied that the chairman was more concerned about the future of Synthesis Group, and not about taxes. Eric could not stand it, jumped up and shouted why the president was telling him all this now. Or did his words mean that Philip would inherit the company? James also stood up and replied that these were only his thoughts and desires. Eric seemed to be interested in his thoughts, and not the intentions of the chairman. He noted that a change in the owner of the carriage does not mean a change in the coachman. With these words, James headed towards the exit, and Eric thought that the opinions of people like the president played a big role in his father's decision. Eric said after that he would mean that the confrontation had not even begun yet. One of the following days, Eric decided to visit the office of his younger brother Heinrich. Heinrich was extremely surprised, because during the 10 years of the existence of the film company, Eric never visited his brother, and was not interested in his affairs. Eric said that he heard that his brother earned a lot of money during this time. Heinrich replied that these were just rumors. It was difficult to earn anything at the bottom. Even the budget of one department of the company was not enough. Eric replied that tomorrow he would send a person to expand the office, because you need to live up to your position. But Heinrich replied that he still needed to pay off the debt. Eric was aware of the success of his brother's company and was very surprised to learn about the debt. Heinrich replied that he did not use a private loan, and as far as Eric knows, he received money for the startup capital from his son Lucas. He must return it to his son, otherwise it would be awkward to take money from a small child and not give it back. Eric replied that Heinrich made great money and would be able to repay the debt, then invited his brother to sit down. Heinrich sat down in a chair and said that he would like to quickly end the conversation and asked why Eric had come to him. Eric asked a direct question whether Heinrich was going to continue down this road and film production was his last bet. Henry looked at his brother and answered if he wanted to tell Henry not to even poke his nose into his father's company. Eric replied that his brother was understanding and reminded him of the existence of his son Lucas. He added that he would hate to lose his younger brother and nephew. Heinrich asked why there was such interest in him, since there was also his younger brother Nick. Eric waved his hands and replied that Nick had not been his brother for a long time. In the company, he was only a name. He noticed Heinrich's thoughtful look and asked if he had been hiding his greed until that moment. Heinrich adjusted his glasses and answered, "It's not that he's greedy. He just hasn't played his father's role enough until now, and now he'll do it." Eric looked at his brother and realized that it would be about his son Lucas. Heinrich said that his son dreams of becoming an entrepreneur, like his grandfather, and with this statement, he surprised his brother. Then Heinrich explained that Lucas is not so petty as to want to get several subsidiaries of his grandfather's company. He will achieve everything on his own. When he added that he would do everything to help his son with this, Eric asked what this had to do with Synthesis Group. Heinrich replied that the blood of the chairman also flows in him, and if they give it to him, he does not refuse, and if they don't give it, then he takes his fair share. Eric was silent and thought about the words his brother had just said. Heinrich suggested that Eric came here for a reason. Apparently something happened to his older brother. It seems that the company's shares were greatly shaken because of Wilson Motors. Eric told Heinrich to stay back and support Eric. If he wins, he will give his brother a fair share, enough for Lucas to achieve his dream. Henry asked what would happen if the other brother won. Eric replied that then Henry would have to fight him to prove to his son that he was the father. Leaving the office, Eric noticed a movie poster on the door and asked his brother about it. The brother replied that this was the Titanic. The company would release it early next year, but in the meantime they were looking for cinemas. Eric replied that if the tickets didn't sell, he would buy them all. It was already late evening when uninvited guests appeared in Heinrich's house. Sitting in front of him was his older sister Caroline and her husband Oliver. They had come to ask him for money. Heinrich replied that today was a very strange day. First Eric's visit, now his sister, had something really happened in the family. But he didn't know. And now the department store owner is asking for money from the owner of the film company, at a time when her weekly income can be compared to the profit from one film. Carolina replied that her father invested all the money in Stalinvest and limited the budget of the department store. In addition, he asked for daily reports on income and expenses. Heinrich asked if his sister had done anything wrong to their father. She blamed Oliver for everything, saying that he was asking to challenge the mayor of Seoul in next year's elections. My father blocked all funding and forbade me from using money from the department store. Heinrich was very surprised, although he knew that this was definitely his sister's idea. Caroline said that she heard that Heinrich hit a big jackpot this year with some film and received a lot of money. Heinrich asked how much she thought the film could make in Korea, given the inexpensive ticket prices. If you calculate the amount for tickets sold, subtract from it the money for the cinema, distributors, production costs, then how much is left in their opinion? Seeing that Caroline and Oliver had nothing to answer, Henry suggested ending this absurdity. Oliver stood up and asked Henry to consider this conversation as not having taken place. Having not received the expected financial support, Caroline and her husband left the house upset. Suddenly they saw Lucas, who was returning home. Lucas wondered what his aunt and her husband were doing here at such a late hour. The father was sitting on the sofa and drinking tea. He told his son that he needed to talk. Jack apologized for returning late and promised that he would not make his father worry in the future. Henry replied that he was not such an old-fashioned father as to control his adult son. They sat down to drink tea, and the father said that his brother Eric had come to see him in the afternoon, and just then his sister Caroline and her husband. Jack tried to catch his father's mood and understand what the upcoming conversation might be about. Heinrich said that Lucas is definitely his son, but he is in no way like him. He prided himself on his artistic and aesthetic sense, and Lucas doesn't even listen to regular popular songs. He thinks counting money is boring, but Lucas is born with a wonderful sense of investing. How the differences can be so obvious. Jack was worried why his father started this conversation. Did he really realize that he was not his son? The father said that, in fact, he already knew everything from Larry Baker. This statement made Jack even more worried. The father said that he knows that his son's fortune is very huge. and that Lucas owns the auto group, so he actually owns the investment company that controls Hollywood. Jack knew that his father and Larry were best friends who had become close in their youth, and their friendship was based on trust. And it's strange that Larry didn't tell Henry his son's secrets for 10 years. The father laughed and said that Lucas has the same face he had when Larry told him everything about him. Jack apologized for not telling his father about this himself, but Henry replied that he was even grateful to Lucas for this. After all, Henry would never have believed that his son, a high school student with a billion-dollar fortune, was negotiating in fluent English. He said he was surprised at first, but is now proud of his son. His father's pride was not in the fact that Lucas earned a lot of money, but in his great talent for doing it. And then the father asked a direct question: does Lucas want to take over the Synthesis Group? Jack replied that it was simply a means or tool to achieve his goal, not the goal itself. Heinrich asked what Lucas's real dream was then. Jack replied that his dream was to create a huge conglomerate that would surpass Synthesis Group. To create one, you first need to build a company from scratch, then buy up a decent number of Synthesis Group branches. Jack added that branches of other companies are also needed. We cannot limit ourselves to just Synthesis Group. Heinrich replied that Lucas was talking about Synthesis Group as some kind of kiosk or neighborhood store. Jack said that he didn't say that he wanted his grandfather's company to be given to him. He wants people to see him as more than just someone who was lucky enough to be born into the Wilson family. Then he looked thoughtfully at the ceiling and said that for now this was all just a dream. The father replied that since this was just a dream, he no longer needed to worry about his son. He wondered if there was anything he could do to help his son achieve his dream if necessary. He was even ready to defend his rights as one of the chairman's sons. Henry stood up and, placing his hand on his son's shoulder, said that he could have intentions of starting a confrontation with his brothers, even under the threat of splitting their family. A thought suddenly struck Jack. This was a completely new card that he hadn't even thought about. As he headed out, his father said that he hated quarrels and contentious negotiations, and was glad that Lucas did not need his help. Jack jumped up and shouted after his father that everything was completely wrong, asked to continue the conversation, but his father went to bed. Approaching his grandfather's house, Jack looked towards the parking lot, which was completely filled with arriving cars. Jack realized that the chairman had called a big emergency meeting. The chairman gave instructions that all foreign currency coming into the company should not be spent. It was also necessary to deal with foreign payments, which must be made, because banks do not want to share their reserves of dollars. Due to the appreciation of the exchange rate, export earnings from exchange rate differences have increased and conversion into local currency has been suspended. At that moment, his assistant Michael turned to the chairman and said that, at his request, he called the prime minister, but he was ignoring the calls. Richard replied that this bastard understands that the call is from the chairman and ignores all calls from businessmen. The chairman asked Michael what the maximum amount they could get by collecting all the unclaimed money internally. The assistant replied that it would be a little more than 400 billion, because the amount for Stalinvest was paid in a lump sum, and the money continues to go there. Richard turned to everyone and ordered not to give the money anywhere, but to demand what they should receive right now and immediately convert it into dollars. Some of those present answered, "Even if they give more than the market price, nothing will come of it." Everyone is whining. There are no dollars available at all. Michael reminded us about Wilson Motors and the acquisition price. The chairman remembered, this is the money of fantasy entertainment. Their money is exactly in dollars. Michael continued that they could exchange currency with them and cover the shortfall with a loan from the bank. Someone added that they can even take away all the dollars that Fantasy Entertainment owns by issuing Synthesis Group bonds, as long as it suits the Fantasy Entertainment Company. The chairman replied that he would deal with this himself, because he is very close to the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Michael recalled that CEO Larry Baker is not so simple and knows the value of his company's dollar. The chairman slyly answered, "Is Larry the owner of the Fantasy Entertainment Company?" Richard repeated that he is closely acquainted with the owner, and Larry is a simple manager. He then expressed his dissatisfaction that his subordinates had not been performing very well lately. The chairman told everyone to get lost and not talk about his instructions and follow them carefully. Jack sat in the living room and saw the chairman's subordinates leave the office. He heard the topic of the meeting and expected to see grim, puzzled faces, but they were cheerful. Entering the office, Jack noticed that his grandfather was in a good mood. The chairman opened his arms wide for a hug and said that he was glad to welcome the owner. Jack wondered with a grin whether he had really decided to appoint him as his successor at the meeting, although it is unlikely that his grandfather would not have done this. The chairman noticed the surprised face of his grandson and explained that he was the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Having sat down at the table, the chairman said that today he wants to talk with his grandson, as the owner does with the owner. Jack replied that it was all so sudden and it even scared him a little. The grandfather told his grandson not to pretend because curiosity was written on his face. Whoever has the advantage has the fun, but they each have a hidden card up their sleeve. Jack looked at the chairman's face. The currency crisis was approaching and he was so calm. The chairman asked if Lucas had prepared the money for Wilson Motors. Jack replied that there was nothing to prepare. Transfer money from a foreign account to a domestic bank account. Richard clarified whether Lucas actually had them in dollars. Jack understood his grandfather's interest in providing dollars in case of a currency crisis. The chairman asked his grandson to exchange currencies. After all, it makes no difference to Lucas what currency he pays for the acquisition of Wilson Motors. Richard continued and asked if the exchange could be made tomorrow, and suddenly Jack replied that he didn't want to do it. The chairman looked at Lucas questioningly and did not understand the reason for the refusal. Jack answered why such difficulties. He could immediately transfer to the creditor bank. The grandson added that he also has eyes and ears, and he knows that the dollar is growing every day. In any case, the merger of Synthes Group and Motors Group must be completed before the creditors sign the acquisition permit. Payment is made later, and this is beneficial for Lucas. Jack looked at the chairman. His grandfather probably thought that his grandson had gone too far. The chairman first laughed, and then said that he did not expect any other answer from his grandson. The chairman burst into loud laughter and said that the game was becoming more and more interesting. In his thoughts, Jack called his grandfather a snake, trying to buy time for a quick brainstorm with laughter. The chairman began to bargain and offered his price for $1. But Jack did not give up and suggested that his grandfather try one more time. Richard upped the ante again. Jack again refused and said that he was not interested. The grandfather decided to remind his grandson that all the dollars that Lucas has originally came from land that was given to him. Jack also recalled that it was a deal, a gift for his grandson's good studies. He replied that for the money spent on these lands, grandfather received a lot of joy and believes that this is a completely equal deal. The chairman could not even imagine that Lucas would remember all this down to the smallest detail. Jack replied that the chairman himself started this conversation about the events of 10 years ago. Grandfather said that he had to give in and asked how much Lucas wanted. Jack replied that the balance of the scales is incorrect, because dollars, which in the near future will cost more than gold, are inappropriate to exchange for local currency, which will become cheaper than toilet paper. The chairman was at a loss when Lucas suggested that he put something else on the scale. Richard asked if Lucas really thought the exchange rate would rise so much that it could be compared to toilet paper. Jack replied that the grandfather is turning to his grandson because he does not have dollars and they are difficult to buy, money that cannot buy dollars and toilet paper. The chairman looked at his grandson in surprise and realized that he was right in every sense of the conversation that had begun. Jack was worried whether he had behaved too impertinently towards his grandfather. Jack always worried when he saw his grandfather upset. Maybe he could give him a small amount of dollars as support. But he immediately drove away the feeling of pity and decided that such a chance should not be missed. A minute later, the chairman asked how Lucas knew about the upcoming financial crisis, and the grandson replied that from the press. He added that various articles have been published, and everyone who understands the situation would try to develop measures. The chairman said that the press often publish provocative articles and often exaggerated. Jack thought that if grandfather said this, feeling the full risk of the situation, then he wanted to know what was in his head. Jack replied that truth is like a book of poetry. New collections are constantly being published, but most people do not read them. Moreover, many of the authors receive Nobel Prizes in literature. The chairman did not quite understand what the grandson was talking about, and asked what he should put on the scales to balance them. Jack decided not to be stupid and not answer this question first. In any case, Synthesis Group fell into the water, and Jack is a life jacket. When the water rises to the chest and then to the tip of the nose, and when true fear is felt. When the gold nuggets start to be thrown out of your pocket, that's when Jack will extend his hand in life jacket. The chairman was noticeably nervous. His impatience was visible. He was waiting for an answer from Lucas. Jack looked shrewdly at his grandfather and suggested that negotiations on the merger ratio should be put on the table. The chairman, hearing this, exclaimed that it turned out that Lucas was hiding his black soul from him. Jack's goal was to ensure that, when merging part of the shares of Synthes Group and Motors Group, to make the merger ratio favorable for him. He replied to the chairman that this was not a black soul, but a reasonable request that he wanted to bring to the negotiating table. Richard said that Lucas is a greedy little guy. He lays it very smoothly, as if he had smeared it with sesame oil. Jack replied that a business is an enterprise that fulfills the desires of others and satisfies one's own greed. Greed will be criticized anyway, so it doesn't matter how greedy a person is. And suddenly the chairman said that Lucas was a real respectful grandson. Jack replied that it was so. He brought his grandfather a lot of joy, delighting him in childhood with his grades, grew up and even saved a lot of money. And the chairman said from the moment he united the branches of Synthes Group into one company and took over leadership, no one opposed him. Everyone bowed their heads, and Richard only received what was due to him, and there was no one who would dare to take it all away. Jack wondered if the fire of rivalry had flared up in this old man, who was over 70, and even with his grandson. The chairman shouted that he never took away what he had to share. He said that apparently it was time to rekindle this fire, then it would be clear who would win. In response to his grandfather, Jack exclaimed that he was his grandson by blood. The chairman grinned maliciously and replied that it was even more interesting, the confrontation between grandfather and grandson. Jack was afraid that from now on he would not be able to get anything from his grandfather if he were not in a good mood. Richard said that he would be the first to make one of the offers to this impudent owner with a lot of dollars. He himself will determine the merger ratio of the companies, and his grandson will have no choice but to accept this proposal. Who knows, maybe he will give Lucas much more than he expected, because a grandfather never skimps on his grandson. Jack did not know what his grandfather was up to, whether this would all affect the achievement of his goals and plans that he had in mind. The chairman asked again if Lucas was ready to accept his offer. Jack answered mockingly that, as a respectable grandson, he could deprive his beloved grandfather of another joy. The chairman said that the grandson is not one to give up without a fight and seems to be rejecting this offer. Jack reminded and asked what the second sentence would be. Richard replied that this was not really a proposal but more like a threat. And when he makes this threat, Lucas will regret not accepting the first offer. Jack wondered what kind of threat this could be, because no one had ever threatened him before, at least in this life. And suddenly the chairman said that there would be no merger between Syntez Group and Auto Group. Tomorrow morning, Chairman James Twain will hold a press conference in which he will say that Fantasy Entertainment, the company that acquired Auto Group, has made unreasonable demands, so there will be no merger. Jack looked at his grandfather with hatred and said that his statement somehow faintly amounted to a threat. Richard shouted if Lucas wanted to say that he wouldn't care if the chairman might stop the acquisition of the company. Jack was a little funny. Did his grandfather really think that he could stop him from getting Auto Group by trying to stop him? He replied that the situation would undoubtedly change, since the merger was the first condition of the acquisition. Jack agreed with the chairman that this was an emergency situation. Richard said that there are some things that remain and will remain the same, and not just in this situation. And this is influence. He can call the creditors, the banks, the Blue House, the National Assembly, and there will be no decision to take possession. Until the chairman of Prestige contacted him and offered to have a drink, the chairman suggested that Lucas reconsider the rates. Does the grandson really still think that he can get the company without a merger? Jack responded that the country's available foreign exchange reserves were only $2 billion, and Korea was asking to borrow money from friendly countries. Richard asked if Lucas meant that his influence had diminished due to the currency crisis. Jack said that his grandfather's influence had not diminished, but simply disappeared. The chairman looked at Lucas in bewilderment. Jack explained that they themselves are now having a difficult time, since what is the likelihood that they will answer the chairman's calls? He suggested that the grandfather take the current situation more seriously, and the fact that the chairman's influence no longer works is not important for Jack. On the contrary, it's even better, because then no one will put forward bids and Fantasy Entertainment will be the only one. Jack assumed that creditors would be inclined to favor Fantasy Entertainment, even if he decided to defer payment for the acquisition of the company. The chairman of Prestige must be clutching his heart right now. He was going to get the company for local currency and could be left completely out of money if it worked out. If the grandfather hopes that the situation will change in the near future, but this will not happen. Jack said that the chairman himself knows that the country cannot avoid a financial crisis, and one should not hope that the national economy will not collapse so easily. All this causes anxiety in everyone. The chairman asked if Lucas meant that the Syntez Group company would need Fantasy Entertainment dollars. Jack replied that the country's foreign exchange reserves were $2 billion, and he had half of that. And the moment this money arrives in Korea, all the banks and corporations will start lining up in front of Fantasy Entertainment. The chairman asked if he wanted to meet with him. As the owner of Fantasy Entertainment, he would have to take a first-come, first-served ticket. And Jack replied that Grandpa's ticket would be number 1. The chairman fell silent and thought. Jack realized that now the grandfather was listening to the words of his grandson. A minute later, Jack, seeing his grandfather's silence, said that he was bored and needed to quickly complete the deal to acquire Auto Group. He still had a lot to do. The chairman got angry and said that he could be more important than that. Jack replied that he still needed to shake the dollars in his hands, find a company to put in the cart and negotiate a price. Not for the first time during the conversation, the chairman looked at his grandson with bewilderment. Jack considered his grandfather a phenomenal and legendary person, and he could not think that he could surpass him, even if only for a short time. And then Richard couldn't resist and asked how the hell dollars he had. Jack replied that he would not show his grandfather his wallet, but he could easily buy Transmotors. Now Richard was truly dumbfounded. Jack explained that he is going to tie Auto Group and Transmotors together, and if you add Wilson Motors, you will get a company that is not inferior to Prestige. And at the entrance of the company, Jack will place a Wilson Motors sign. This will be another gift in tribute to grandfather from a respectful grandson. Jack told his grandfather that he would wait for a second proposal from him. He could hold a meeting, but there was little time left because the waiting list could grow. The chairman looked sternly at Lucas and said his own words that this was too weak for threats. Nothing is finished yet, and this is not the end yet. Jack recalled the chairman's words that his grandfather once said that you need to know when to retreat. Richard burst into boisterous laughter and replied that this was complete nonsense now. Jack left the office and left his grandfather in deep thought. Apparently, Richard felt the crisis too, but the size and severity were different. Temporary difficulties due to the depletion of foreign currency are not uncommon. The government has always borrowed dollars from America, Europe, and Japan. Richard remembered that Lucas had said that this time everything would be different. Even the economic giants did not lend money or exchange currency. And if there were only 2 billion foreign currency left, it was equivalent to having a lot of food but no water. He was so busy with his thoughts that he did not hear when all those whom he had invited to the meeting entered the office. Everyone present was trying to guess what would be on the agenda this time. The first thing the chairman ordered to do was to notify all local product and electronics departments. As soon as import earnings arrive, store them in dollars and borrow money to pay them back. He ordered the construction department to bid 20% cheaper for foreign projects, in exchange for requiring a quick down payment or milestone payment. He then approached the insurance department and ordered the return of all the money invested in foreign financial companies. And no matter what the fine for violating the contract is, you need to extract as many dollars as possible by canceling everything. One of the invited economists warned that the losses would be too great and would impact administrative profits. The chairman threateningly ordered to shut up and follow orders. Personal assistant Michael asked the chairman to calm down. He added that everyone has made excellent preparations and foreign exchange transactions of all branches are strictly controlled. Richard replied that careful preparation was not enough. One must be prepared to lose a limb. Michael asked if the chairman had been able to speak with the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. Richard replied that an agreement could not be reached. He then added that he made money during the Korean War, and even that didn't scare him. The chairman answered honestly that he was scared now. There was an uneasy silence at the negotiating table. The chairman continued by saying that whoever has the dollars is very powerful. He did not blink in front of Richard, and even made threats. For the first time, he saw in front of him a person so stubborn than himself. Michael asked who this owner was, if the chairman felt his power more than his own. Richard just slammed his fist on the table and shouted for everyone to be ready. In November 1997, Finance and Economic Affairs Minister Alex Wang announced that he would not appeal to the International Monetary Fund. But just 2 days later, he announced a request for financial assistance in improving the balance of payments, stabilizing the value of the currency, and opening the capital market. The next day, an official presidential statement requesting such assistance was published. The stock index fell, as did the country's national credit rating. Some banks were ordered to suspend operations, and Bacara Group Bank was one of them and went bankrupt. Larry was indignant, because according to the agreement, they must pay for the takeover after the merger is completed. He was against payment being made in dollars and categorically stated that he would pay in local currency. Larry hung up the phone, folded his arms over his chest, and, closing his eyes, said that chaos was happening everywhere. A minute later, Larry asked Lucas what about the chairman and if he had given his answer to his grandson's proposal. Jack replied that the grandfather was not going to give in to his grandson and was still just as stubborn. Larry said that if Wilson would not have been such a famous rich man, Lucas, when he grows up, will begin to do the same, because he already wants to get more than his grandfather. Reading the newspaper, Jack replied that if the exchange rate rose, then instead of 3 trillion in local currency, he would have 5. Larry grinned and asked how a 20-year-old guy with that amount of money would feel. Jack advised Larry not to get too excited. He, too, would like to take this money and gamble with it somewhere in Europe. Larry replied that Lucas could easily afford it. Then Jack asked Larry what he thought was better, the chairman of a Korean conglomerate or a rich European aristocrat. Larry replied that both are boring. Jack replied that the time would come, Lucas would become a Korean conglomerate and make sure that in retirement, Larry would feel like a European aristocrat. Work was in full swing at Synthes Group. Employees continually reported to the chairman from what other sources they could get dollars. One of these subordinates stood in Richard's office and listened to the fact that he needed these $2 million. Michael asked if the chairman can tell him the name of the owner of Fantasy Entertainment. He could try to talk to him and agree on cooperation. Richard replied that he would take care of it himself and ordered an assistant to visit the opposition camp. O ordered to deliver them several packages of vitamins and tell them that if they give them $2 billion, the Federation of Korean Industry will actively cooperate with the next administration. After the assistant leaves, Richard opened the folder on the table and began looking through the documents. He saw the numbers. The maximum share that could be allocated to Wilson Motors was almost 18%. He needs to give such a percentage for a favorable exchange rate, and not for receiving $1 billion. Moreover, Lucas promised to give them away after the merger, but this is unlikely to happen. After all, Lucas puts everything he can get his hands on in his pocket. Richard didn't mind if he distributed the company's shares among 5 children. He could give each of them 20%. Richard sometimes felt that when he looked at his grandson, it was as if he was looking into a mirror. After all, Lucas is one of those people who never loses anything he gets into his hands, and who will gladly take things from others. If a guy was born with a more calculating temperament than others and set his sights on Synthis Group, the rest of the children and grandchildren will simply be expelled. Definitely, he will make Synthis Group a huge and majestic company, but he will never allow anyone to enter it. But judging by the way he cares for his father, he has a big heart. Lucas is smart enough to achieve his father's dream at a young age. But now is not the time to think about it. Now you need to worry about the company first, not about your grandson. Even if the company is taken away, it will not be done by a stranger. Richard had no choice but to console himself with the fact that his grandson was a predator. Larry explained to Lucas that these companies are the most reliable at present. If they overcome this crisis, there will be no problems. Jack looked at the list and asked, from a financial accounting perspective, which were the best options. Larry replied that those at the top of the list have good profitability and technology. But Lucas looks at more than just these parameters. Jack replied that only Synthis Group and Prestige could overcome this crisis on their own. Larry said that Contour Group also needs a little government support to survive. Jack stood up and replied that time will tell and everything will fall into place. He went out into the underground parking lot and headed to his car. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Jack told Thomas to go to the chairman's house. He thought about Larry's opinion Contour Group was indeed a reliable company. It was its reliability that made Jack want to buy it. Until now, this world was divided into predators and herbivores, in which everyone coexisted and no one hid. But an era has come where predators bare their fangs and mercilessly tear herbivores to pieces. And if Jack has decided to become the king of this place, there is nothing left to do but take rough action. Thomas said he found out who was targeting their car, and it was Daily News. Jack was surprised and asked if the Wilson family were not going to become related to them. He thought that the enemy would be someone from within, but he never expected that it would be someone from outside. Thomas said the information service reported the matter to the chairman but was told to pretend not to notice. Jack tried to find reasons why the Daily News was doing this and couldn't guess what they were up to. Apparently, the chairman believes that the Daily News is an insignificant newspaper and should not pay attention to it, or is being cautious, since it is almost relatives. Jack needs to deal with all of his grandfather's decisions, analyze, evaluate, and use them. This is Jack's strategy and tactics. Finally, the car stopped near the porch of Richard Wilson's residence. Jack handed Thomas a credit card and told him to arrange a dinner with the staff of the strategy department. Thanking him, Thomas took the card, and Jack told them not to worry about money and take everything that was most expensive. Getting out of the car, Jack smiled slyly. His sister-in-law's card came in handy. Richard and Jack were sitting in the living room. There was an envelope on the table, and the chairman said that this should be enough. Jack took the envelope and carefully examined the documents. There was an amount of almost 18%. If this amount and 8 auto group companies merge, the company becomes his property. Jack put the documents in an envelope and asked his grandfather if this was a deal or an inheritance. Richard laughed and exclaimed if there was a limit to Lucas's greed. He then added why he should give his grandson some kind of inheritance. He decided to give everything to his children, and Lucas will already receive an inheritance from his parents. Jack replied that his father was not as rich as his grandfather, and he could not count on much. The chairman replied that this was his good. Jack thought that if grandfather was going to divide the inheritance between the children, then his father would also get his piece. Richard said that this was the second and final offer and told Lucas to stamp and transfer him $1 billion. Jack thought if he continues to play push-pull, then his grandfather will refuse to negotiate altogether. He needs to be careful with his words, or this will not end well. After all, even one drop makes ripples throughout the entire lake. And even strong attachment turns into thin ice with one single insult. Jack said that he would transfer this amount to him at a rate higher than the current one. Seeing his grandfather's surprised look, Jack explained that he was always on his side and he would not be greedy in this situation. The chairman asked what Lucas was up to. Did he really look like such a simple person as to believe in his grandson's flattery? Jack became convinced that the old man had incredible intelligence. Jack replied that his grandfather was taking this amount from him at an exchange rate much higher than the current one. So what is the ulterior motive here? The chairman replied that the exchange rate could be raised higher than Lucas suggested, by which time the grandson would have lost a lot. Richard added that the probability of an appreciation is almost 90%, according to the Economic Research Department. He asked his grandson if he regretted such an exchange, having learned about this possible increase in the exchange rate. Jack replied that he also expected such a promotion, but he was not so greedy as to cause losses to his grandfather with his greed. The chairman said that he knew that his grandson was not petty. but would not do anything to cause harm to himself. Therefore, Richard ordered Lucas to be told what additional conditions he was going to put forward. Jack knew that if he continued to beat around the bush, he would arouse suspicion, and so he said that he would have 2 requests. Richard replied that he knew so and said, "Let's see if these requests will cover his loss, and maybe even Lucas will get more." Jack laid out a map of Seoul on the table and asked his grandfather to look at the places circled in red. The chairman took the cards, and, not yet understanding what they meant, asked Lucas for clarification. Jack explained that this is government land in Seoul, and he wants to buy this land cheaply. Richard asked if he knew that the grandson asked his grandfather to influence the mayor of the city. Jack replied that not exactly that. There were 6 months left before the end of the current mayor's term, and they should try to ask the next mayor about it. The chairman replied that if the grandson means his uncle, then he categorically will not allow this. Jack said that he would pay for his uncle's election campaign, and when he became mayor, he would sell the public lands, and grandfather only needed to put pressure on the members of parliament. The chairman became angry and shouted that he repeated again that he would not allow this. Jack was indignant and said that it was a good idea in the midst of an economic crisis. If the city sold land not intended for business to raise funds, no one would mind. The chairman angrily replied that he did not want to listen to this nonsense anymore. Jack asked his grandfather to tell him why he was so categorically against Lucas's proposal. The chairman replied that he was against it because Oliver was not a blood member of their family. He continued, having said that all of Oliver's ambitions are all his wife Caroline's idea. He's just a puppet in her hands. Jack thought that the grandfather realized that his daughter Caroline wanted to hide her disadvantageous position as the daughter of a conglomerate with the help of political power. Grandfather knew that with the help of this power, Carolina could demand her share of Syntez Group, and maybe more. Even without looking through a microscope, you could see the illegal actions that took place in the company. And then the chairman was surprised when he heard from his grandson a proposal to make Oliver a puppet of Synthesis Group. Jack said that by the time Oliver gets to the mayor's chair, a lot of dirt will stick to him. And if this is used correctly, then you can make him your puppet. The chairman replied that all this dirt would come from Syntez Group. Then the company would also suffer. Jack replied that he would throw his dirt and dust on his uncle and then grab him tightly by the collar so that his grandfather would not have to worry about it. Jack continued, saying that he would also provide everything with money himself, and grandfather could also use it if necessary. The chairman replied, if Lucas himself was going to provide money for this event, then why ask his grandfather's permission and not act on his own? And Jack said, if grandfather makes one call to the leader of the opposition party, then uncle will not even be nominated for election. He asked the chairman to take just 2 steps to allow his uncle to remain in office for 8 years, during which time they would have time to take everything they needed. The chairman asked with interest what his second step would be. Jack replied that the second step for grandfather would be to block government subsidies to the Contour Group company. Richard looked at Lucas in bewilderment. He did not fully understand how the Contour Group company could be tied to the plan. Jack replied that the government was planning to give away public land, not to build a parking lot. Obviously, there would be something else, and that would require a small construction company. The chairman objected that the Contour Group company is not so small. It is in 5th place in terms of the number of subcontractors. Jack replied that he is the owner of Auto Group and Motors Group, and Contour Group, in comparison with him, is an ordinary rural kiosk. Richard said he could see that his grandson was serious about running his own company. After all, the grandson is not asking to give him Wilson Construction, but is thinking about taking over Contour Group himself. Jack replied, one might think that if he had asked, then his grandfather would have given the company, to which Richard replied, who knows, maybe he would have given it away. The chairman stood up and replied that this conversation was pointless, since Lucas decided to take over the Contour Group. Jack was angry because he understood perfectly well that his grandfather was only teasing him now. He told his grandfather that no company can avoid the current crisis, and Contour Group also needs dollars. And if the government does not give them a subsidy, they will go bankrupt. Then Jack will take her for himself. And the grandfather, leaving, replied that just a few packages of assistance in Contour Group would be fine. The chairman turned around and said, it turns out that Oliver's son-in-law becoming the mayor of Seoul and Contour Group is interconnected. Jack confirmed this, adding that he would give the company blood and Uncle Oliver would become fertilizer. He added that after this, the Contour Group company would flourish, and Jack would give it the name Wilson Contour. Richard replied that it was good to hear this. It seems that Lucas is the only one who intends to increase the number of Syntez Group subsidiaries. Jack experienced some unpleasant sensations, and his grandfather's smile did not look like a joyful one. The chairman said that he had to think about it, and their conversation was over. He reminded his grandson of the $1 billion promised to the chairman and said that his employees would calm down when they saw this amount in the Syntez Group account. Jack replied that he would do so, and left the office. He was not entirely happy with today's negotiations. Left alone, Richard began to analyze everything that his grandson Lucas had said. The mayor, who is helping the country overcome the crisis, is very successful in selling public land to raise funds. Creating a mayor with your own hands, seizing land, acquiring a construction company that will turn the land into a ton of money. The picture is not bad. On top of that, $1 billion are cheap, despite the exorbitant exchange rate. This suggests Lucas has enough confidence to find hundreds of billions more. At that moment, when Lucas explained everything, the chairman could barely restrain himself from immediately agreeing to his proposals. He held back because it was impossible to show his grandson that he could so easily use his power. And at that moment, the chairman felt fear. His grandson hides the temperament of the most ferocious beast under the cute and beautiful face of a kitten. He promised to put the name Wilson Contour on Auto Group and Contour Group. This guy will probably take over Wilson Motors and Wilson Construction. Richard felt strange. He liked the actions of a grandson who simply takes and takes away more than children who are just trying with all their might to get their piece. After some time, Aunt Caroline and Uncle Oliver were already sitting in Lucas's house. My uncle said that the total amount needed was 40 billion won, the local currency. Jack thought he was surprised that they were asking for such a large amount, but without details and casually talking about its purpose. Jack made a surprised face and said that this was a very huge amount. Caroline became worried and asked if Lucas really didn't have this amount. Jack replied that he did not have enough. He must save money to build a theater for his father. Caroline exclaimed that she could collect 15 billion won and Lucas only had to add 25. Jack replied that in that case he could help. Carolina clarified that she could not get the promised amount so quickly, but that she needed to pay a party fee and asked to give her 3 billion at once. Jack felt that they had a complete lack of sense of reality, so calmly asking for billions from their 12-year-old nephew. He replied that he would try to prepare the amount as quickly as possible and offered to sign the agreement. Caroline and Oliver looked at each other stupidly. They did not understand why an agreement between relatives was needed. Oliver told Lucas that he was still very young and did not understand how this happens is that no one enters into an agreement giving funds for the election campaign. Then Caroline intervened and said that Lucas was only involved in investments, so he didn't understand. Because this money just disappears, it's not like with investments. Jack finds this situation funny. They see him as just a kid with a lot of money. He replied that he forgot to tell them something, because he had a person who would do everything properly. Jack turned and yelled for someone to come into the room. It was Larry. He said that he was very pleased to meet Lucas's uncle and aunt. Lucas sat in the office, and rubbing his neck, said that everything turned out to be much more complicated than he thought. He added that once they learned that this was also a business, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Jack replied that, be that as it may, Caroline is of the same blood as her grandfather. Larry put the package on the table and said so, and when Lucas was going to use this contract, but asked to do it after Larry retired, he didn't really want to go to prison. Jack looked at the contents of the package and said that this contract was not subject to disclosure. Lucas replied that it looked like pure evil was sitting in front of him. Did Lucas realize what kind of bomb he was holding in his hands now? And Jack replied that he was going to give it to his grandfather. Larry screamed that Lucas had gone crazy. The chairman would immediately grab his grandson by the throat. Jack replied that Grandpa is not interested in professional management. He already keeps everyone on a leash. The chairman simply wants to use the contract in such a way that his uncle and aunt will not act harshly and rashly. Grandfather will allow Oliver to run for mayor after he is sure that he will definitely not be able to rock the boat. Larry rubbed his eyes and said that Lucas's grandfather was very cruel because he didn't trust his own children. A minute later, Larry said that as far as he understood, almost 18% was a controlling stake in Synthes Group. He added that Lucas must receive at least 80% to become the owner of the office of the chairman of Synthes Group. Even if Lucas had this 80%, it would still be only 10 of the company's total shares. Jack said that his grandfather was ready to give him everything with his head, but with his soul, nothing. Lucas didn't understand anything and asked Lucas to clarify what he said. Jack replied that grandfather knows that he is the only worthy manager in Synthes Group, but he sees no one but himself. The chairman will not want to give up what belongs to him if he could bury Synthes Group in his coffin. He would do so. Larry said that he was not asking about greed, but about how Lucas himself assessed his chances. Jack replied that he could not answer. When the mind and soul fight, the mind does not always win. In any case, he is not upset yet and regards this share as a bonus. After all, not a greedy grandson with excellent abilities, and a son, Heinrich, who is not interested in his father's wealth. This is a sure way to get a significant bonus from his grandfather. Jack looked at the light through the envelope and thought that, in any case, this contract would play a big role. The first stage has been completed, and it is time to move on to the second. Jack asked Larry that if they exchanged 1 billion for their grandfather, then they still had a little more than 2 left, to which he asked what Lucas was going to do with them. Jack replied that the money needs to be changed when the exchange rate is at its peak. And after the elections are over, the government will change, and Lucas will give them as a gift for winning the elections. Larry exploded and shouted that Lucas was trying to imitate famous rich people, since such unhealthy thoughts came to his mind. Jack asked Larry's opinion on why create Media City if there are no people migrating to this city. He continued that they would create companies befitting the status of Media City, such as a broadcasting company. Larry objected and said that there was no point in this. Jack continued, now everyone uses public television, but there is also cable. After all, the broadcasting project is not at all bad from the state's point of view. The construction of new infrastructure will not only help create an employment effect, but will also revive the economy. Larry stood his ground, proving that giving away these $2+ billion is crazy. Jack replied that he had no intention of giving all his money to the government. He was simply exchanging dollars for one. He invited Larry to introduce him, an investor who had invested more than $2 billion in the creation of a huge media infrastructure when the entire country was in a severe crisis due to a lack of currency, and Lucas would be greeted with open arms. Larry wondered if he could team up with the government and Seoul to get government funding. Jack added that if this happens, then there is nothing more to expect. Larry called Lucas a clone of his grandfather since he could think of it. Jack chuckled and said he was just a respectful grandson. He will turn such a company into a huge media empire and give it to his father. Larry jumped up from his seat. Cinema, broadcast content production, cable television, and in the future, internet broadcasting. Jack replied that Henry is the chairman's son and his father. You need to give him enough to save face. After all, the American branch of fantasy entertainment has already built deep relationships with major film companies. And if done right, a global media company could be born. The chairman sat comfortably in a chair and read the very contract that was signed by Caroline and Oliver. He was extremely surprised that Lucas managed to get it in the end. Jack replied, if his uncle becomes mayor, now he will not dare to disobey his grandfather. As soon as this document is made public, he will stand trial for violating the law on the political fund. His career will be destroyed in an instant. The chairman clarified that all Lucas wants is just a few acres of land. Jack replied that it was, and grandfather could take the rest. Jack added that Aunt Caroline immediately understood the value of public land, even trying to refuse such an exchange regarding the financing of the election campaign. The chairman asked if Lucas thought that now grandfather should take it all and give it all to him. Jack happily thought that everything worked out. These words from his grandfather meant that Lucas could take everything for himself. He replied that making money by building apartments is not his business. The chairman said that he thought the whole thing was reckless. Even if son-in-law Oliver took part in the election, there was no guarantee that he would win. Jack replied that Oliver has a much better chance now because Grandpa thinks in a positive way. Richard smiled and said that he could not keep up with his grandson's intelligence. Jack grinned and said that he didn't know who his uncle's opponent would be, but he already felt sorry for the man. The information team will unearth his entire past. He will not be able to stand it when all the dirt about his life is made public by all the famous media. Richard was proud of his grandson, who spent a lot of money to give the mayor's grandfather directly into his hands. He did not want to be left out. Jack thanked his grandfather when he said that he would also help during the elections. The chairman replied that he also wanted to thank Lucas, and he asked what the grandson wanted. Jack replied that he was thinking about starting a new business, but would tell his grandfather about it after the election. Richard decided to guess that if this is a business that needs government help, then it is something big. He told Lucas to be careful when politicians came into the management. Many variables were added. Their interests were much more complex than those of a grandson or grandfather. They do not ask for payment for their help. They put a spoke in the wheel and want to get something in return for silence. Jack replied that as soon as his plan was ready, grandfather would be the first to know about it and would be able to evaluate it with his wise eye. And if grandpa says to stop, Lucas will immediately obey him. The chairman replied that this is his grandson's business and money, and he does not need to receive advice, permissions, and decrees. Jack still couldn't understand what was in the chairman's soul, and what is hidden in this look and words. In December of the same year, the name of the new president was announced through all channels. He became Ronald Duke from the Second National Assembly, who teamed up with Joseph Schultz and Billy O'Hari from the Democratic Party. Across the street from the university where Lucas studied, there was a small cafe where students often gathered to drink. One of the students reminded Lucas that he had promised to do his best after the exams. The second asked what Lucas wanted to order, and the third added that the guy was unlikely to visit such establishments, so they would order themselves. Jack had been to places like this countless times, but not in this life. There were times when he didn't have enough money and ordered alcohol without snacks. Jack beckoned to the waiter. He wanted to feed the guys something that he once could not afford. The first thing Jack ordered was bottled beer, which shocked everyone because it was 10 times more expensive than bottled beer. He added that he had been going to have a drink for a long time and it was time to relax. They didn't come here to make small talk. Jack continued to shock the freshmen in attendance by ordering fried sausage, clam salad, and fish noodles. The guys sitting at the table, seeing that he wasn't joking, began vying with each other to shout for Lucas to order more fried chicken with seasonings. For a second, Jack wondered if his cousins, like Kevin, visited places like this. And did they order the local soup served in small restaurants, drinking a glass each? Jack answered the guys, do they really think that his family only goes to restaurants in expensive hotels every day? If it seems to them that his home-cooked dinner consists of 12 courses, then it is not so, just soup and a side dish of rice. At that moment, 3 older guys approached the table from behind. One apologized for interfering so unceremoniously in their conversation. They were given a seat, and the one who sat down next to him asked Lucas if he could ask him something. Jack agreed. The 3 of them were hired by financial services companies, but one of them went bankrupt, and the other 2 sent notices that they could not hire employees this year. My classmates stood nearby and just blinked their eyes. They didn't understand what we were talking about at all. The first one asked what Lucas thought would happen to the International Monetary Fund, since he knew much more than they did. The guy asked if everything would be the same in a year. Should he study for the bar exam, or should he look for a job? Jack looked at his interlocutor and thought about how to answer him, the truth, or just to console him. If he told them the whole truth about the future situation, would they understand the seriousness of it? Jack took a sip of beer from his glass and replied that it was better to study for exams rather than look for a job. The guy asked again. Lucas wanted to say that next year it would also be difficult to find a job. Jack replied that neither next year nor in the near future would those currently employed be laid off. Most corporations will get rid of at least 1/3 of their employees under the pretext of enterprise restructuring. The crisis is a lack of liquid funds. The country is in a state of economic bankruptcy. You can be fired at any time, and there will be such a thing as a temporary freelancer. Jack pointed to the waitress and said that she was working part-time, and was unlikely to receive any compensation when she left. At this moment, the waitress came to the table and brought the bottled beer we ordered. Opening the bottle, Jack added that this is not only used by small businesses. Large corporations are also switching to the system. It will take a long time for the economy to return to normal, and if they are going to get a job rather than study for exams, it is better to join the army to avoid a big downpour. Jack understood that those who had barely completed their first year were not yet able to understand this. But, starting next year, a real icy wind will blow, and people will understand what Jack meant when he said to avoid a big downpour. The guy thanked him and said that thanks to Lucas he came to his senses. Jack looked at the guy. The 4th year was very different from the first year's. The guy apologized for the spoiled atmosphere and offered to have a glass. He raised his glass and shouted to someone in the hall that they still had enough time to avoid the downpour and hide. At that moment, someone slowly approached the table where Lucas and the company were sitting and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was a girl. Her face seemed very familiar, but Jack couldn't remember her name. And then a guy from the 4th year asked Olivia where she was from here. Jack heard her name and remembered Olivia as the most beautiful girl in the university. The girl said that she would drink only half a glass. She wanted to still have time to return to the library.